good night, wherever you're spacing from. Is another beautiful Tuesday service in the Church of Vawulence, and I welcome you, my brethren, my brothers and sisters in this ministry. You guys are welcome one more time to the Church of Vawulence. Thank you for always joining us. Thank you to all you, our first responders. I always say this, I always start this space with Thanksgiving because without thanking you guys, without you guys, honestly speaking, there will be no Violence Space, there will be no us. It is always about you guys coming out here every time, coming out on time, coming out to the church even before we are here ready. You guys are already up here doing the Lord's work, making sure everything is set and rolling for the day's work. All right, guys, one more time, I say take your flowers. Thank you for joining us today on this wonderful, beautiful Tuesday evening. From my side, is a little bit husky from this place, so I'm just trying to be acclimatized with the weather over here. Summer is fast approaching over this side, so we are trying to get into it here. So, guys, thank you one more time, as I always do in this church. I always welcome you guys with Thanksgiving. I always indulge you guys as we start this service, because it's very important. The information we reel out on this platform are informations that are not just for our own consumption. They're informations that has to go as far, as wide as possible. So I always indulge you guys on the platform to do what you're meant to do as church members. When you come into this church, the first thing you do is to pay your tithes and give your offerings. That's how we start our proceedings here. And you know what I mean, your tithes and offerings. I'm asking you, have you retweeted the space? Have you shared the space? Have you copied the link on the space and posted across all your social media handles? Have you invited new followers? What is the essence of you coming to church and getting blessed and delivered without bringing a new member? In fact, we'll start asking you people from this service. Every church day you come with 2 new members. That is how we'll start doing it going forward. So every church day we'll ask you, I will send in our deacon, one of our deacons, to ask, check each person. How many new members did you bring to church today? So stop coming to church alone. Bring people with you to church. Let them get blessed as you are. Let them feel there are so many people that have been down all through this election circle and have probably lost hope and the rest. Bring them to church. We give them hope on this platform. That's what we do on this platform. Bring them to church. Let them get energized. Let them get into the issues with us. Let them understand that it is not the end of the journey. It is just the beginning of this war we are fighting. So, guys, one more time, I indulge all of you on the platform. Retweet the space, share the space. Let Twitter know that the #1 space in Nigeria is up and running. And today, as usual, we'll be discussing important issues that has to do with nation building. Thank you guys for always sticking with us on the platform. Thank you to all our regulars. Thank you to all our wonderful handles. I see all of you. Honestly speaking, sometimes I come up here and I want to start calling names, but I can't start doing that because for me, I feel like if I can't call everybody name here, I'm not calling every name. So please, you guys know how much I love you guys. Thank you, Otumba, for coming back. I'm happy to have you back on the platform. It shows you're stronger now in health. Thank you. Hopefully N6 and Zos will join us much later. Thank you, my brother Jimmy, for joining us also on the platform one more time today again. Thank you, guys. Every one of you are amazing and joining us today again. We'll be discussing serious issues. So let me check how many people in the church have done what they're meant to do. Okay, we have over 500 of you on the platform and less than, I don't know why, is it that because the days I used to release the emirs, curses, and blessings, you people used to do your work on time. But these days, like, people used to wait because you know that I don't used to release blessings and curses, so people don't used to retweet the space. I will release it to retweet this space, share this space if you know you don't want your phone to crash. If you don't want your phone to crash, you just work your phone will fall down and break. Retweet the space and share the space. Then my voice not be wasting here. So while one more time I'm saying this, please guys, I want to sell our market. Before we get into the program of today, I need to let you guys know that we threw up a post. We're hiring an editor-in-chief for the website because we want to make sure, and this is why today's topic is very, very dear to my heart, because I'm seeing a very big opportunity that we have to take. We have to step up. It's not we have to take, we have to step up to do what has not been done or what is not being done. It is a responsibility that, though very big, it looks like the shoes are very big, but we have to fit in our feet into the shoes and see how we can size us. So it is one topic that I am very, 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 very peculiar about, and hopefully we do justice to this topic. So, guys, I'm saying this one more time. We are morphing into something bigger than just Twitter Spaces. We are trying to take over the whole media atmosphere in Nigeria, vis-a-vis Africa, vis-a-vis the world. We are trying to make sure that we become an alternative forum or platform for real news for Nigerians, for Africans across the world. And we just can't do this on our own. We need the support of every one of you that come out here. And I'm saying this because this is not just a violence-based process. It is a product of real Nigerians that crave for real news, that crave for real information being spread. I feel so heartbroken when I have to go and source for some information or I see some news and I ask questions that why are these news not making a front border? It is because all our major news organizations have been hijacked by the powers that be. So we're trying to make sure we form that alternative medium whereby Nigerians can always access. And you know that if a news is coming out from the violence space, as we have done for the past 10 months, we have dropped every day we come up on this platform, we drop facts and figures. I say this all the time. If there's anything I pride ourselves on this platform, is the fact that we can hit our chest and say, if I come back, if we're in Nigeria right now, the only reason why they'll pick me up or something is because they don't like my voice, or it's because of the way that I go hard on them, or because of the way the violence space hold them responsible. Not that we have come out one day on this platform and said what is wrong or what is fake or what is false. We are always, always, always bringing out that hidden issues that they don't want to bring to the front burner. So we are trying to make sure that this news we put out here, and we have few thousands doing these numbers, can go on to reach out to millions of Nigerians across the world. Nigerians need to be educated. Nigerians need to understand what is really happening in their country. So that is why we are going all the way out to make sure that the Violence Space website, in the course of the next few months, a whole lot of drastic changes are being put in place behind the scene. We're trying to make sure that we do a whole lot to stand in gap for Nigeria. So please, guys, I'm indulging all of you as you've supported this platform for the past couple of months. Please, when we get into this next phase, take it as your personal project also and support us. I am so elated. I don't know some of you. I don't know many of us on this platform. We just come here and talk. But I go on some people's, when I see some movement and some talk, I go on some people's profile and I see their profile. I see their address, their website address, and it's the Violence Space website that I've posted up on the address. And I don't know any of these guys from Adam. And I feel so proud, honestly speaking. I just feel so happy. And I'm like, God bless you guys. You guys understand what we do on this platform. And I want you to understand truly that from the bottom of our heart, we find you guys are invaluable, honestly speaking. So please, as we go on this next phase of this movement, we need all your support. Anyhow you think you can support us, please get ready. Because when I say this, I'm saying this. By this time next year, I am seeing and envisaging a Violence Space TV, a TV that's going to be challenging all these fucking criminals up there, a TV that will have the best of Nigerians up there speaking truth to power. Where we're going to operate from, we don't know. How it's going to happen, we don't know. But we are already seeing this vision, and that is where we are heading to. So, guys, please, on this platform today, I think I've gotten some CVs. We're still going to reach out for more people. If you know that you're an editor-in-chief, you know that you are good at creating news medias, you're good. I think I'm going to repost I've gotten over 20 something entries already. Yeah. So, but I think we were still going to open it for more people. Most especially, please, you must be obedient, please. And also, once we still have a new role, we're trying to make the team as strong as possible. So please, the new roles I'm going to be posting up, please, don't come and look at it as just job of money, because we don't have money. But we're going to be paying you people. It's not going to be free. Nobody's going to work for us for free. We're going to pay people. Please, it's not going to be all that juicy. Look at it as a pet project that you two are coming into, that we're going to grow together as we expand together. Hopefully it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and God knows where we're going to go to. So guys, one more time before I jump into all we're going to be doing, I want you guys to please indulge us by keep supporting our radio. We have an online radio platform, and this space is streaming live on our online radio platform at www.radio.violencespace.com. We are also streaming on our YouTube channel at violence underscore youth violence underscore space.com. That's our YouTube channel, that's our Facebook channel, that's our Twitter channel. Please follow us across all social media. Hopefully we'll be on TikTok. Please, I need a Gen Z content creator, because man, with these are millennials, we're outdated. Gen Z, where your hand the hot. Where your hand the hot. When we say as we do space like this now, if you just cut out our submissions, the post. If your hand is hot like that as a Gen Z, don't worry, we're going to train you. We're going to support you. Hit me up in the DM. I want it to be a Vawulence first come, first serve. because most of the entries I've been getting is people recommending people. I want Vawulence that you know that we can support you, we can finance you a little bit to support your work. Gen Z, please hit me up in the DM. Let us get to work, please, guys. All right, guys, thank you very much one more time for sticking with us. Please, I say this one more time, share the space, retweet the space, support this brand as we keep moving on to the permanent side of this church ministry. You see, when church start like this, you know, if you have been following the growth of churches, they start from thatch house. It go start from maybe probably they go then from thatch house, they go rent one hotel hall. You know, from few months or hotel hall, they go do service, few weeks, 1 month, tithe they enter in, you know, and the rest, offering and the rest. Like after 1 year, they can build one small this thing before they move to the permanent site. Yeah, so guys, we are in that process also. We are moving to the permanent site. But one thing, no matter how we get big or no matter how blown we get by the special grace of God, we will never stop Twitter Spaces. I'm just saying this for everyone to know that Twitter Spaces are never going to stop by the grace of God, except Elon Musk come and say no more Twitter Space. And that is why we're trying to create all this alternative medium for us, that in the eventuality that Twitter stops existing in Nigeria, we have our platform we have built ready to keep this conversation going on, because Nigerians need to connect to listen to the truth, hear these hard truths, hear this hard discussion that these people don't want us to have. Thank you, guys. All right, guys, let's jump into the conversation of today. It is very, very, very important. I lay the background of what we're discussing today. I woke up this morning and as I was about to start my day after I know I always drop you guys Bible verses before I start my day. So if you're conversing on my page, you know that's what I always do. So I jumped in to check one or two tweets before, and I saw a tweet. I saw a tweet dated back. I think it was yesterday, and on the tweet it was the news actually from the Middle Belt Times, and the news was about the death of the Labour Party chairman in Benue State, and apparently the news was reported that this person, the headsman murdered Labour Party chairman. That was the headline of the news. And I tried to search and I tried to check across whether it is a popular news, and all of a sudden I did not see it. It was not trending. It was not a discussion. Nobody's talking about it. A chairman of Labour Party in a state. And I'm like, how did we miss this news? And I'm thinking and I'm saying, we have been on this platform for days, for weeks. We have been screaming. We have brought so many things to the forerunner. We have talked about Amoda, the drug dealer. We have exposed, have an expose on his Guinea passport. And all these things have not made the headlines. I'm looking at traditional media and I'm checking newspapers, the local newspaper in Nigeria, and none of these are making headlines. None of these are being discussed. Nigerians in the grassroots are not getting this. The filtration of this news is not going in. It's not penetrating. So that means it's not as if I am just knowing. It has always been there, but we have done something on this platform. We have held every part of this government or every part of our country, every part of the system of this country, have held them accountable. But the most important system, which there are two that we have just been circumventing, we have been jumping around, the judiciary and the media. The media has been so accommodating of these people in power. For the past eight years, Nigerian media has turned out to be. I don't want to denigrate them, because I understand that many of them are working against the tides. Majority of all the media houses in Nigeria are owned by politicians. So I understand, but even if in my understanding, it is important we notify Nigerians and call them out. Because if we just keep quiet and say, because these guys cannot, don't blame them. The media, that their hands are tied, this, NBC will ban them, blah, 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 blah. Let Nigerians know why these people are not reporting. I sat down yesterday and I also watched the video. I watched this man, the president's select. I watched his return video. And I was seeing media people were asking him questions. And I was just waiting for one media man that would just ask him, "Sir, in your absence, so you've been absent from Nigeria for close to 30 days. You've not even become president." Just simple question. In your absence, sir, your drug case came to light, and or just simply say, sir, did you are you by any means a Guinean? Just a very straight question of, because these are what are in the front burner. These are things that have to do with this man's. They just ask this one question, and I was hearing all this whataboutism. Sir, right now, your cabinet, your this, your. I was just hearing some kind of. I was just drained. I'm like, can't we have just one journalist that is ready to stand up, even if it means, because now I know one thing about Nigeria. Nigerians are very, very supportive. We are very, very, very supportive. We support ourselves. If you just turn a hero in Channels TV yesterday and asked Tinubu on air because it was being broadcasted, sir, what about your? Are you really a Guinean? That alone itself will make you a hero. That Nigerians will carry on their head. And do you understand? So I don't feel like the same excuses we give our lawyers, the same excuses we give bad behavior in Nigeria, the same excuses we're giving the media. I'd rather be jobless. I'm saying this myself. I'd rather be jobless than work in a system whereby I'm at the patronage of corrupt politicians. I'd rather be jobless than see the truth and not be able to speak up. I'd rather go and find something and start. I know how hard Nigeria is. I'm not coming out to know. I'm not going to come out and like all is always here everywhere. No, but our inability to have conscience as Nigerians, especially the media, is the same thing. I'm looking at the police. I can just point to almost every institution, and it is the same excuse you can always come up with. People are ahead of us. Who will stand up and speak? And that is why you see, like, with over hundreds and thousands of journalists in Nigeria, you can only trace back and say, Arise News, Rufai. Because Rufai will always ask that question people don't want to ask. Does Rufai have a special something protecting him than other journalists? I want to understand. Is Rufai is he related to Buhari? Because if Rufai can stand up and ask hard questions and stand for the truth, I see no reason why we cannot have 10,000 Rufais in Nigerian journalist space. I see no reason why, if all the journalists in channels choose to speak the truth and stand by the truth, whether channels people will fire out of them. I don't understand. So it boils down to morality, because at the end of it, it is what you enable that happens. If you say channel is owned by this, channel is owned by that, the person on the channel is in bed with Tinubu and the rest. If all of you on Channels TV, Shehu Akimboyole, Mope and Co., if all of you choose to stand up, you guys are the faces of Channel TV, choose to stand up and ask real questions. How can you be on the platform with Fashola and you ask Fashola questions that we broke that news of violence space on a Saturday night? On a Sunday, they sent Fashola to defend Tinubu's dual citizenship, and he went there and was laughing. Is it important? And you that you're studying law, Shehu Kimbolo, you stood there with him and you were laughing on live TV. I don't know whether it is just me. I don't know, because I don't fall like I mean whether I mean righteous pass. Because at the end of the day, now say they form holy. I don't understand this. But honestly speaking, the media over the past 8 years has failed Nigerians. And I'm saying this because when Peter Obi reclaims his mandate, you will remember that these media people we are calling out today know how to do their job. You will remember that these people know how to report real news. Because the people just juxtapose a Peter Obi's interview with Shewun, or just oppose a Yusuf Dati's interview, which I'll play it on this platform today, with Shewun, and use it and contrast Shewun's interview with Fashola. There's always this follow back. Shewun, that is saying, if you swear in a government, it is against the law, and Shewun is saying that is your opinion. But Fashola can come up and say it doesn't matter if you have dual citizenship, and Shewun can laugh and make joke of it. So there's a double standardness that has been practiced in our media, and We the people, we have kept quiet for so long, and we have shared these people, and we are hiding them under the pretense of, because we know the owners of this establishment are career criminals. I can go on and start naming them. All your major newspapers are owned by criminals, and because we know that, so we should not give Sheung a leeway. Honestly speaking, for me, if I'm calling out anybody, I will call out everybody. Nobody is absolved of being called out on this platform. And all right, guys, I think I'm not gonna say too much. I think it's gonna be open very well to discuss. People are in my DMs asking me, Sirdam, and the native doctor there's the native doctor the president sent to Labour, a native doctor that he wants to file a case that Peter Obi should withdraw his mandate. Hopefully, one or two lawyers in the house will come in and alleviate you guys' worries. I just want to say this on time before, because it's not a discussion for me. It's not important to me, because we have already known from beginning. We have asked questions and they have told us that if you like, let them kidnap LP Abure and allow Abure and take out Abure, and this white beard man come out and say anything. He has no jurisdiction, he has no power to withdraw the case. It is null and void. So I'm saying this out to elevate anybody's fear and to make you guys understand why we're not even discussing it here, because whatever he's doing is insignificant to the fact that our case is going to go to the tribunal. All right. So guys, please, before we jump into more of the conversation, I think that's more of mine on the hypocrisy of the media. I will not jump into our president-select, their president-select, yeah. Oh God of this. We used to say something on this platform, guys. You know what we say? I don't know if you guys remember this profile. What we always say, we say, if if you cook for the community go chop and finish. But if community cook for you, you know if you chop and finish. If you guys remember, I'm sure you guys remember that popular proverb or adage, as we always dropped on the platform. This man cooked for us in February 25th. He cooked for us, and we chop him. We chop him meal. We can't cook for him. We can't cook for him food. We cook for him food. Can't serve him. He now went to France, and he went to France without pot belly, and came back. He came back with pot belly. Food where we cook for him, he never digest. Food where we cook for him, he chop am, he swallow our mandate. He no fit digest. Mandate dey in belle. Have you guys seen the picture of your president-select? Baba came back with a swallowed mandate. Mandate no gree comot for him belle. He no fit shit am. He choke am for belle. That mandate. So when I'm telling people, that man right now, honestly speaking, I want our doctors to please come in. Our doctors, please come in here. Dr. Lu sent me. Dr. Lu made a post. Let me see if I can read what Dr. Lu made here. I'm certain that even me, that I think I have a little bit of health knowledge. Honestly speaking, what Dr. Lu wrote on that post, I cannot explain. But let me find it and read it for you guys here. Or what Dr. Lu said. Oh my goodness. Please, our health doctors, please come in here and explain to us how a man in the space of 1 month can get pregnant. I want to understand how a man in the space of 1 month can get pregnant. Or is it true? Is it true that thing that he said, that while he was in America, he was a woman? Because you know that when he was his form he filled in America in Chicago State University was a woman. So in his former life, when he was a young person, he was a woman. Is it true that it is now showing off really? That he is now, the woman's side is now showing up. I don't know, because I'm trying to, I mean, ask myself this question. I want to understand, because they drink beer. For where I come from, they call them Afo Tombo or Afo Gulda. If you are a Igbo person, you understand what I mean. It means belly of Tombo, belly of palm wine, or belly of Gulda. People they drink Gulda, chief priest, that kind of belly. So I kind of wonder whether Baba go France, go to drink beer. Is that like he was drinking beer in France, or he had gone back to his normal status as a woman? But any which way, any which way. It just goes to show that this man has no peace. You cannot steal from people. If you were stealing from people that did not, it was none of their prerogative before. They were not consigned. And still now, no wahala. It's a different case. But you see this obedience. There are some places you do not steal from. There are some people you do not steal their property. Peter Obi is that person. You don't steal from such a person. He go choke you. We have been saying this for months, and they thought we were playing. I want to know the name of PICC because that's why I put it up on the topic. So our health practitioners, please come up on the okay, Dr. Lee is already up here. Dr. Lee, please, in the course of your submission, I want you to please explain, give us a detailed breakdown with that tweet you made. I'm still looking for that tweet, Omo, so that I can read it for Nigerians on this platform to understand what you wrote there. For people, because the terms you use them and those terminologies are from another world. Okay, so I think someone has posted me to the tweet. Let me check it. Okay. Dr. Lu, please, please make people here don't laugh me because people are going to laugh at me because I don't even know how to pronounce what you wrote here. I can't even pronounce it. It is you when they don't question my education. So when you come in here, you're going to pronounce it yourself. Your health terminology. I don't do that one. This is not my forte. You come and do it for us. All right, guys. I'm going to leave the medical aspect right now and jump finally into our the third topic of the day, which is our Sudan watch. And I'm saying this, please, guys, when you come up on the platform today, if you're not conversant, you I just keep the PICC. If you're not conversant with any of the topics, you're free to pick one of the topics you feel free with and dive into it and do justice to it. You must not talk on the three topics. I'm not trying to give a leeway on what we are discussing today. So please, when any of the topic you feel conversant with, jump on it. Do not feel like you must discuss on all the three topics here. One is good enough. Two is good enough. If you want to talk on the three on them, fine and good. But I just want to talk about the Sudan right now. And it still goes back to what we have been talking about Nigeria as a Nigeria is a failed state. Whether we like it or not, we have failed as a country. Nigeria is a laughing stock of nations around the world. And it did not just happen. It has been brewing over time. But we got to the climax under APC. APC have destroyed the reputation of this country. APC have destroyed our strong standing as the giants of Africa. In the past 8 years, APC systematically made sure they destroyed everything in the country, including our international repute. They made sure that they destroyed it to the point whereby nations that we don't hear about don't freaking send us. On a very normal day, my people, what should Nigerians be doing in Sudan? What should Nigerians be looking for in Sudan? What are we looking for in Sudan? What does Sudan have that we don't have in multiples? Why should we have Nigerians stranded in Sudan? APC have made Nigerians run away from this country. Our own motherland is now a place. That is why I keep, every time I end my submission, I end my playlist, I always end it with N6, business before pleasure, many things. Plenty people's plan is, I'm starting this year, God, please, let my visa come out. Japa now is a means of prayer point. People are praying to God to run away from their motherland. It is on record that we have over 20 million Nigerians in diaspora. And when we say 20 million Nigerians, these are registered Nigerians in diaspora. And you can account for. We have millions of our brothers and sisters that have had to follow the Mediterranean Sea. Oh, God have mercy. It cannot be well for APC, for our leaders and their supporters. It cannot be well because when I sit back and I look at, if you've ever heard the story of Nigerians, young Nigerians, as we are speaking now, some Nigerians are boarding balloon boats to cross the Mediterranean Sea without life jackets, balloon boats. Some will never come back. Some will never make it back alive. These balloon boats get hijacked by pirates. that come in there probably looking for women, or there might be like 50 or 100 in this boat. And they will come in there and pirates will open fire, people will jump into water. If you hear stories, I have seen Nigerians in Europe tell me their stories, and I am shocked. So when I was working, I was working with someone, as in last year, this guy can jog from like where he used to come to work. He jogs from like let me try and give guys a picture of from using Lagos. He jogs from like if you're in Lagos, Paja, and I'm not playing here. The guy jogs from like Paja to close to the island every day, coming to work, jogging. And when he came, I said, guy, oh boy, order this call. He said, man, I'm sporting, Jarina, I'm sporting. We had one of our during our breaks, and I had this discussion with this guy. He told me how he came to Europe, how he passed through Libya. They sell Nigerians in Libya like clothes. Our people are being sold in the market like clothes. These are crazy events. If they tell you how Nigerians are being treated in just because they want to leave the country in other nations, you will be shocked. So when I saw what was happening in Sudan, and I saw somebody came up and was saying, I saw a post, I think on TikTok, someone came up and was talking about Ethiopia, what's happening in Ethiopia, that Ethiopia is allowing other nationalities to pass through their border. Before, from Khartoum, that is the capital of Sudan, you get to I think they say the closest route out of Khartoum is you're going to follow the borders through to Ethiopia. Every other nationality in the world, including Sudanese that are fighting that war, are allowed to pass through Ethiopia into Ethiopia. Nigerians, they say you must ask for 3 days before you come. You must ask for visa. They were turning back Nigerians to go back to Sudan and die. And I sat down and I watched this, and I was like, there's something else always talk about sympathy fatigue. And I think we are really getting to that point in this country. Many of us have gotten to that point already, where we cannot even our sympathizing don't fool, they don't choke. You're sympathizing for Nigerians in diaspora. You're sympathizing for Nigerians at home. We are a failed nation under APC. That is our reality. And as usual, one man will always step up and say, let me go and use my private business and go and rescue Nigerians in Sudan. As Jimmy always say on this platform, Jimmy always say, in every business in Nigeria or abroad, everything na roots. Now roots by roots. People when they transmit, they sell drugs for West. Now a different part of Nigeria. People they sell drugs, hard drugs for Middle East, different part of Nigeria. Now roots by roots. The same thing with traveling. A particular set of Nigerians are dominated in Sudan. Not all Nigerians are making Sudan their leeway. There's a particular part of us that are in Sudan. Same way there's a particular part of us that are in London. Particular part of us are in Australia, in Malaysia. That is the truth about our country. But as usual, the defender, the one that will sacrifice his business to go and help his Nigerian brothers, is Elian Oyema of Peace Airline. As usual. And when I saw it happening, I was just laughing. I said, it is his normal way. We have seen him do it from South Africa to which other country, to here. He has been doing it. I think to India. He has gone to as far as India to pick Nigerians back, and And I said, that is the real Nigerian spirit. That an injury to one is an injury to all. That is the spirit that the obedient movement we exemplify. As in, we show that we, irrespective of our differences, because truth to the fact is that we have differences, but we understand that united together we stand and divided we fall. And we are that people that are going to stand up and celebrate the rise of one of us and cry for the fall of one of us. That is why you can see that we're the ones that were shouting when the first female criminal that was governor for 2 days stole a mandate. We were the obedient screaming. It was not like it was a Labour Party member that she was stealing mandate from. No. It is because what we are looking for is a Nigeria that works for everybody. So that obedient spirit, when they say obedient, so many people don't understand that they are obedient by heart. As long as you crave for a Nigeria that works for everybody, not work for a selected few, you are obedient. And that is what we represent. And that's what we preach on this platform, and that's what we preach to ourselves every day. And in the midst of everything, a popular handle came up because in Nigeria, in every crisis, there's always going to be a hero or a star. 83 followers came up. Account 83 followers. If you don't know about 83 followers, I don't know whether I've been sleeping under the rock. But account 83 followers came up because somebody had to ask who is in charge of catering for Nigerians in diaspora. A hard question. Everything you people do. I'm a very religious person. Everybody that knows my platform that I do not any day stand or say I am a firm believer in the power and the supremacy of God. I understand, but at the same time, I understand God's role in humanity and human role in humanity. You have what God will not come down from heaven and do for us what we are meant to do for ourselves. You will do what you're meant to do for yourselves. And when you have gotten to the point whereby it cannot work anymore, then the power of the supremacy of the supernatural comes into play. They're asking you questions and saying, God's grace, they will be free or they will be safe. When your job is to mobilize and get aircraft, get people, speak about it, put on the front border, call out Ethiopia, tell them, open up your freaking borders for Nigerians to pass through. Do your freaking job. And I say this all the time, as long as you're a public officer, you have no fucking business responding to Nigerians, no matter how they respond to you. If you're a public officer being paid by taxpayers and in Nigeria tell you, respectfully speaking, man, you are stupid and you're mad, chest it. That person's dollar is talking to you, or that person's naira is speaking to you. You don't like it, freaking leave it, do not respond to the person. You don't have the right to block that person. Nigerians are paying you, Abike Darabi. Are you crazy? You have proven over time that you're a very crazy woman. All the respect I have for that woman, I lost it. I lost it ever since I saw her rolling with this drug dealer. She's a perfect example of the stupidity that we have in the media today. She was a prime time host she was a childhood hero. Honestly speaking, that was my childhood hero. I never missed NTA 10, NTA News at 9. Her program was the best every Sunday. My dad will call all of us in Palo. We do not miss her program. But live long, Nigeria always make you live long to see your heroes turn to villains. And I see this woman right now. Look, oh God have mercy. Make I just right now I don't want to even say much because if I just say much, I could just vex. I could just vent. So let me just use the mic right now. Otuma will join us. I think he's having a meeting. Let us use the mic to Jimmy. Jimmy, my brother, good evening. Welcome to the platform one more time. Bro, just help me take it away from me, honestly. I'm just so livid, bro.
Bro, how you doing? Man, another day. See, let's start with that Abike thing. Huh? That woman, she be mature that she because I had to call her out. I sent her a message yesterday. I was asking, what is the problem with people in Sudan? She blocked me. That way the woman, she blocked. Now simple question I asked, so she blocked me. Before I woke up this morning, she don't unblock me again. I now sent her a message on via tweet. She made a post and I sent her a message via tweet. As I speak, I think they had to arrange for someone, maybe a contractor, to get those people out. I don't know how, but I mean, she tweeted about an invoice of 150 million naira that's been deposited for someone to make sure they evacuate all Nigerians in Sudan, or maybe the federal government
100 and waiting.
approved 150 million naira. It's on our time. Go and check our timeline. It's there. 150 million naira.
Jimmy,
Yeah.
Nigerians, Nigeria, APC, you don't even better for these people. Everything I cash out for them. Everything I cash out.
150 million. I checked it. I looked at it properly. I said, okay. I mean, she did it in a way that, okay, she's trying to get rid of the pressure, because a lot of people went after her. With the moment they saw that she had to go at someone. I mean, how low can you just go to attack someone based on their followers? And you're an icon representing the whole country. You not be even ambassador. If Wala they shell for Iran, na she go. If it happen for UK, na she go. America, na she go. She's meant to have diplomatic connections, phone calls. But she no bother herself with all those things. I mean, this is someone that she has a job to represent Nigerians all over the world, right? But at the same time, she's the campaign manager or campaign general for Tinubu. Now, don't forget, she abandoned her job, the job where then they pay her money. She abandoned that job to start going after Tinubu. All the states, they did their campaign. She's the one in charge. You see, APC has made Nigerians look so terrible. They've made us look so useless. You can imagine Sudan. By the way, I did more research on this Sudan issue, Saddam. You know, it's more about religion and tribal war going on there right now. It's more about religion and tribal war. Though it was a coup, but eventually, like the Christians are like, no, you guys can take over. And the Muslims are like, oh, no, we won't let you guys, rule. And that is exactly what is going on right now. I saw some video. I had to delete them simply because of the kind of country we are in.
Jimmy,
yeah,
you see, what's happening in Sudan here is what they projected Nigeria to be happening in Nigeria. Sudan is evenly divided like we are divided. That's why we have Southern Sudan now and Sudan itself. Southern Sudan is not involved in what's happening right now. They have successfully gone their own way. Southern Sudan are the people that have the oil, have resources, and this. Even if Sudan is its own have. Actually, what's happening in Sudan right now is an international war. It is multifaceted. Because Sudan has link to the Mediterranean and link to the Red Sea. And that Red Sea, I think one of the government, the RSF, they have war with the RSF and the Sudan army have war. These are just like Nigerian army and DSS are fighting. So the RSF, I think, have promised Russia to come and build a military base there. And America, America will never ever allow that. So this war has international backing behind it. This is the truth. But that is not even our business right now. Whatever they're fighting for is not our business. Our business is how can we help our people, and why should Nigerians even be in Sudan in the first place? Doing what?
Bro, you said something earlier on. You said there are certain kind of people there. To be honest, all the videos I've been seeing, now Hausa people are they see. Now Hausa people, they come out, they shout, they speak Hausa, say make them come out, say make Dan Nabi. They don't, they shout. Man, these guys have their bags packed already. They want to leave the country, and they have, I think today is the deadline. There's a ceasefire within the area at which they are presently, and today is the deadline. After today, open fire. Ethiopia no allow Nigerians. Every other nationalities they went through. Only Nigerian. I beg, what can we do? What? Well, that's a very funny question, because they can actually see what is going on in our country. They can see that we are jokes. They can see that from Nigeria. I mean, we're meant to be the giant of Africa. Now we are the dwarf of Africa. We are now laughing stock. They look us like, hey, look una, see na president. It's that bad. It is that you cannot win any banter war with any African country on social media now. Now DOA dead on arrival. It's embarrassing. It is humiliating, honestly speaking. How did we get to this point? We just want people to leave that place. Sudan of all places. Sudan and Somalia, I don't even know which one was past. I grew up knowing that there was war in Somalia. They were killing themselves. Anytime I hear Somalia,
That's
Sudan, these are
Mogadishu.
Mogadishu. Jesus Christ. It's a desert. Now desert. They don't get anything. No vegetation, nothing, no plantation. Now desert. So you can imagine Nigerians to go to Sudan. Hey, Jesus. Sudan, now desert on its own, right? And Nigerian living Nigeria, they are probably living for greener pasture. I bet waiting green for Sudan. It's a desert. What is green in Sudan? But guess what? They have better infrastructure that works. They have better educational system that works. And they go there. Nigerians are there. Take it or leave it. Nigerians are there. And the funny thing is, all of a sudden, this Igbo man, I go rob him in. He's an Igbo man. He's going to Ethiopia because he can't land. No flight zone. Going to Ethiopia. Let me remind us, he's not going there to pick Igbo people. He not get roll call, say, all the Igbos, may not line. You see, what this bigotry will lead APC to, it will be so bad that they themselves, when they get to that situation, when they get to that position, they will regret it, but regret will be ashamed of them. Grandmaster said something yesterday. Honestly speaking, he had a point. He said this guy has no business going there to prove a macho man. And it's true. Honestly, it's true. If you say me kuna look waiting they use Igbo people high see for this election, I'm a Yoruba person. Waiting they use if you are light skin, Otirogo, even Yorubas that look like Igbo, they don't allow them. So now this Igbo man with him money, you know, they're one of the top richest men in Africa. Just the heart. He has the kindest of hearts. Just decide, you know what? Our people are not meant to be suffering. Let me go and do the needful. And some days ago, someone talked, say, Peter Obi, he said he will start from the north because of the level of poverty there. And all of them, they come outside and they wail like dogs. Then they wail, then they shout. Peter Obi said what he said. He's not the first person to say it. He's not the second person to say it. Okay, now they shout to say, Dangote, Dandata, they are rich men. Richest man in Africa is from the north, blah, blah, blah. How that one thing affects you? Okay, may the richest man in Africa, may carrying jets now, may go rescue people for Ethiopia. May carrying jets now, may they drop money, may they go bring them, come from Ethiopia. Because when it comes to talking common sense, we use bigotry. By the way, bigotry is because it's like people don't really understand it. It's the baby fashion of racism. Baby fashion of racism.
Jimmy, I even feel it's the bigger version. Because I can understand a different colored man coming out to tell me nonsense, telling me that a white man tell me that, Saddam, fuck you, man, you're a black man, and I can understand that. But my fellow black man, my fellow black brother, that does the difference that you speak a different tribe or different voice or sound somehow. We are black. If we go anywhere, we suffer together. Sun, they sign us, they feel us together. Do you understand? So for me, it is worse than racism. But go on, bro.
I said it last week. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? See, even within the Yoruba, there is problem amongst them. Even within the Yoruba culture. Otumba, I'm not sure if Otumba was here when I said it. Within the Yoruba, there is still problem. When you pack Yorubas together, they will identify themselves. They want to have this superiority among the ones on ground. Okay, Abeokuta, you're from Ogun State. You are from Ondo State. You are from Oyo State. They believe Ijesha people, they are too stringy. Abeokuta people, they like Ogun. These people, they are... Look, no matter how much you sponsor this bigotry, it will fall back on you. No matter how much you sponsor it, it will fall back. And this is exactly what is going on right now in Nigeria. It is what is going on right now in Nigeria. The media are not talking about it. They are not bothered. It's not as if they are not bothered. Me, I
Jimmy,
can see
even
it.
you know what's funny?
They've
Sorry,
been
guys.
bought.
Salam, good evening, everyone. Glad to be
Yeah,
back.
go on, Otumba.
It's funny how even the so-called president-elect would not talk about Sudan or doesn't care about the kids that are in Sudan. And I think what that explains the fact that Nigeria cannot get its citizens away from another African country. We're not saying Ukraine, where we know, okay, or when you don't even have foreign relations within your own continent itself. Like what's the biggest indictment on a government? You don't have foreign relations within your own continent, and especially a country that is a majority Muslim. So it's not as if say you are dealing with a very weird or different country. At least there's some interest alignments there, and we can't even get Nigerians to safely pass. And the president has not said anything. You have the idiot Abike Dabiri abusing people on Twitter. People that are calling, people that are just raising concerns, saying let's get our people back home, which is the normal thing, the logical thing to do. Look at other. Someone was asking, is it refined? What's the value of a Nigerian life? A Nigerian life has no value to the Nigerian government. There's none. You can't. There's no. You can't force patriotism. You can't teach it because the country itself doesn't value you. You look at how other countries are moving heaven and earth to move their people out, but Nigeria can't even. I mean, I'm pretty sure we have an ambassador to Sudan, we have an ambassador to Ethiopia. You've done someone there. There's nothing in the news about it. Like it's just like okay, yeah, these 4,000 people, and you talk about Somalia. Do you know how many years Sudan was in conflict? Sudan, I think Sudan and South Sudan separated. I think it was in 2013. What so
In 2011 or
2011,
so.
2013. So even for years, Sudan too had conflict. What will make a Nigerian go and study in another country that is currently in conflict tells you, man, we are heading for what we are heading for is a dumpster of fire. Like I don't even I can't wrap my hand around it. So I mean they say they have 4,000, which we don't even know if it's 4,000 students that are there. We don't know the ones that have died or like you can't tell. So man, it's like you think about the country and you're just thinking yourself like, what is even what's is this country? Is there any point? This is me just ranting. Is there any point trying to save it? Like, can we just head to that collision course? Because what's the point? They brought the pregnant man back with, I mean, the pregnant man or pregnant woman, whichever way it is. Like,
Bro, bro. You see the kind of drama going on in this country. Sometimes I just reason that okay, am I mad? Am I okay? Like I think something is wrong with me. But when I come on spaces, when I hear people like Sirdam speak, Otumba, I see tweets, I see people's tweets, and I'll be like, okay, you know what? I think I'm good. I think I'm good because these guys are actually trying to make me look like I'm insane, like I'm seeing things. Guys, we are not mad. You see, at a point in time, this conformity experiment is beginning to kick in on a lot of obedience. And I love the fact that we keep having these spaces to remind ourselves that, look, we are on the right track. Saddam said it earlier on. The medias are not even mentioning anything. It's as if
what's funny?
whatever it
Under
is they
military
say.
rule, you had media people that got killed, that had the balls. Like they were still, we talk about likes of Daily Giwa. There's a litany of them that still had the balls to still, question. Even not even okay. We're not saying make accusation. We're saying just there's a court case, sir. The prayers of the court XYZ. Not, I mean, we can't even get that. Nothing. You can't even get just a simple question. I mean, that's if you.
Otumba, and God forbid this man listening. These people, you see breaking news, headline, Vanguard. Bola Ahmed Tinubu's, the president-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu's is wearing a blue kaftan today and a red batis cap. You will see headlines, you'll be shocked. You will see headlines, you will be shocked. How this useless, I'm telling you, where these people are taking us to. And so when it happens, Nigeria now look at it, you will see it, and you will not understand how useless the media has been.
Bro, Sirdam. Yes, you see, when we've been talking about these things, I was going through my phone 2 days ago. I was seeing all the funny clips, all the skits we made out of this man, how he used to just say rubbish and everything. And I was thinking, maybe some of these skits, maybe they put extra. My brother, as the guy they land yesterday, still they give us back to back. As he just land yesterday, they were still whispering. They were whispering. Inside here, say, talk this one. I said, Jesus. Hey! So this thing is real. I don't even think so, okay, now, where, the president selects, he don't did there, so the title don't change, so maybe he go compose himself. Bro! Now one chance. Now one chance. And the interesting part is, you see this petition where they court. Hey, brother, this thing don't choke them. This thing don't choke them. They are looking for every way to discredit it or to make sure that thing doesn't happen. Now, what did happen with this Were Lamidi, this Ishawuru cousin? Where they jump up and down, they run, go court, go they withdraw case. No, the stupid man, don't forget, say you cannot withdraw the case without the permission of PO. He did the right hand for the front of the case like that. PO don't attach himself with Labour Party. So if Labour Party is withdrawing, it will be alongside PO. So these stupid idiots. And one thing you should understand is this their media guy, Gaba, which is the column, this garbage guy. Whatever he tweets is probably what has been going on in their meeting. Couple of weeks ago, the guy tweeted it. He said, now that they've had new chairman, you should congratulate Tinubu, withdraw the cases from the court so the country can move along. Say, so that's the plan we will not get with that one, Abi. And that is the reason why we are seeing this drama. So when they finish with their drama, and I see this man knows what he's doing. He is experienced. People are shouting, all in lawyers, they are evils. I don't talk them. I don't care if you put all your family members there, make them defend them. Simply because he don't work with them. He trusts them. They cannot sabotage that case for him. The lawyer told him, don't file this case under Labour Party. Don't use Labour Party. Use your own personal self. Add your own, join. And that is exactly what is going on now. So in case Labour Party do where they say they know they do again, they don't withdraw. And no, Allah, then they go. Now only P go still there. That is why you have reasonable sounds. That is how you have sound people that knows the legal method of winning cases. And this is what this man is doing. He's experienced at his job and he's going to deliver. That is what really matters. Tinubu came back yesterday. The moment he landed, there was nothing. All I heard was him wants to go and hit Amala. The one where your belly said, your belly don't big. You don't talk better thing. They talk say you want to go chop Amala. You want to go chop Amala. You don't see your belly. I don't even know who get belly pass between him and the youth leader. Youth leader where they inside. They are Israel. That one. That country is a joke. That country is a joke. And all those presenters, they stretch mic. Then all of them just they do stupidness. Nobody if you ask proper question. If you ask question, they go jail straight. If you it's as if they tell them. Now people where they in back, they tell people which kind of question they go ask them. Nobody asked about the Sudan. He didn't mention anything about the Sudan. Nobody mentioned about Guinea Conakry. When you know they're around though, that case come up, nobody has the balls to ask. Nobody. Not a single person. And they are making it sound like it's irrelevant. My brother, they choke them. We are on this space now, we go talk them. This is choking them tight. And the PICC, when I saw that picture yesterday, I thought I was dreaming. Say, they talk, he say, I'm as healthy as sand. I say, Sound the deity.
I
You don't
swear, Jimmy, you
go.
know what I miss? I miss when you get when we used to play all the back to back Sabino skit on bat.
Honestly speaking.
No, Otuma, I
Now
have many of those
wherever.
things, but I'm looking at. I just feel like I just get so angry listening to that man's voice at this point in time. Honestly, I am that point. I'm at that space whereby I don't want to hear him. He irritates my soul. Honestly speaking, if I did that play, if I journalist with it, I will carry my put for inside belle.
Saddam.
I'll put my for belle, make I hear the picking with this belle. Wait till the picking go talk.
Make una they notice now. Henceforth, Baba go start they wear clothes we get long sleeve now. Henceforth, he go they wear clothes we get long sleeve. Me una go note am. He go they wear now. Yesterday na kiss Baba won't blow. He just blow kiss. And I saw the whole thing just hey. Ashiri. The guy all blow kiss say and I saw everything everywhere just boss. People, cameramen, everybody just zoom in, say, hey, PICC.
This one a Buhari Pro Max.
Bro, honestly,
Buhari Pro Max. I want that presidency. This is God
go for big bad thing.
You get
I
this the
saw
way
that
Buhari
picture
talk
yesterday.
say
I
if
was
we go
like,
miss us, say we go me the final call as you go run go down. He don't know it is what he knows. He don't know.
that one,
At least
another
Buhari
journey on
that
his
point is
own.
that
I
really
beg
they take to
Otumba.
Buhari. This one just God. Like I went to I was in a doctor's office today and I used to do this where if I'm somewhere in Houston, I usually look for Nigerian names. Like it's part of my psychic. I want to see this establishment. Obviously, the two Nigerian names I will see the Igbo names, another one a Yoruba name, and I'm just thinking to myself, this is a major hospital, and you know, you have people, and there are thousands of them, and this is the guy that you guys want to present as our president. This is the person that they will say, this very smart person I'm going to.
Sure you
This
understand,
is the thing.
Otumba.
This
Sure
is
you
the drug
understand.
thing that the drug pregnant, blabber. That's not even in Nigerian. Like, where do we, man, bro? Sometimes,
Bro, honestly
mm.
speaking, I that thing has been cracking my head in. But I mean, thank God that we have people like Shilelu that is here and a lot of other international friends that are here listening to us. They know we are not all mad. Hmm? They know some of us are sane, and we know what is right from what is wrong. Because if we have a sick man as a president, that means the country is sick. We are not sick. If we have a drug dealing president, that means the country is a narco state. We don't do drugs. We are very comfortable. We are well-meaning Nigerians on this platform, clamoring for better government. We got it. It was stolen, and we're here to reclaim our mandate back. On God,
And
and
if
we
you
will.
doubt if it was stolen or not, please look at his tummy. Look at his
Honestly,
belly. His
look
belly,
at
he's
the tummy.
carrying a 9-month-old stolen mandate. He must give birth to that mandate. Tinubu, he
What's
must burn that
all
mandate.
those spy movies where you say they go find where they go hide sensitive information. They will inject it. Okay, say inject it into his. They go find the mandate for his belly. Say at least when the court say make a return now, like we guys do surgery operation to convert his mandate.
Oh my goodness. Let me just round up by saying this. We had a meeting with PO yesterday. It was a great one, and a lot of people were actually
Yeah, I
confused
want to rant
with a
about that meeting.
response.
What's your
A lot of I listened to a lot of stupid
with the
questions there for
question?
yesterday.
Why
But
would
I
you?
mean,
It's not even the
I'm telling
question.
you,
First of all, you don't even have Zoom etiquette. Why is your belly? Why am I seeing your hairy chest? Or why is your belly?
sure you
Why am I
understand.
seeing the eba you're making on the Zoom call?
Why can't you just off your video? I was just seeing different kinds of things yesterday. But I mean, my point is actually regarding the meeting is the fact that um PO said something and it was like we will get our mandate back, and it's someone now asked him when is the court hearing starting, and he said Well, it's up to the courts to decide that. And I think that response was actually was taken in a different manner by a lot of people, okay? Because a lot of people have actually reached out to me and were like, this one with people talk say it's up to the court. That means the court can decide to start the meeting, the hearing by December. No, it doesn't
Yeah,
work
they
like
have
that.
180 days.
There
There's
is a
180 days
law.
is count. I think it's counted.
We have 180
Yeah.
days. Thank you. And starting from when they filed the case, I think after the election, the filing of the case, and till the last day, which is 180 days. They don't even have to wait the whole 180 days. It can be done within a week. So him saying we're waiting on the court doesn't mean it will take 3, 4, 5 years, okay? Because people are comparing that to when it was a governor in Anambra State. And a lot of people have been coming up with this saying about Anambra in a small place. This is a whole country. He's dealing with a whole country, Nigeria. This guy kept saying it. He said he has been prepared for this before we got into this movement. And a lot of us just jumped on this moment thinking we just want to win this election, and that was it. We were not prepared for the aftermath. We were just ready for the whole campaign and just election. We went ready emotionally, mentally, because a lot of people were melted mentally when that thing happened. Honestly speaking, my DM was a mess. People were hitting me up like, you want me to go beat Yakubu? I did America here. What's you want me to do? People say, Jimmy, don't steal for. Wait, they steal for all of us. Not only you, they steal from. So we are looking at these things. So guys, please try and understand. There is a law, and that is exactly what we are following now. So it would be very mad of either INEC or the judicial system to go the other way around. You see what is going on in Sudan now? It should be a child's play. Nobody wants that country to burn. We, the obedient, we don't want that country to burn. But if they want it to burn, we will help them. No doubt about that.
My
Thank you,
brother,
guys. Thanks for
thank you, my
coming,
brother.
man.
I just want to big up all the obedience. See, if there's any joy I have in this movement, is doing that. We have all sorts of people in this movement. I say this all the time. I say all the time that this is a movement that has all sorts of people. It's not like APC where that there's only one set of people in APC, which are mad, mentally deranged people. Because you cannot be APC and have sense. But obedient movement, we have all sorts of people. We have the intellectuals, we have the highly cerebral, we have the celebrities, we have the bright minds, we have the violencers, we have the kamikaze, we have the FBIs, we have the CIAs, we have everything. Everything is in this movement. And all of them are represented on Twitter. You guys, hey, there's one. That account there. That account, you can just wake up. You can just post something. You can not say this one, he had a touch. You don't positively he say, one governor was caught boxers down in a hotel very far from his state.
I see that one too.
That account there, the only one that account they give for this movement. So, so I just want to shout out to all of you. Whatever you're doing in the movement, hey, go on, Jimmy.
No. I just remember that tweet. I just remember that tweet now. Oh my goodness. Lami saw this tweet. Lami say, please come down.
So, man, whatever you're doing in this movement, please do not stop. Just keep doing this. Just keep saying it. Just keep your foot on the pedal. Keep pressing the gear. Keep pushing. Don't stop. Do not relent. Collectively, we're going to go back. We're going to go up there and get back our mandate. Please, guys, just to encourage all of you out there, we see the work you're doing. We appreciate the work you're doing for the movement. Peter sees the work you're doing. And I say this all the time. I say this every time, that you're not doing this for Peter. You're doing it for yourself. We always remember that we are running for presidency through Peter. We always remember that we are going to the courts through Peter. We are the ones going to the court. So please, put that at the back of your mind every time you wake up and feel like giving up. Remember that to save a country, you're fighting daredevils. These people have spent all their lives. I say this all the time. I say, I'm like, imagine me being a child of El Rufai. All my life I've lived under government patronage. I don't understand what it means to hustle. Everything that comes to me has been from my father has been a this, my father has been a that. Everything has come from the government. So when you want to take power from someone like us, I will fight you too if I'm ever fight. You understand? So that's exactly where they find themselves right now. These people have lived all their lives eating from the coffers of Nigerian government. They don't understand what hard work is. That when Peter says wealth without enterprise, that's what he means. These guys don't understand wealth without they don't understand wealth with enterprise. There are people that have gotten so much wealth. You can go to Dubai and you see all the real estates in Dubai occupied by Nigerians. How do they get this money? They're laundering money for politicians. That's how they've always lived their life. So we are fighting for the soul of this country, and knowing that alone should push you and spur you to not give up. Keep pushing, keep pressing, keep believing. Whatever you can do, somebody reach out to me. Please, whatever you can do, do it. Do not wait. You can reach out to us and say, Sirdam or Ensis or Oma or Tumba or Jimmy or whoever it is, how can we do this? How can we do this? And if we can, we will help. Don't wait for us, please. Somebody's right now in UN charter going through the UN law. The person has to reach out to me and say, Sirdam, I think we should do this. I say, please, you yourself, don't you think we should do it? Go into it yourself. Find out that when you have any problem, reach out to us. Please, you might have the solution for us to reclaim back our country in you. Do not wait for Sirdam or Tumba or Jimmy or anybody in this movement to do it. Inside you, God might have placed it that you have the leeway for us to get back our victory fastest. Please come out, start doing something, and when you're hooked, reach out to us. We'll always support you. Thank you guys for always keeping us on the Vawulence space. Thank you for joining us. One more beautiful Tuesday. I see N6 is in the economy section. He's receiving the ministry from the economy. Hopefully, he will come up to minister. If not,
Make MCs come up. I don't see. Come up.
If he's free, he will come up. If he's free, he
You
will come
are
up. Right now,
welcome in the name of the Lord.
we go to sing for our song. All right, guys, let's jump the Jimmy, please, you help us the honors, please today.
Let me
as a servicing
just
priest.
gas hail our people. A lot of people are
Yeah,
here,
please
man.
do that for us. Then open the house
We
for
have
us, please.
over 1,000 people here, man. Damn. Wow. Our regulars are here. Shiloh, thanks for coming. Japi, well-meaning Nigeria, Omega X. Sweet child, my sister. I dey always love your back to back. I dey always love her. Thank you. God bless you. Godson, Ayobami, Ladi, thank you for coming. Wilson, I see you. Mrs. Bayat, thank you. Thank you. Always representing. Our Oga, since you come up, I know since this one way they do like Usher for
Please,
downstairs.
1 minute, just 1 second, please. I beg, please, 1 minute, just 1 second. As you're doing the whole stuff. I think that's you'll be good at this one. Every day, we just for our space. Now you're going to help people for us as we start space. Maybe they know the best for me. I beg. Let me just say happy birthday to our big brain Arias. Happy birthday, Jude Engis. Happy birthday, Jude Engis. God bless you. You have been a huge supporter of this violence-based family and the obedient movement in general. God bless you so much. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to one of us. Chigozie, today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you also. And Jimmy, I circle back to you. Please greet as much as you can before opening.
Thank you. Anka Dedi, I see you, my lovely sister. God bless you. Zari Yusuf. That's a soldier right there. Sweet angels, God bless you. Auntie Bolale, I see you. Biruki, Jobedient, Nello, Grandmaster, God bless you guys, man. These are the people that actually represent us without coming on violent spaces. They everywhere. They are tweets, different spaces they represent. So they are loyal members of the obedient movement. God bless you. Auntie Meg, I see you. Equity, Honorable Wada, God bless you. God's will, I see you. Illuminator, I see you, my brother. Efrani, Osaro, Pegged, Tech Mayor, the comrade, I see you. Lovely people are here. Allow me, you change your DP. God bless you. Jerry N, I see you, my brother. God bless you. Papa Chilo, Ada, I see you. Tachi, Adaweri. We have all the three Adas. I always see you guys. I mix you guys up all the time, but I see you guys. God bless you. Thanks, ladies. I don't see Larry too.
Happy birthday, Ken in Arias also. Happy birthday too. Please go on, Jimmy.
Oh God, I see you. Fetch, greatest, I see you. Armstrong, Happiness, Mazi Jaws, Ogateke, Res, I see you. A lot of the lovely obedience regular. I see you. Shiloh, our PhD holder, our professor. I see you, my brother. Ninja, Captain Ninja, I see you. Margarita, Steve, Helen, God bless you. Omwalatika, I see you, my brother. AK Priest, Akini, God bless every single one of you. I mean, it's a long list. The regulars are here. Lanre Onikon, I see you too, my brother. Ibis, Dolapo, Nimway, Stella, BOV, Extent. I see you, lovely people. Welcome to the Violence Space. God bless you. I'll keep up with the name later on. Guys, please request for the mic. Everyone here has the right to speak. You vent here, you speak, you give your submission. We all listen to you. God bless you all. We have a topic: hypocrisy of the media in Nigeria, Tinubu, PICC, and Sudan Watch. Please, let's stick to the topic and we'll move it from there. Right now, let's start with Dr. Olu. Give us some medical knowledge about this PCC thing, and we'll have your submission. Thank you so much, Dr. Olu. Welcome, my brother. 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Sorry,
everybody.
Dr. Lu. Sorry, Dr. Lu. I thought when I saw PICC, I thought it was Presidential Independent Council Commission, something commission. PCC
Everything
list.
Nigeria na commission now.
Continue, Abeg.
That's interesting, anyway. Thank you very much, guys, and thank you, the Violence. Well, it's important for me to first of all remind us that we have, irrespective of what is happening to Tinubu's head now, we still continue to be focused in whatever we are discussing. I personally want to just focus on the PICC because, in as much as we need to understand that his head does not really disqualify him, but it's an opportunity for us to know the kind of presidency that we are likely to have, even though we have an idea already. And by God's grace, I believe judiciary will do the right thing. At least the INEC select kind of presidency that they are trying to foster on us. Even though this guy has a background history of dementia, I personally was surprised when I saw him yesterday. It is impossible for you, when you are above 80, even once you are above 40 years of age, you start seeing your doctor counseling you about losing weight, the importance of you staying fit, the importance of you trying not to hard too much, run away from fatty food. Because majority of the diseases that you can imagine are actually associated with obesity. When you talk about kidney disease, talk about heart attack, when you talk about diabetes, talk about hypertension, talk about chronic ailments. So it is really, really unlikely for Tinubu doctors to be comfortable for him to be bloated the way he was bloated yesterday. It is really, really unlikely. And it's also unlikely for somebody to travel to France, even if you are sleeping, waking, and eating different kind of food. Tinubu that campaign and Tinubu, or the Tinubu that we are used to, within the space of less than a month, because he left Nigeria March 21 and he came back yesterday. You cannot have, I don't expect him to have had it like about almost 20 kg. So there is something that may be more sinister that we are not seeing. So definitely there is something going on. And then in as much as I would like to be very simplistic about what PICC means, it's important for us to know that we have two different kind of veins in our body. We have the central vein and peripheral veins. Central veins are the one that are very close to the heart, and
Dr.
peripheral veins
Lu,
are, yeah.
is it possible that he's pregnant?
Well, well, the funniest thing is that there are 5 causes of big tummy, and pregnancy is one of them. That's the funniest thing. There are 5 causes: pregnancy, fetus. We call it 5 Fs. Fetus, feces, it can be shit that is inside anyway. It can be fluids. It can be fat, and another
Or
head.
stolen bandits.
So those are where it's possible. But if it's a woman, I would have probably be more comfortable with that ideology. But anyway, there's nothing technology is not doing anyway. It probably was a female when it was in the US. Now it's a female now. So anything might have happened. But the most important thing we need to know is that PICC is not something you get ordinarily. It's not something that you just get somebody by bedside can just put you. You can just go to the hospital and say, I want a PICC line. It's something that is a special procedure usually done, even done in a special way, most of the time by a specialist, radiologist, interventional radiologists usually do that, to have a specific purpose and for specific people, which means that you cannot expect somebody that will just have a minor ailment and say, okay, let's put a PICC on your hand. It's not likely, because the main function of it is to deliver whatever you are giving patient directly to the bigger vein close to the heart, and to allow uniform distribution of that thing around the body. So what will make a gentleman of simple malaria or somebody with a simple disease just to be having that kind of veins when we can actually use the one that is very common? So there is something going on. And it is important for us to know that what are the main causes? Why do we use this PICC? Fine, the most common one is chemotherapy. If somebody is having cancer, but does Tinubu likely to have cancer? I'm not really sure. Because if you have cancer, there's other things that you must have. You have a weight loss, you're very weak, but you look very bloated. So what can make you have a bloated body? One of them could be kidney problem, which means that when your kidney is not functioning properly and you lose weight, I mean you become bloated, there's accumulated fluids, there's no proper excretions, and at times they can even use the stuff occasionally. There's a study that have been proved that they can use it for dialysis, or they have not really. That is what I saw last time. So it is possible. Then other things could be that times when somebody is on a very long form of treatment, which can last for several months, and you don't want you to be for doctors to be pricking you frequently. You are already worried, and you are needle phobia. Your disease is something that requires a very long treatment, special antibiotics. Underline that words, not ordinary antibiotics like augmentin. Special kind of antibiotics that needs to be delivered at appropriate time, and you don't want to have continuous exposure to needles or to medical teams. So they can actually put that line on there. So I'm suspecting that this could be the main reason why this is there. You must actually have an underlying disease that require them to put that lines there that require long-term treatment. At times, he does not look at another function is probably somebody needs to be taking special fluids. Maybe somebody have osovagectomy, you have a problem with your throat that require them to bypass some things to just give you food through the vein. But it is unlikely because at least he was able to speak to us, which means that I don't think that may be the main reason. But by and large of this thing is that PICC is not used for ordinary people. What he has is used for patients that have chronic problem. And the way he looked yesterday, I post something about Anasaka. Anasaka is a condition whereby your body is bloated. And if we are opportune to see Tinubu's leg, there's possibility that he may also have a swollen leg. I only need to see his leg to make my diagnosis because he has a bloated face. If you look at his jaw, it's too swollen and most likely to be more swollen in the morning, especially when he wakes up in the morning. Then look at his stomach. The stomach is too big. It is unlikely to be beer that is going to be inside. It must likely be fluids. Then if you look at most likely the leg will also be swollen, which means there are some underlying diseases that is going on. In as much as I don't want to make that diagnosis based on what I've seen, but evidence of that PICC shows that a lot of things is going on that Nigeria needs to know. And I'm so happy with the way Rufai was speaking today. That is our right. Even though you are selected, it's our right to know your status. You cannot be the kind of as bad as Ghana is the right of their doctors of their doctors of the populations to know what kind of ailment is affecting their president. Some people were trying to play down on what we saw yesterday that maybe it's a stunt. This cannot be stunt. I can assure you that it is a real PICC that is inside that man's heart. It cannot be fake. Because the question is, if you look at the antecedent, the presentation and how this guy look, coupled with the fact that there is a very significant PICC, it shows that there is an underlying element. The only thing I cannot assure is that I may not be able to make the diagnosis. But one thing I want to assure us on this space is that there is a lot of in as much as I believe that Peter Obi will get his mandate back, but there is a lot of dangers ahead. The fact that this guy has a mental problem already, consider that he has evidence of dementia, there is possibility that some other systemic ailment, and that require continuous monitoring, continuous medical treatment, continuous passage of antibiotics, and occasionally chemotherapy, which I believe it may not be. So, in as much as I don't want to talk about the other problems, I don't want to lecture us about the problems we face with PICC, how do we prevent it, it's none of our business on this space. But the basic thing is that we need to start asking questions. And I'm so happy that whatever glory that I was expecting to get yesterday, that PICC was enough to daff everything. Nobody longer take it serious. People was trying to look like as if a king is coming, because that's my fear, that when this guy comes, how will people react? Will people not be jubilating? Will it not dampen our spirit? But with the evidence of PICC, it was a perfect distraction for us from glorifying somebody that stole our mandate. And the fact that he came in with anxiety. Anxiety is the accumulation of fluids inside the big tummy. And that is what I think he had. This is not about, I don't think he's obese. I don't think he's a sign of good health. It's more or less like there is a fluid accumulation. But what I can tell you is that a lot of things can cause this, which I cannot really say by mere looking at it. One of them is kidney problem, liver problem, where cancer can cause it, and also some other neurological problems. So a lot of things can cause this, and also some infections. But by and large, this guy is very sick. This guy cannot function well. This guy will be a great disaster to us. This guy is likely to be ruled. Definitely, we are going to be ruled by Kaba. One of them was the one teaching him what to say yesterday. These are the people that will be telling him that we got to sign that paper now. Sign that paper, it's for contract. If you ask him which paper are we signing, this guy, a lot of things can be happening. And who knows? I even suspected that this guy might have gone for transplant. Because at times when you have a transplant, I'm not saying he has all these things, but we need to open our mind because the function of that line, I need to hammer it and repeat it, that the function of the line is because of the long term. That line can stay as long as 6 to 7 months. So you can imagine, you can put that line there, and people they just need to be passing fluids, passing the medications through the line for 7 to months. So I imagine if this guy went for transplantation, which is possible. It may be like he has a liver transplant. Who knows? He may have it just simple because the way Amanda left Nigeria is possible. He may have a kidney transplant. Because when you have kidney transplant, you rehab that way. There's some medication that needs to be passed across, and most of those medications are usually after you have finished your kidney transplantation. So, which means that we are dealing with fire. That's just the summary. We have a president that is very sick, mentally and physically. We have a president that we don't even know his health status. I'm 100% sure that this guy will not want to get that kind of treatment in lawsuits. And unfortunately, the funniest thing is that it may be Nigerian doctor that is treating him. So the challenge here is that people need to. I'm happy that we are talking about this. And I'm happy that we are unable to allow them to publicize or make a big deal.
Dr. Olu, your voice
Yeah, your
dropped.
voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on, bro.
So I wasn't finished. I'm happy that we are unable to deflate whatever imagination they are bringing for when it was coming. At least that PI is a perfect distraction, and it's a perfect opportunity for us to understand that whatever discouragement you had in the past, or you are feeling that you have to be re-energized. When you remember that you have a president that is sick mentally, that has a case of drug-related cases, that have a case of forgery, and now coupled with the fact that is physically unfit, then we should be more prayerful that Peter Obi have to get his mandate. So the unfortunate thing about this thing is that I I look for I cannot really comprehend why and how was he carried away to allow that PICC to show. And the reason why I want to say before I conclude is that definitely this was not part of his body when he was during the campaign. It is a recently placed procedure, because if he has been placed, this is not the first time he's raising his hand in the public. So which means that it's a procedure that I've done that recently done, coupled with the fact that he became bloated. This is not. It's not as if if you look at him critically medically, he's not fat. He's bloated. And what makes you bloated is that you undergo a very rigorous procedure, which the procedure you can have is more or less like transplant. But I don't know which kind of transplant it could be. You and I know that he has catheter for a very long time. The closest one I'm thinking in my brain is actually kidney transplant. So that is just the point, and I hope that we keep on become more focused. We also need to remind ourselves. I need to remind us about the 5-point agenda every time, which are one. We have a president that we are the reason why we're in tribunal is one, certificate forgery, drug baron, double nomination of Shetima. You can see the way General Oluchi have analyzed it. It's a very funny thing. The fact that INEC did not follow guideline, the fact that he did not have 25% of FCT, the fact that there is another dual citizenship, perjury. Please, anytime you find yourself in the market in Nigeria, anything you are doing in the market, please remind people that you have a president that is a drug baron, demented, and medically unfit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Olu. Oh, that was a lengthy explanation, but yeah, thank you. Let me just say this real quick. Like, how much is that PICC? Let's for it to be, done on people. How much is it?
My brother, well, the price for the PICC depends on where you are doing it. At least me, for King's College that I know, most of this procedure is close to £1,000.
Okay.
And let me tell you something. It's a simple procedure that a nurse can perform. That is how it just need to be specialist nurse. It's not like maybe it's a special procedure. I've seen it done many times.
Okay.
Although in UK, not in Nigeria anyway.
All right. Thank you very much. Beautiful submission, Doctor. I mean, that's the whole point. We needed a medical expert's opinion regarding that. So yeah, thank you. That was lovely. So now let's have a lady, and let's have Royal Laurel and Oladipo Ekene Ijikeme IJ Kolawole Oduntutun. See when in that order. But first, Royal Laurel, how you doing, my sister? Royal, are you there? I don't think she's there. Okay. Moving on. Oladipo is not. He dropped. What happened? He was here earlier on. One minute. What happened to Oladipo? He was here.
I brought him
I'll
back.
bring it
I
back. I'll
brought him
bring it
back.
back up. I'll bring it back. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Good. So
Please, guys, if you request for the mic, please try and be close to your phone so that when we call you, you can always speak. Please, people are out there requesting for the mic, and we want everybody to speak as much as possible.
yeah,
Please, guys. Thank you.
yeah.
Jimmy, back to you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Oladipo Mabioda. Welcome. You can have your 5 minute now.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear
Yeah, we
me?
can hear you loud and clear. 5 minute, my brother. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oladipo, please, a minute, please.
Closer.
I just want to use this moment.
Hello.
Please.
Go on, Saddam.
Oladipo, can you hear us?
I don't think you can't.
I don't think he can hear us. All right, I just want to shout out to one of our Valencians. I've never met the person, but someone said he introduced him to the violence space, and today is his birthday. So happy birthday to you, Kingsley Okoye, and I heard you're listening to the platform, and we celebrate you on this platform. God bless you, long life, prosperity. Guys, that's one of those things. If you have your loved ones having birthday and they're on the platform, please always reach out to us. We always give them a shout out on the platform. And also, hopefully from next week we'll start having shout outs for businesses, obedient businesses based in Nigeria on this platform. We'll have probably an hour. We just have an hour within the space. Small businesses that need support, reach out to us on the platform. We're going to be giving you free adverts for our people to support you across the country. So that's the little we can do for ourselves, because we need to hold up each other's hands as we grow up. All right, guys. Jimmy, I think I'll circle back to you.
Yeah.
Let's the commercial going. Thank you.
That advice no only for obedient to.
Can you
That
guys hear
before,
me?
Uncle.
I Agbado should not come. It's only for obedient to. So,
Can you guys hear me?
yeah. If you can move closer to your phone, please. Oladipo.
Okay. Give me a sec. Let me remove my head.
The echo is really much.
Can you
Echo is
guys hear me now?
better. Crystal now.
Yes. Good evening, Saddam. I'm sorry that I've been missing from the church some time. Nigeria is happening to all of us. We are doing the best we can to stay afloat. How are you? How is everybody? Otumba, I greet you. How are you? I greet everybody on the child, Auntie Bolanle, everybody, I greet you. Wọ́n ní ilé tó ń tòrò, ọmọ àlè ibẹ̀ ni ò tí ì dàgbà. Ìjọ́ tọ́mọ àlè ibẹ̀ bá dàgbà, ìjọ́ yẹn nílé yẹn ò ti tòrò mọ́. No matter how much peace, tranquility, and union that exists between the Yoruba people and the Igbo people, the has definitely grown up and has decided to ruin whatever peace that is between these people. You see, I am not even concerned about whatever anyone says. I was a selection by the INEC, and if not that, we have normalized madness as the order of the day. I don't think by now some people should not be in prison for the travesty that has happened. You see, can you guys hear me? I just want to be sure you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I want to be sure my network is not gone. Okay, you see, you ordinarily, let me just touch on this before I go to this woman and this PICC stuff. Ordinarily, Premium Times came out to say that is different from what INEC posted on IRF. IRF can only be accessed by INEC. The whole election should be cancelled. I say authority that if it is in a developed country, even if it is just a community, that is enough. And despite that, INEC is still so mad. Yakubu is still so senseless to the point that that aside. You see, my Yoruba people, oni àbọ̀rọ̀ la sọ fún tó bá dénú ẹ̀ adòdìdì. But I know that there are no Omoluabis amongst the supporters of the corn. Because after you guys mix Tinubu's dried shit, I know that the shit is even bad now with all the drugs that he has been pumped with. By the time you smoke the next batch now, you guys will go gaga online. We'll start to see the results in a few days. I by the time you smoke that shit, that thing messes with your brain that even your education second to stupidity. Because I don't understand. You can think that a man that has a charging port in his body will function normally and work well. Sada, waiting now.
Is it a charging phone?
So
Saddam, I don't like this. So, wait I talk now. Ah, I just the man has
continue, man.
I don't like him. Someone get charging port where they take took something enter the body. No be charging port. You can't dey laugh. I beg you, Dr. Olu, Dr. Olu, please explain. No, is it not charging port? Not charging port. So how will someone that has a charging port function normally? That means that the moment they forget to charge this man, then we are in trouble. You see, I keep telling you, see, every APC people that is on this list now, can you people not just sit down and think for a second that, am I really thinking straight? Is something wrong with us? Person wey no get charging port, Obama sef wey no get charging port, his hair grew white in under 4 years. In a country that the system is functional, the system is okay. Called Kedabiri. I don't understand. You know, when you get to a particular position in life, through hook and crook, through nepotism, being qualified for the position you are, you start to feel that you're on top of the world. Senseless. No matter how much they try to pad you, they try to adjust you, you will always act senseless. You know, I don't understand. Now that kind of woman won't come go dey talk for person. The moment you have trouble abroad, don't even call that woman, no, because that woman will compound your case. I don't understand how we can have people, indigenes of Nigeria, in another African country. There is no African country Nigeria has not helped. And as citizens and fifth-class citizens in those countries. And you are not calling up their president and telling their president that unless you want to be mad together, let any harm come to my people, I no blame them. Now because say they wan cash out, we don see say 150 million don go them, no. But I say it to you, the man that has a charging port can never function well in a Nigeria that Buhari has totally ruined. The last 8 years has been years of calamity, years of sorrow, years of death, years of killings, years of kidnapping, years of constant barrage on a mentality. And people will come to social media to tell us that lessons will be learned. They will come to social media to tell us that Nigeria is good. Like I always say, as long as you still believe that Buhari did well, that APC treated Nigeria well, your life, your destiny, the destiny of your unborn children will witness the same thing Nigerians has witnessed in the hands of it. Since you feel it's good, that will be your portion.
Is it just me?
No. I think a phone call came through for him or something.
While we're struggling with that, I think we should skip to the next one. But before we go on, please,
Yeah.
let me just wish another happy birthday to my big bro, our big bro in this family. Happy birthday in Arias, actually. To take care. Happy birthday in Arias, my big bro. He didn't tell us now. He didn't tell us. I don't know why, but happy birthday, sir. God bless you. Long life and prosperity to you and your family. All right, Jimmy, back to you, please.
Thank you.
Tida. Use this mic exactly when. Thank you. That was a beautiful submission as usual. Oladipo comes with the proverb back to back. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. The interesting thing about this charging port guy is that it's so coincidental that yesterday that he came, just a few hours before he landed, we saw a video of Peter Obi jogging, healthy man, jogging. They jog for road, nobody they disturb him. That's what we can call
Jimmy,
next minute.
Jimmy,
Yeah, go on.
another good thing, I really love how we have learned. I see our growth. I don't know if you pay attention to the growth of this obedient movement, how we have grown. If you notice what happened before elections, when they came out with that propaganda of he's dead, when he did that first drug dealing movement, and he went to meet Marwa and the rest and disappeared, and all of a sudden after 2 weeks or 3 weeks he came back. They now threw up they threw up their normal fake news, and Obedient jumped on it that Tinubu is dead. Where's Tinubu? Where's Tinubu? You know they try doing it again now on
Yeah,
Sunday.
they did.
Even Ruben Abati posted it up and say, pray for Tinubu. So they were expecting.
Kogi State governor to do am.
They were expecting that Obedience will now come out and shout, Tinubu is dead. Tinubu is dead. Where is Tinubu? And he will not come out yesterday with his pot belly filled with our mandate and now come out and like a hero.
Like
but God catch
Messiah.
them.
You know, I feel like Peter Obi intentionally released that video of him jogging. I think it was intentional. It just show us
But
like
bro, that video happened before Tinubu landed, bro. The video happened before Tinubu landed. It was just so coincidental, and he said something. I have to see, Peter Obi is ruthless. He said, "I have not rested since the election." but person go France, go rest. He said he has never rested since the election. They throw jab back to back, but yet you have someone that went to France to go and rest for election where say you don't even win. Election where you steal, you go rest from the election. I just hope we don't put in this cyborg to be our president eventually, because I have no single doubt. That mandate we swallow, we in the lane go vomit am last. Right. Let's move on. We have okay, Oladipo has spoken now. Let's have Ekene. How you doing, my sister? Or you be guy?
No, I'm not.
Aha. Okay, good. Thank you.
Hi.
5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. First time talking here. Um, I first want to say thank you to the host for creating this platform, because I feel like I have been holding back so much to say. But I think because this particular woman came up, I just feel I needed to talk because it brought a lot of PTSD for me. And I'm also going to talk about this from a personal point. Um, I think back in 2019, a couple of situations happened just before the xenophobic attacks happened in South Africa. And unfortunately, my aunt was killed in South Africa. So she was a government official, which makes this very ironic, right? So she was killed, and the entire situation, handling the entire situation, everything was just so messed up. But my family was still very optimistic, trying to see how all that could happen. And if not for the likes of Chidi or Dikalu that came to, make noise about it on Twitter, Abike Dabiri will have done anything. And it's quite sad because during that time, I was also very emotional. I was calling her out on Twitter. I was calling her out on the radio, making sure that I created some sort of awareness because I was like, how can one of your own people that went on a government function die in South Africa? And when you see these things on social media, when you see like, oh, 100 people died here, 50 people died here, when it's your actual family member and you're seeing them all over social media, the trauma that comes with that, people don't talk about it. We've not heard from the victims of the people that died in Kaduna. We've not heard from anybody else. They don't talk about it because I feel like we're still living in this bubble where we're like, okay, it didn't happen to us. Yeah, it happened. Nigeria is bad. Let's just move on. But people don't know the trauma. And I also want to mention this because um, what people don't understand is that a lot of Nigerians abroad, which is one thing that's driving this entire obedient movement, when we collect our mandate, a lot, if not at least out of those 20 million, 10 million will come back. That's how optimistic people are about this election. They want to come back. They're not happy abroad, right? So putting ourselves in this perspective of we need to get our mandate, we're fighting for our lives, the lives of our children and our grandchildren. That's what these people don't get. You can't put somebody that is sick in the most powerful office in the entire country, almost in the entire Africa. You can't put somebody that's sick like that, right? I just want to say, like, I hope she's listening, and I hope that, one way or the other, we try to get the Nigerians that are stuck in Sudan help. I'm thankful to Air Peace for doing what they can, but honestly, if we leave it to Abike Dabiri, they're not going to get brought back. They won't. I'm just letting you know it's been what, almost 6, 7 years since my aunt passed, and nothing has been done. So I'm just letting you know that this is what's going on. And I'll end this here with something my dad said just before, just right after the elections in 2015 happened. He said something, and he said his his generation's biggest regret to our generation is that they didn't let us know how bad Buhari's regime was. They did a disservice to us, and they honestly regret that. They're extremely upset. They feel like they didn't, and this is also something that history wasn't taught in school, so we didn't know this. But Buhari's regime was bad, and they're horribly apologetic to it, and they're right behind us as we're fighting for our mandate. So yeah, thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you, my sister. That was a lovely and touching submission. I can relate, the pain
Thank
in
you, my
losing
sister. Is
someone.
anyone speaking?
Jimmy, we're
Yes.
having a feedback. Your
Oh,
Jimmy,
yeah. Can you hear me
I
now?
can't hear him. Can you hear him?
Otumba, probably drop and come back. Jimmy, can you hear Otumba?
Yeah, I can hear Osumba, but he cannot hear me. But I can hear you as well. It was when
Like,
he unmuted his mic, the echo was, coming out. So, but yeah, I think I understand what the lady was saying. Ekene, sorry about your loss. I can relate to that, but may our soul rest in peace. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Um, let's move on to Ejikeme. How you doing, my brother? You have 5 minutes, please. Ejikeme, are you there? Hello.
Yes.
Let's
Can
move
you
on.
hear
Let's
me?
move on. Let's move on.
Okay, you said. All right. Okay. Yeah, we can hear
Oh,
you
yeah.
now.
Thank
Go
you
on.
very much, Emir Saddam, Jimmy, and distinguished members on the space. I would like to continue from where Dr. Olu stopped because what we're about to have at the helm of affairs in Nigeria is a disaster, a medical disaster, a time bomb that is ticking. It is not just okay, to have someone who has a PICC come to wave at people. In fact, they actually forgot that he probably had that on because ordinarily he should have worn a long sleeve. But just like Dr. Olu said, this is probably a case of either cancer or one systemic organ failure, maybe kidney, liver, or a conjoined organ failure that is necessitating this very severe medical, very serious medical intervention. And it goes to underscore what we have been saying all along, that not only is this guinea pig mentally unfit, he's also medically and physically unfit. Emir Saddam talked about his bloated abdomen as the swollen mandate. But to be very honest, we are looking at ascites, that is fluid in the abdomen. A lot of people have brought pictures of his past and then now the pictures of his current state, having stayed these long weeks away from the country. So it is not to be taken lightly at all. This man is obviously sick, and this is APC moving us from frying pan to fire. We had a president that stayed about 6 months or more of his presidential tenure abroad, and between the period he was away, there were no ministers, nobody to handle the economy, and of course the Nigerian economy plunged. This is a government that has brought us 2 straight recessions back to back. So we cannot have, in fact, I make bold to say that it is most likely this drug dealer Bola Ahmed Tinubu might as well go back to the foreign country he's coming from before May 29, because we're looking at a very serious medical condition right here. They couldn't hide this one, and they couldn't cover it. It's very unfortunate, really, that we have a group of old leaders, a very minute percentage of old leaders that rather than stay and enjoy the rest of their lives with their grandchildren and of course relish on their achievements in life, they want to hold on to power. Nigerians must be alerted of this medical time bomb about to happen, so that we do not have a terrorist and Osama bin Laden takeover in less than months after he is sworn in on a stolen mandate. Now, the media is unfortunately gagged, Emir Saddam. I make bold to say the media is gagged. They are all afraid. And we can understand why they are, unfortunately and shamefully so, behaving in this manner. We have had a government for 8 years now that clamps down on the media. That the data is still missing. There are so many journalists that are bold enough to, break very serious news to Nigerians, and the next thing they are just gone. They are missing. So this is why it looks as though the burning issues in the country are not addressed. And this is where I raise my hands and doff my heart for members of the Arise. At least they are the very little, the very minute members of the media, the journalists that are bold enough to call out the burning issues and discuss them, at least to a reasonable extent. So it's very unfortunate that post Goodluck era, the last PDP government, we have had an APC administration that would stop at nothing but to gag the media. Let us also not forget that this particular government banned Twitter. Where they don't have full control, they go to an outright ban. And I make bold to say, if this criminal government is enthroned again and sworn in, They are also possibly going to do even worse from where Buhari stopped in this particular regard. So it's very unfortunate, Emir Saddam. I get your pain, when you listen to news abroad and CNN and all of that and see how they dissect issues, and they don't care whose ox is God, but they hit the topic and they talk about it fairly because there is freedom of information and they have rights. But unfortunately in Nigeria it is not so. The Sudan situation is very unfortunate. And it's more painfully so because of the outburst of a supposed public servant who is supposed, if she is not smart, I mean Abike Dabiri, if she is not smart, she should just close her mouth. This is not the first time we are having rhetorics of this abysmal behavior from that woman. I remember there was a time some Nigerians were on death row for drugs in some Asian country, and she also came out and made some derogatory remarks. It's very unbecoming of a public servant. And of course, she's positioning herself to be Minister of Foreign Affairs under the stolen mandate government. Yes, of course, I need to break it here to let you people know that's the choice position she's looking at, bearing last-minute changes. So we are almost going to have a bigot who's just so uncivilized with her statements every time she comes on public spaces to address Nigerians. It's very unfortunate, really. We are really heading from frying pan to fire if this particular mandate is sworn in. A criminal drug baron, for that matter. So for us, obedience, we'll have to continue to hold these narratives. For me, I cannot wait any other second than to have the tribunal start this judgment. Let us start hearing cases from the tribunal. Ideally, this case is supposed to end before May 29. Let us not have a time bomb, criminals and terrorists take over the affairs of Nigeria. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I yield the mic.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Sorry, Jimmy, please. Just a minute. I just want to use this moment also to shout out to other journalists doing the hard work. Honestly, while we come up here and praise Rufai and the rest, somebody just brought out my notice that OG Okpe is actually one of the star people in the media. That lady has been awesome. She's actually the one that's why most times when I come on the platform, I say let us trend issues, is because she has a platform whereby trending issues are being spoken of on TV, live TV. So most times when we trend these issues, it gives her more a leeway to make her job more easier. So please, and Ayo also, in fact, all those people, their whole Arise crew, you guys are amazing. Big shout out to all of you. I'm not giving excuses for any media. The media should be gagged or not gagged. People spoke out during the military regime. So if they are being gagged or not, speak out. If you're not doing, speak the fuck out, man. Speak up. People are not. It's not Nigeria. Not the first place that they have gagged media. Speak out. There's no excuse. That's our excuse. Police. There's corruption up there. It's if we keep enabling these people, they don't do their jobs. Then we as major say we don't have any country anymore. Please let us don't shield these guys. As a journalist, there's no reason. Did you hear when he came out and say, Shehu, you came to my house in New York, in America? They are in bed, brown envelope, collecting brown envelope up and down. If you're not collecting brown envelope, you will speak out with your chest. That is the truth. Speak out. You will not die. If you die, come to Nigeria, come out and we'll crowdfund for you and help you. I think, Jimmy, that's just my 2 cents. I think let's keep the conversation going. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, that's a valid point. You will not die. Speak up. Rufai. I love to say Rufai carry fire for head.
If I get 2
Rufai
heads.
still, so you understand. So I mean, all these ones where they talk say they don't gag them. They don't gag them. They should speak up just like Rufai. It's just that the guy didn't collect money, and he keeps saying it before he says anything on TV. He says, let's just say the truth. I love that guy. He says it the way it is. He doesn't sugarcoat anything. So yeah, let's move forward. I think the next question should be IJ. IJ, how you doing, my lovely sister? Welcome.
Hi, Jimmy. Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much for the space. Thanks, Amir Saddam. It's been a while. And I mean, the topic today is a lot. Let me start with the media. It's like the last person have said, and everybody continues to say, the media is really gagged. It's unfortunate to see how proper media works in other places, but in Nigeria, it's just like we're already in a state-run media, with the exception of Arise and a few of them in Arise that are doing the God's work. But I actually fear for them. To be honest with you, I actually fear for the folks in Arise because I believe this APC government is going to begin to attack them individually. They're going to begin to throw accusations at them and, find reasons to, apprehend them, jail them, throw them, just threaten them with their families in so many different ways if they are actually sworn into power. The only reason that they are still talking as much as they are is because it's still the Buhari administration. And perhaps just like us, they are hoping that the right thing is done at the judiciary level. But I'm really very worried for them. We see what these people are doing to even just religious people who are speaking up, be them the pastors, be them the imams, like whoever is speaking up against these people is being, they just send the DSS to the person. It's ridiculous. So I do worry for them. We cannot count on channels. Channels is a complete state TV. I don't think there's any difference between channels and TVC at this point. It's quite unfortunate what Shehu has turned himself into. I continue to say that I believe he's a good journalist, but then I also believe that he's completely and solely in the pocket of APC, and he does not have the ability to defend anything in the interest of Nigeria. So it's really just sad seeing our media. I don't know what the likes of Rufai is going to do. Really, that guy has a lot of passion to see Nigeria move forward, and I really don't know how he's going to coexist with this APC government if this sham of an election holds and actual swearing in happens. It's terrifying to me, honestly. And so when you talk about Sudan, on the other hand, I think Jimmy, you're the one that said that what does Sudan have, and that's a good question to ask. Like in my wildest dream 10, 15 years ago, I would never imagine any Nigerian would want to go to Sudan to live. Maybe to explore the country Sudan, if you really just want to explore other parts of Africa. But to go and live in Sudan, why will a Nigerian go to Sudan to seek any kind of I don't know, livelihood? But people are doing that. That Sudan is even a country now that Nigerians are going to. These are the kind of things that makes me really very terrified. And I was talking to someone recently, and I told her the war going on in Sudan is a child's play to what will happen in Nigeria if what is going on continues to happen. If the judiciary does not decide to save Nigeria, if they want to really set this country ablaze, what is happening in Sudan will become a child's play, because it will get to the point where people have nothing else to lose. Killing becomes just like you begin to see a human being like a chicken. Like at this point, it kind of almost seems like it's happening already in some parts, but it will become widespread. It's going to be very brutal. I can't even explain the amount of crime that will be committed in this country if they don't get it right. And we're heading that way. And we don't want it. This is not what a lot of us here are for. We want our country to move forward, but then we have the political people in power that will not stop at anything to get what they want. So I don't know what's going to happen in the coming weeks or months, but Sudan is not very far away from where what we can be. So just for all of us to keep that in mind. And when you talk about I think yeah, the whole Tinubu thing, I really don't want us to be so sucked into this whole Tinubu health, because believe it or not, um, that guy will be my only fear when I look at Tinubu. And this is kind of like a backstory. I think we've had this conversation before. This issue of the possibility that there is a huge, organ transplant crime going on in Nigeria is really is happening. There's a lot of it going on. So I see a lot of people in power now, and I feel like the only way they can perhaps die. I don't want to use that term, but when you watch somebody that is physically sick, it's not like you can see them physically ill and going, and you consider their age, and you think that if this is a family member, perhaps your grandfather or something, you will begin to prepare your mind for maybe when they're gonna go. That's the normal thing to do. But in this day and age, you don't think that way with Nigerian politicians, because guess what? If they need to kill 1,000 people to get that right kidney, the right heart, they will do it. They would do it and they would get it. And this is something that is already going on within our political system and perhaps up to the highest level in Nigeria. So the only way you can even imagine that a politician, loses their life, the easiest way these days is perhaps cardiac arrest, heart attack, cancer. But when it comes to diseases that have to do with any failure of a particular organ, okay, maybe with the exception of the brain, but failure of a particular organ, they will kill as many Nigerians as they can to get the right match. And that is terrifying, but that's already happening. So a lot of us can sit here and imagine that this guy could be going through all kinds of diseases, and it is very clear. We don't need to be a doctor to see it. We all know his true age, now whatever he's telling us. So obviously he's ailing. And again, he is somebody who, is addicted to knuckle. So what do you expect? But we'll be surprised to see him still here in the next 5 years. Why? Because he will get the right organs. He will get it somehow, one way or the other. They will get that for him and he will get that transplant. So this terrifies me, really. I mean, I have a friend whose mom is battling cancer, and they will be having a surgery tomorrow, but they basically could only find two cardiothoracic surgeons in the entire river state. Two, only two. There are states that do not even have a cardiothoracic surgeon, and you don't even know if these are the good ones, but that's all you have. That's for an ordinary Nigerian, and you're trying to save your life. So all over the country, we don't even have good medical personnel because everybody is looking for greener pastures somewhere else, and you just have to deal with whatever you have. But we have people like these people who supposedly have all the money and all the power, and they could have built facilities and equipped them, but they won't do that. They steal this money, they run away to other countries. So this man, I don't want to deal with his medical condition because I feel like he will do whatever it takes to keep himself alive. But only God determines how far he can go. So if it's God's will, we're going to be stuck with this man and he's evil, then I don't know. I don't believe that is God's will. So I believe that we'll find a way out. I believe the judiciary will wake up and save this country. But if you're also going to imagine a situation where now Nigeria has lithium, correct? Somewhere in the north, I believe. A friend of mine is talking to a company that really a Fortune 500 company. For anybody who knows what that means, Jimmy, these are like the big boys in here in the US, right? And a company wants to come into Nigeria because of the whole lithium thing. Set up a battery company. They'll be making all kinds of battery for cars, for household appliances, for all kinds of battery. But now they are not even sure if they can do it. This is a company that could give thousands of Nigerians jobs, but they are not even sure if they can do it. Why? Because they're worried about, what do you call them? The non-state actors, the bandits. They're worried about the insecurity, the possibility that we may be prescribed the narco nation, the kind of leadership that is coming up. So many things that these people are worried about. So, and you having this lithium, as I heard, is not even being mined officially. It's something that is being done underneath. Some people are just doing it on the cover. So the government is not even getting anything from it. But imagine when a proper government, like an OB comes in, or at least somebody that is upright comes in. At least these things will be mined officially. The government will have a lot of taxes coming in from whoever companies that are coming into you have facilities like the likes of Tesla wanting to come into the country, but this will not happen officially. Why? Because some people just want to keep the money to themselves alone. And this is why people are being killed in their thousands in the north. It is not the story behind what is going on in Nigeria is mind-blowing. Nigeria is one of the countries that have pretty much every single mineral resources on the face of the planet. is in Nigeria. If any one of us here is science inclined, remember organic chemistry. Remember that table that you read. Remember every single of those resources, minerals. You can find them in Nigeria, literally every single one of them. So this is a country that without oil, we should be swimming in the kind of money that UAE has. But we're not going to see it. The citizens are not going to see it because we have people who are obsessed with getting money at any cost, killing people and getting money at any cost. So it's just really, really sad when I think about the state of Nigeria. And my sister, I think it was a Canada, said, for some of us that are wanting this country to be well, it's not because we want it, because more than half of Nigerians outside Nigeria want to come back home. For goodness sake, what is it that we're gaining outside of Nigeria when the rest of our family is in Nigeria? But again, yeah, Jimmy, I can see your hands. I don't know what we're going to do about our current state. I really hope. I was asking the question the other day, has the tribunal started? And how are we really going to get this televised? I hope we do. So for transparency's sake, everybody wants to see that. But let's really hope that it happens. I think it was Harry Shield that was saying the other day, if Atiku wins the tribunal, there will be a lot of industrialization, increase. If Obi wins, there will be a lot of foreign and domestic investment coming in. I mean, I'm still skeptical. I don't know. I have my feelings about the whole Atiku thing. But obviously, if Obi wins, you will see a lot of foreign and domestic investment being increasing all over the country. But we have no way of moving forward as Nigerians. But time will tell what we're going to become in the next few. Are we going to become a Sudan, or are we going to become Dubai? It's left for us to tell anyway. I don't know, but hey, God knows.
Thank you, IJ. Lenti, but it made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense. I remember the periodic table you're talking about. Every single um, every single item on that table can be found in Nigeria. You're absolutely, correct. And there's one other the one they called, I think it's Californium. That was a lot of money as well. We have all those things in Nigeria but I have no single doubt it will be under a good management when OB comes through. Right. Thank you so much, IJ. We should have Kolade here, but he dropped. Or don't it dropped as well. So we have Siwen. How you doing, Siwen? How you doing, my brother? Siwen, you there?
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Loud and clear. 5 minutes, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you all, Emir, Saddam, Jimmy. All the roll call has been done, so thank you all for having me. And the hypocrisy of the media, it annoys me. So recently, I've been trying to do something because I get offended by what I see and hear and read, and I have to tell myself, don't be drawn into their black hole. Sometimes I want to really lash out and give everybody a punch in the neck when they say all the rubbish they say, especially at BK recently. But I just tell myself, no, take it easy. Don't be drawn into their black hole. There's a lot happening in the media space that is not making sense, but like we know, they are owned by the devil. And if the devil is the one paying the piper will play and do only what the other person tells him to do. So as much as I don't give them a pass for anything they're doing, but that's the reason why this nonsense is happening. Every other day I want to attack, but I'm like, hold it in. Don't become a mad person because of these people. For Tinubu's PICC, I've had to do some studies, distended stomach and all that. It no concern me. I don't tell their drug daddy, may he can't give us our mandate. I really don't care about his health. Like we know, he can buy anything. If Buhari lasted these 8 years, Tinubu can last or more. Let's not even bother ourselves with the charade about his health. We're not pitting anybody to be our leader anymore. We're saying, give us our mandate. You stole it. So we keep the focus, whatever. Troll him all we can. Because me, myself, I've been on that job all day. But I believe that it doesn't concern us. His personal health is his problem. And since Nigeria has not learned its lesson, they would most likely fall into the same errors they did with Buhari. But it will not happen on this case because we are speaking out and we are not backing down. Sudan. On Sudan's matter, I have been really worried because I'm wondering how APC people see Nigeria and think Nigeria is working so much, not remembering that the rate of migration is really, really bad. For people to want to live in Sudan, it shows how bad Nigeria really is. Like, Sudan is one of those countries that every other year there is problem. Every other 2 years, 3 years, there is an issue in Sudan, and some people still find it as a good place to stay. It does not make any sense. And it's a certain group of people that live there very much. It's a group of people that feel that, oh, maybe I'm going to learn something that will make me core something, that will make me stronger in something. Yes, I know that the economy might be some way better than Nigeria because Nigeria has refused to grow under the leadership of people that don't know anything, which is like a no-brainer. If you don't know anything, you can't implement anything. But it's sad to know that people we are paying would insult us. Like, Abike, I wrote her a lengthy text yesterday. Then I retracted it because I was like, see, I know people that are her companions, like people that worked with her when she was in NTA. I know those people one on one, and I can never imagine those people stoop to the level in which she is operating at this moment. But I think APC corrupts everything he puts his hands into, and this is another corrupt individual who has just collected enough corn. She feels everybody is dust. She doesn't see human beings as humans anymore. There is nothing I can actually point to her as having done in every position she has been given in the last 8 years. And it's sad, but that's where we are. I just want to encourage everybody, keep your eyes focused, leave all the things that are happening. The case with Apapa, we have a solid ground. We are not shaking. All the charades being played here and there on social media, leave it. We get God by our side. Nothing is going to take this away from us. We are backed by a force of individuals that outnumber the enemy. Because we have enemies, but we outnumber them. We should always have that at the back of our minds. If they match us, they cannot reach us. They are as poorly distributed as the Nigerian armed forces against every Nigerian. That's how we should think about it. We have a strong ground. Let's keep pressing. Like Emir Saddam said, let's keep doing what we have been doing to ensure that our fronts are covered. At the end of the day, we'll get our mandates and nothing will happen. The Nigerian state will go on like it has always intended to go. Thank you all for listening to me. Have a wonderful deliberation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my brother Siren. God bless you too. Beautiful submission. I think what you probably didn't want to say is the fact that Sudan is considered a place where some people go there to get radicalized, and they study.
Exactly. I didn't want to
Yeah,
say it, but that's exactly what it is.
well, I mean, it is what it is. People go there for all these terrorist acts and everything. They go there to get radicalized from UK. Name it. They go there to learn more about this extremism and all that. But yeah, we know there are certain types of Nigerians that mainly go there, which are the Awuso people. But I mean, it just, the facts are there. We're not just saying this. The facts are there. The figures are there. Go and Google it. You see it. The names of people coming out now shouting for help. We're not tribalizing anybody. We're just saying what is out there. And it doesn't change the fact that regardless the kind of people that are there, an Igbo man is volunteering his jet to go and pick them up there. So it's a topic we cannot shy away from. So yeah, thanks for that submission. That being said, let's move ahead. We should have a Captain Niger now, but we have a lady here. So I'd like us to, operate on this gender balance thing. Okay, so Captain Niger, please indulge me. Nello, my beautiful sister, how you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Nello, are you
Yeah, I
there?
had to quickly
Okay.
disconnect my earpiece. All right. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Saddam. Olawaski, my bro. Everybody in the speaker and listener section. I greet everyone. Okay, hypocrisy of the media. See, please, I don't know, you guys permit me because I really there's something that when I was listening to Arise today, I know you guys know this on Doka man was on Arise this morning, and there's something that he said. I just want to play because I know that we might have some lawyers, in the house. Because you see, these are our Nigerian media, especially these people. I feel like they come on the media, and they try to deceive the people. Please, I need our lawyers in the house. People who don't read constitution inside out. Even if this, you don't read this constitution inside out, because I'm sure that there's been conversations around this very thing. Please, I just want to play this thing, if you guys will permit me, so that everybody can listen and then give us share their opinion on this, because you see, this information we don't have to rely on.
Oh, what happened? Nello dropped.
Happened though, I got kicked out.
Oh boy. Okay, I was wondering because the whole place just went quiet. All right. Yeah, go ahead now, Nello.
Okay, all right, no worries. Anyway, I'll just leave that part because let me just move on to what I wanted to say. So the topic of the day, and Saddam is also on topic now, because it's the hypocrisy of the media and how the media presents issues sometimes just to try and dissuade the people. But anyway, if you say not to play anything, it's fine. I'll just move on. um when talking about, in fact, this whole thing has thrown me over. Talking about how the hypocrisy of the media, sometimes, especially with regards, if you even check with regards to channels television, if you check those people now, because they are not truthful, the way they try to present matter. I think it was our brother Max Obesit at some one point that said, when you are listening to the media, you should pay attention to the way they frame questions. Instead of asking the obvious questions, they frame their questions in such a way that they try to shape the narrative. Like okay, let's take for example now, Fashola is there. She'll ask She'll ask about Saddam, you're distracting me with these messages. So she was asking Fashola, and he's like, instead of, okay, he asked about the dual citizen thing. You would expect, okay, like if you listen to when Ayo was asking this lawyer, the CJN, ex-CJN guy, about it. The guy, after the guy answered, she went ahead to say, but this person, did not fill it in his form. Those kind of follow up. Well, when he threw that question about all this, the dual citizenship, and Fashola kind of dismisses it. It just, that is what they are trying to do. They are trying to make you to dismiss that thing and make you feel like it's a no point. So these are the things that you pay attention to. Like sometimes we have something that blows up here on social media. It's an issue. First of all, if it was a different media, the main thing, if it was like in the foreign media, they will not be the angle that they'll be coming from is not whether this man whether he has dual citizenship, is the morality of it. These people take morality so seriously. What you're going to be hearing, what the media will be talking about 247 will be the fact that he lied on his form, EC8, whatever, that form, that they feel. That is going to be the bone of contention. He lied. what kind of person, someone that, just common form, do you have? Have you ever taken up dual citizenship? You said no, you know and then you now leads to the whole mystery surrounding this person. The school that you said you went to, they've been to that school, you are not they say they don't know you. You said you went to government secondary school. What set you cannot tell. What primary school did you go to? You cannot tell. What secondary school did you go to? You cannot tell. They went to the university that you said you went to. The certificate, if they would link all this thing and bring it down to morality. But at the end of the day, you have a case where the media, they will just, even this guy on Arise TV, he does it. Ruben Abati, he will be, if they bring an issue around morality, he will quickly come try to be like, morality is not law, and kind of just try to diminish the enormity of these things. How can someone who wants to be the number one person in the country, you are simple things as you're lying in the form that you're feeling? It's such a big deal. It is a big deal. But you see our media, they try to make it look like nothing. Oh, it wants the issue of dual citizenship. If once you're national, once you were born here in Nigeria and your parents are Nigerians, it doesn't make any difference. But that is not the point. So then when we now come to to Sudan, see this Sudan matter. The part that the angle that I'm looking at it from is this. Imagine if it was, in Sudan, the people that are there in Sudan are mainly northerners, but these guys cannot even. Buhari is the northerner, a Muslim northerner. These are his people there in Sudan. He cannot even rally up to see that he gets these guys out. This is for you to know that the incompetency of the government, it cuts across tribes. If because most times they try to make, they use tribe to camouflage, they use tribe to hide their incompetency. Imagine if it was maybe in a place like say Malaysia now, where it's mainly Igbo people that are there, you would have started hearing things like let them, this one, that one. They would have just ordered the thing, and then and somehow, instead of us talking now about how ineffective, how incompetent, how useless this APC Buhari government is, now it will become an issue of people start fighting themselves. And I just want Nigerians to I hope for the day that Nigeria will be able to rise above this tribal talks, and begin to see governance as if the government fails. I keep saying, like in Lagos State, APC has ruled Lagos State for how many years now? 24 years. Every year, every 4 years, when these people want to come back to power, because they have failed in everywhere, all the promises that they make, they never fulfill anyone. They use the whole tribal rhetoric to ride back to power. But I tell you, when the gloves are off, Buhari cannot even go and save his own people. The same northerners that would give him millions and millions of votes. Because when you are useless, you are useless. And again, why we keep fighting ourselves, we keep going join these tribal wars, is because of failure of governance. But instead of, because other places, other countries, I'm telling you, even in the UK here, you still have people from the UK. They say things about people from Scotland. They yap themselves. They say things about people from the ones from Wales. But because the government is working, the government will never seek to play people against themselves. You see that all this fight that we're fighting ourselves, if government is working, it will just be banned. It will just be banned. Anyway, I use my mic here. I think when I want to talk about Tinubu's, the guy, I don't know if he did Botox, because this kind this kind swollen face. I don't
BBL,
I don't
reverse
know which
BBL.
one it is because the guy must have done Botox because the way the face was just swollen and everything. I say, now wow. But they should also do Botox of the brain because Baba still could not remember the things. He said his feet as a sand. And then somebody still had to remind him. I should not be laughing because yes, before I leave obedience, there is this so much emphasis on May 29, and I fear that if May 29 comes and Tinubu gets sworn in, a lot of people will get demoralized. See, this thing that we are fighting, it goes beyond May 29. I want us to still keep up the energy whether May 29 happens or not. You see this energy that we are keeping up.
Let me even say it. Let me sorry now. See, I believe May 29 will happen because I think Peter Obi raised it yesterday and they said it's just another day. I think was this something they said it was another day or something like that. Like like just another day. You see, because the problem I have is, and this is where sometimes we psych ourselves. If you've drawn a line in the sand and you're saying um everything you're hinging on. Once May 29 happens, if you don't get what you want, then we're done. Then you're gonna psych yourself out because you've how will I put it? You've tied yourself to that date, which is why now do I also feel similar way? Yeah, I won't lie. Like I'm like I don't. Nobody wants him sworn in, but we have to also work with the mindset that there's a possibility he might get sworn in. Like we have to, so we can't just psych ourselves and close out like, oh, once after May 29 like this, once they're swearing, nah, then then they've won. Then he's won. Then he's legitimized whatever. So
It's just
you're
same
right,
way.
and
It's just same way people or many of us believe that it was 20 February 25th was sacrosanct. It was everything must end February 25th, and this is a process. It is a process. All we are doing right now is holding the Nigerian system accountable. And even him, they asked him yesterday. He said May 29th is just a date. He knows that it's just a date in the calendar. So please, if you go and put your mind on May 29 must not happen, of which we are praying does not happen, we are working towards seeing it does not happen. But if it happens, our justice, our own is with judiciary. Our own May 29 now the day with Supreme Court will talk, say, Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not win elections, or Bola Ahmed Tinubu won elections. That is when Nigerians were robbed, for good or for evil. So if you look at May 29 is just a date in calendar, as he said yesterday also. So please, I'm saying this because I know how we like building up hopes, and listen, don't build up any hope on that date. If it happens, if it doesn't happen, our own is that mandate he has swollen, that's his belly. He must vomit it. Come 29th or come after 29th. That's just my 2 cents. But Nello, go on.
Yeah, I laughed when you said the mandate has swallowed his tummy. Yeah, but seriously, you guys, we have a very watertight case, and the only way that they will sweep this our case down is if we stop talking about it, if we stop keeping an eye on the judiciary. And I have a feeling that, he's probably going to get sworn in. I mean, we don't want it, but it's okay. Let them swear him in if they want to. But you see that case, they will finish it under 6 months. And we must insist. We must keep talking about that case. I love what Distilled Marshall is doing. She's breaking down the point. And also, that was why I also wanted to play but don't worry about what I wanted to play. I'll probably do it on my own space, and we have our UC Maxwell to come and talk about it because these people who they come, and the constitution is an open thing that anybody and everybody can read. And the thing is that sometimes we carry some people's word. If you're not sure of something, go to the constitution, open it, read it. If you're not still very sure, you can meet another. This knowledge is not deposited in just one person. So don't just take one person's word comes and say something. The constitution is very, 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 very firm on criminal case. If you've been, indicted or whatever for criminal case, it does not have a time limit on it. So anyway, I use my mic here. I just want to tell every obedient, keep applying pressure. If they like, they should go and get 10 Lamidia Papa. That's their business. I can see Festus Keyamo is already rejoicing. Festus
Media,
Keyamo,
Papa.
that stupid son.
That man is a hardened criminal. You know that? I don't know if you guys saw that post yesterday. That post I went. I don't know if you guys saw that post, but I was just taken aback. But you could see how criminal minded Festus Keyamo is.
Saddam, this
You
whole
could
APC crew, they are all criminals from
gang of thieves.
Bajabiamila.
I
I don't
swear, Nello. I
understand.
swear, Nello. Nobody there is clean. They
Gang
either
of
have one case
thieves.
in the US or it's like they picked a bunch of criminals together and said, and which if you look at
Not
it
just criminals, I'm talking
objectively, I
about
think
hungry
some of the people
criminals.
we were talking about this yesterday. We were looking at think about PDP. PDP doesn't have. I think after Obasanjo's second term and Yar'Adua's first term, they used it to flush out a lot of the James Iboris and the PDP dealt with a lot of their crazy people, the Bode judges. They went to jail and stuff like that. APC just went and recruited all of them. Like APC just handpicked all the
So please, guys, share the space, retweet the space, let people know that we are back and we are back on our discussion. I don't know, we had over 1,000 people on the space, so please, guys, hit up your retweet buttons, share the space, tweet the space. Um, hmm, Oga don't come back, so Jimmy, I think I might have to step you down if Otuma comes back from the co-host.
No problem.
Yeah,
Make sure you come, I beg.
N6 is back. So Otuma, please, you can request the mic,
All right.
please. Thank you. Um, guys, please share the space. We are back again one more time, like we never left. N6, if I say that you coordinate this attack because now she just request the mic. I just see your request. I won't bring you up more. Now I lost. I lost. I lost
No,
control of the whole
no.
plane.
From my end, it was already sending me messages. The host of this space is having connection issues, so it was already skipping from my end. I was requesting the mic to tell you that Saddam, this space is about to crash,
Oh,
and then it.
wow.
MTN had already flashed the message. The host of this space is having connection issues like twice. I was like, what the hell is going on? So that was then I requested. I just wanted to say, Saddam, this space will soon crash. Next, I just so pop.
Yeah, I just saw you. I was like, CS won't come up finally. That whether I don't get free to talk. But that's fine. That's fine. Welcome, my brother. I think you've been the economy of the church, and you've been hearing how the service has been going. I think that's been entertaining. I don't know if you want to.
Say sometimes if you're too day near pulpits, once in a while, just go the back of church, enjoy service like regular person where they come church. You understand? So now waiting me, I just check today. You get as we get midweek service, joint service for men's committee and women in Israel. We can't do joint service today plus Gen Z and singles union. So me, I just say make I just day back as an elderly deacon where I be. Make I just dey, so I like as they go. We've had guest deacons, Deacon Jimmy from Chicago District Diocese, you understand, was also heavily represented. Deacon Otumba, who is in control, or sometimes when he goes on holiday, he takes over Mexico, Guam, that diocese, so many, many deacons there today. Me, I feel just did the background. Nothing do me, you understand? So it's still okay. It's still the church of violence.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. All right, guys, we're over 300 strong. So please, guys, I need like 300 retweets and likes on the platform, and let us share the space, retweet the space. Now, I'm gonna hand on the pen now. Please share the space. Please take off your earpiece next time you want to speak, please. I was not getting the vibration that I need from the altar. Yeah, so please
Oh, I
just
wasn't using my earpiece. Okay,
okay. I think
so let me go and come back.
okay, your this thing is low. Your this thing is low, but if you can check it out, yeah. So guys, please, I think we'll continue the conversation. Please retweet the space, share the space, let them know, let our church members know that the little earthquake that happened, we have surmounted it, and we are back, and we are up, and we are running, and we are still on this issue, on the hypocrisy of the media, talking about Tinubu's. Some people reached out to me at DM and they say, Saddam, that don't you think this PICC is a distraction, trying to distract us from? I said, distract us from what? They say from the drug dealing case. I say, who doesn't know about the drug dealing case? Who doesn't know? Let them be bringing more distraction. We'll be talking about the distraction, and we'll still be sounding on what. Let him go and pour shit on his body and come out and tell us, use the shit to distract us. It is all an indictment of his candidature that he is an unsellable, unfit person to be president. So every distraction they think they want to bring, it doesn't stop us from at the end of talking about that distraction, going back to tell Nigerians that a criminal drug baron, a foreign criminal drug baron from Guinea should not be the president of Nigeria. And while we're doing this, I want, honestly speaking, I wanted to say something right now. So I want to say something right now. So I'll prepare the minds of Nigerians and obedience. Let us understand that, please, this is a marathon, and we must tell the full course. We must stay this into the very, very end. And staying to the very, very end is citizen participation, speaking out, screaming. I was saying this all the time. I said, please, there is nowhere in the world, except the people don't understand the power they yield, of which for a very long time, Nigerians, we have failed to understand the power we yield as a people. We have always sat back and allowed some set of people feel omnipotent and omniscience. But right now, the first time ever a movement is standing up to hold government accountable is the obedient movement. And we hold this power. I don't want you to ever for one day look and think. And I'm saying this why you don't think this journey does not end in May 29th. Please, it is very important we say these things. If we had said this in February 25th, probably many of our people will still be up and strong by now. Let them know that after May 25th, nothing will happen. We see the push. Many people wouldn't have fallen back. Please, this journey does not end. This journey ends the day the Supreme Court gives the mandate back to the people. It is very, very
Saddam,
important to say this.
Saddam, even when we get the mandate back,
It doesn't end here.
the journey hasn't ended.
It doesn't end here, true, yeah.
It's a long, it's a milestone.
Because they will fight back.
They are markers, okay.
Otuma, we cannot hear you. You're fading out. You're fading out, Otuma. Please, if you check your connection and come back. It's a very long match because I'm saying this. We are going to have to stand up when we get back our mandate back. Then you will now know that Shehu Okimbaloe can do journalism. Then you will now know that Channels TV can report real news. Then you will now know that truly Boko Haram have not stopped existing. Then you will now know that killings, kidnapping, you will now be hearing a real story. All the story that I'm trying to suppress right now, you will hear it in fully then. So please, our job is to make sure we get back our man. We keep speaking out till Nigeria begins to work for everybody. All right, guys, I think I'll just see you. Jimmy, I don't know, Jimmy, if you continue your work, Jimmy.
Bro,
Who I don't know what's speaking. I think we lost the space with Nello, right?
Yeah, Leno. We're actually meant to have Tutu next, then Olawaski. But before then, Saddam, I think the echo is coming from you.
From me?
Yeah, if you mute your mic first. Yeah, the echo is bouncing back from you. So sorry, welcome back, guys. I mean,
Wait, Saddam,
they
is it
had
that you
some.
can't mute? Okay. I thought I was
No,
not
you
that
just muted.
you muted me.
No,
Okay.
you just muted. Welcome back, guys. Anambra for son, welcome. I can see you. God bless you. Our regulars are back. Please retweet the space and share. Let people know that we're back. They tried to shut us down, but yeah, coconut hair generation will always come back. I just got a news now, sad news now that another area in southern Kaduna is under attack. They've cited terrorists in their numbers, assessing the community called Magugu. So far, so good. No violence yet, but they've cited them. It's like they're preparing to invade. This is happening now. Someone just sent me a message now. This is happening right now. And I said it earlier on. You see, that's Sudan. I'm someone that I watch a lot of documentary. Anything that has to do with terrorism, you see, Sudan, Somalia, those two places, it is the Zanga, that is the HQ where they radicalize people because it's a failed state. A section of it is a failed state. They go there, people from America, people from UK, they go there to get radicalized. That is where they turn into, that's where you see Oyibo wey come from UK, don't they grow white beards, the beards don't turn albino. That is what they do down there. I see no reason why we have Nigerians going there in the first place. And we are surprised that Ethiopia doesn't want Nigerians to go. They don't want them to come into their country, and we are wondering why. Come on, guys. A VP, they don't select a VP as president select. You think these guys don't know? You think they don't have the intelligence? They don't have their own SSS or DSS? They know these things. Dubai don't release the documentation. They don't release the names of people involved in these things. And we're not doing anything about it. Look, that mandate, they will return it because it's not just Obi's mandate. Everyone is involved. Everyone. This is not a tribal thing because they're coming up with this. It was just preaching about religion and tribe. No, I'm a Yoruba man. I don't care about his tribe. I'm bothered about his antecedents, and he's a good man. Omoluabi ni Peter Obi. Omoluabi. He's got the credibility to rule the nation, and that's the reason why I'm going for him. You don't have to be a Yoruba to be Omoluabi. As long as you tick all the boxes, you are an Omoluabi. In my own, opinion, I don't care. Honestly speaking, the country is going to shit.
Is it me? Ah. Can anybody hear me, please? All right, I think that's Jimmy. That's not me. Entities, can you hear me? Olawas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so that's from Jimmy, right?
Yes, I think it's from Jimmy.
Okay. I won't fear
It's
now.
from Jimmy.
Yeah, and it be like saying you get close to a wall, so you're echoing. If you might want to try shifting from that wall or somewhere.
Okay. I think let's sort out Jimmy. Olawaski, you can come in right now. So I think I'll talk with Jimmy in the background.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Emir, Sirdam, Sizzle, Jimmy, and every other person on the platform. Mine, I don't have so much to say. I just want to say a few things just targeted to the parts that I listened to that concerned me. First and foremost, the part I wanted to talk about, Jimmy has already made mention of it, that the fact that Sudan has a central place as regards terrorism and extremism in the whole of Africa and the world. So they train fighters. When they had this issue with their dictator Assad, then there were lots of civilians that had to be fighting against the government. So lots of civilians were trained to fight. They used to fight bloody, so they had access to lots of weapons. And when the north and southern Sudan divided into two, and the south carried their oil, it's just the same thing with what is happening in Nigeria today. Let's not even deceive ourselves. Let's just put it that way. If you look at southern Nigeria, look at northern Nigeria, it's just the same template. People where they use one side of the country, they run things.
Go on, Olawaski.
Yes. So, and when they divide, the other side cannot sustain themselves because they were used to milking the other side of the resources and not using the resources that are bound in their own side. That is what is playing out in a nutshell. So all these fights they're fighting, Nigeria has a very high potential of running into that kind of trouble. God forbid that happens. Those guys coming back, they are not saying so. That is all. That's one of the parts I wanted to say something. They are not sent in any way, as in they have the highest level of training that you can think of. Training in ICT. When I mean ICT, the ICT level of terrorism, as in that kind of level, they have those. Most times people keep asking when I see some persons question why would Nigerians go to Sudan. It's just because we do not seem to understand that Sudan is rated like one of the highest in terms of technology in Africa. Rated one of the highest in terms of the kinds of arms and ammunition that you can find there. We no get them for Nigeria. People will get them now the terrorists for Nigeria. Our security agencies do not have it. So let's stop joking. What else? Lots of persons that you can think of that have been working on Nigeria, terrorizing Nigeria, they are trained in Sudan. So do not make any mistake that those guys that are coming back, that they are all saints. No, they are not. They have not gone there to sing Kumbaya and come back. Sadly, that we would have to paint everyone in that same brush, but not necessarily that everyone, but just have that at the back of your mind that these are the things our government will need to deal with. But our government now, they no get sense. They are not even why do you think it's just because Ethiopia really hates blacks, so they've decided not to allow Nigerians enter? That's not the issue. But they will not tell you all these parts. Let's just leave that side. So Adam, the part where you said you were trying to get onto TV and all that, as a matter of fact, I'm so happy to have that. I'm one of those kinds of persons that's like positive disruption. I I I live for positive disruption. I don't like where we are today. Our parents and the country is suffering because of the kind of things they are fed with. A man dies out of what is in him, not what is outside him. So it is what our parents have eaten over the years that has kept them where they are today. We just have lots of we have a population that is walking like zombies, but they don't even know. We have a whole lot of population that is they don't really know that they are not okay. Some of them are mad, but they don't know. Some of them have mental issues, but they don't know, because the media and the kind of propaganda that Tinubu has been using that Ibadan Lagos propaganda machinery to run over the years. They fed our parents that everything is normal, that Tinubu is a god that fell down from heaven. Now, all those kind of things where they turn Abacha to be a good man that you're trying to bring in. Man, I am 100% in support. And what I wanted to say is, if it gets to the point where you guys have sat down and done the mathematics of the investment part, and that side, they interest me well. I would be willing to invest as long as I can get return on my investment back out. That side. Now, today, few things I just wanted to touch on so that I don't hog the mic. I'll just run away. Lastly, just one minute, please. So, lastly, I really strongly feel that I understand that we need to keep talking about this Tinubu and his health and all that, but I just want to paint a small picture. Tinubu knows that the Guinean story does not do him any good. I think that's why they've gone to meet Diarra, and Diarra has sent out a statement. You see, there's this thing that they've shared on print media, trying to deceive the general public. Maybe you might want to read what they've written there. So they are trying to paint a picture. They want to own the narrative, so they are trying to narrate something that, oh, this is why he went to Guinea. And they've painted a different picture. Tinubu understands that the drug thing and the Guinean passport thing is a graver danger when narrated to a fellow Nigerian, even in the grassroots, than saying that Tinubu is not well. If you say that Tinubu is not well to somebody, how may I see it? If I were to tell my grandmother or my mother, say, this guy no well, see so and so, they call him PICC on his arm or something. Trust me, my mother would rather have sympathy for that kind of a man than to know that they are dealing with a demon. Like, I would have told them that, oh, this guy is a drug baron. This guy sells drugs that can wipe off generation. See pictures of what drugs can do to people.
My brother Olawaske, let me ask you one question now.
Yes.
So if you're telling your grandmother now, you can't tell your grandmother that, oh, he's not well. You're telling your grandmother that a drug baron from Guinea is not still well. You're adding, see, whatever, that's how I'm seeing it too.
Yes, I know,
Saddam,
boy.
I'm not going to go and paint this picture and paint him that he's just sick. Why are you telling him she's just sick? You're telling him this is adding more to his CV. A man that is a criminal, that is not a Nigerian, has affected so many lives, is still a sick man. Please, honestly, I don't feel like anything they throw to us, let us use it to our own advantage and drag him to the fucking floor with whatever it is. Let it be distraction. We'll go back to our matter again.
Yes,
Which
I
is
agree.
that it's a drug baron. But go on, bro.
However, you see, say our big handles are not doing that. See, where we are missing it is this. If you look at what happened yesterday, 2 days ago, some of the handles, the obedient handles that are supposed to be tweeting about this thing, so they've changed the story from the way they see. If you're saying that, oh, the way you narrated it, a drug baron from Guinea that has a dual nationality that is not supposed to have is ill and is trying to sit tight over our mandate, that's a different story. But what our people have done, they are now saying that, oh, the man is ill. They have dropped the drug baron story. Check the trend. You would see that drug baron has nowhere there. You would rather see Bola Tinubu trending. It is because they kept saying Bola Tinubu, and illness. Nobody really cares about illness. At least in Nigeria, they don't think that illness is an issue. They think it's something for them to say, hey, yeah, God will help. So what I'm saying in essence is, if we are to, whatever it is we want to add, let it be an addition. Let's not drop. Those other two has held us thus far, and they've been very potent and they've been very clinical. So we should not leave them and start running into what, because they will be bringing up a whole lot of. Personally, I think that it is them that are pushing this narrative. They are helping us push it also. And as it stands today, I think it is only we that can decide what is trending. So they are using us to trend those things that they want to trend. Rather, we should focus on what we want to trend. So what I'm saying in essence is, if I wanted to make a tweet as regards a drug baron, anytime I want to mention Tinubu's name, I'll rather put it as a hashtag Tinubu the drug baron, or Tinubu the man that committed perjury, or Tinubu those, keep it like that so that it trends like that, not trending like one hero. As small remain, he would have achieved that hero status. Now, just say most of us were really wise not to buy that story of his demise. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right. Okay, Jimmy, you're back up. I don't know if you can hear us right now, but let's keep it.
Yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, better. Guys, I'm just saying this one more time, please. Just in case the space crashes again, we'll come back till at least maybe we'll run the space for another 1 or 2 hours. Then we will shut down for today. Then we'll come back on Thursday. All right. I think, guys, if you're up on the platform and you want to speak, please, your hands should be up so that we can.
I think Sparkle is meant to go next.
Okay.
This space looks like it's a crash.
Good day, everybody.
Is it giving signs again of crashing?
They are attacking the space terribly.
Yes. It
These
is.
bastards. They are attacking.
I will actually suggest you go off and come back now.
Are you guys getting such? Should we go off and come back again, guys?
I think we should continue.
Yes.
Let's continue till it crashes. If it crashes, then we'll now go back and come back.
It's doing this weird echo thing, and it has already given that sign from MTN. So anyway, continue if you feel so. Continue.
If it crashes, we'll come back immediately.
All right. This Paco. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for hosting the space. I want to give just 3 points. Let me start from the Tinubu's illness, because when somebody spoke about organ transplant, for now you can't transplant the brain, and Tinubu had brain issues. You understand? For now, the research on brain business is still on its infancy. So they can transplant heart, they can keep him alive, but his brain won't work. So at least when Buhari had his own illness, his brain still dey work. Buhari was active brain-wise, but was just weak. Tinubu is another case. Tinubu brain doesn't work. Understand? As you can see from the interview, they were telling him what to say. He forgot in the middle of the interview what to say. They were telling him. So it will get worse. The brain is deteriorating. It will get worse. You understand? That aside, secondly, you talk about somebody spoke about the elements and what they steal in Nigeria and all that. The truth is that artificial intelligence is the next wave, and we are not even speaking about it in Nigeria. What these people do, they come to Nigeria to steal the elements, not even crude oil this time around, because they are still working on nuclear energy. And once they get nuclear energy to function, our crude oil will not go make any sense to anybody anymore. You understand? Nuclear energy will get rid of crude oil. You understand me? So the elements they come to steal are other elements they use to build batteries. They use to build the nuclear plants. All the elements are in Nigeria, you understand, in Africa. So it's like a rush now to build this artificial intelligence to make it more efficient. The elements they need for the infrastructure and everything, they come to rush both China, Russia, and the United States. Understand? United States, China, and Russia are even the worst. What's happening in Sudan is part of the reason this war is happening in Sudan. It's happening in Nigeria as we speak. They are stealing it in Nigeria. So they want to steal as much as possible to use for the AI. And speaking about AI will, as in Nigeria own, when it go hit us, when AI go come, take up almost all the jobs will remain, the few one will remain, what will they do? It will be less than 1-2 years, it will happen. You understand? This is why we're even speaking about something that doesn't make sense. AI will take off 80% of the existing jobs that we have. Go and research on it. It will happen. And now the leaders we have are selling our bragging rights to the criminals. They come back and the only thing we get, they are taking it away. So you can see where our situation will be 2-3 years from now. Then, lastly, evil prevail because good people choose to do nothing. If Jonathan in 2019 seeing these people for who they were, I mean in 2015, if in that time, if you no agree, this in peace we go do, we are paying for it today. You understand? Yes, that time he was a hero. Peace, you congratulate. He knew they were criminals. He knew they were terrorists. But for the sake of peace, he delayed the inevitable, and now it is far worse than what we would have handled then. You understand? So if we will give up now in the name of peace again, I don't think there will be a next time. You understand? So it will they will learn from the lessons we are teaching them now. So I will employ everybody to continue double ginger. Now self the fight starts, not even the election. I knew we will win the election landslide. I knew I knew they will not hands off. There is so much secrets they don't want to reveal. So now the fight starts. So all hands should be on deck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jimmy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So okay, I think I understand what's going on. Anytime Saddam on mute and someone speaks, then the echo, comes up. So yeah, it's gone now. I think you muted now. It's gone now. So yeah. Sparkle, thank you. That was a good submission. Odututu, you're up next. 4 minutes, please. How you doing, my brother?
How you doing, my brother? Chief, good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. 4 minutes.
Loud and clear. 4 minutes, please. Okay, good evening, everyone. Saddam and every other person. Extremely thank you for keeping up the focus. I just go through the 3 topics, and I want to summarize it that looking at the 3 topics above on the space is like a summary of the strategy of the tragedy of Nigeria. And I start from the first part, hypocrisy of the media. I'm glad that Saddam raised one issue when somebody raised an issue and he reacted to it. Let me put it this way. I started reading newspapers very young, for those who stay in Nigeria, primary 3 and all that, because my dad was reading newspapers, information TV and all that. Current affairs, we call it those days. Nigerian media has history of withstanding military government. We are talking about people who randomly put people in jail, have the power of gun. No law, no National Assembly. People are far more wicked than we are. Nigerian media, the history I have, they withstood these people. And for those who are old enough, you remember the sketch of this world, the Guardian, even this current Guardian. There are times where in Nigeria, Babangida shut down some newspapers for 6 months. People lost their jobs, lost their lives. Of course, some of us still remember Dele Giwa them, the Newswatch, the Tell magazine, the Tempo, and all kind of things you can see. It was still in the same country. People risked their families, their job, even against the military. That are far more wicked than this. But somehow, a bunch of people who are wearing agbada and have some money to throw around, people are losing their soul because of money. I don't understand people are saying God give the bread, but for me, looking at what we have now, I think it's more of corruption. Somebody highlighted that Ngige was telling Sheun that you visit my house in the US. I'm sure we know what happens. A lot of the people we have now have lost the value. There's no standard. Anything goes because of money. That's why you have what you have. Whatever oppression they are facing right now is nothing compared to when they faced those times. Do you know how many journalists? Delegiwa was killed because he has some information on Babangida.
Maybe later I'll send some things to Sirdam. The day I read, I had that thing. I was like, okay, because somebody was discussing it. So many things have happened, but like people have been saying, anything Agbado touch. In fact, people used to call Babangida evil genius. I think that Tinubu should be actually the genius themselves, because everything this guy has touched has been corrupted, one way or the other. I'm also glad that Samaram said that he grew up, following Newsline. Maybe I'm slightly older then. I remember watching Newsline, Franco Lise, before this Kaduri takeover. I had to send a tweet yesterday when I saw some of the things she said. I said, is it not the same Abike Dabiri on NTA that was working for government but even showing more empathy far more than he was required to give? Is it not the same Abike? Or is this another one? What has changed? What happened? I had to tell you, maybe you need to go and watch those tapes. Check your life now and check your life then. Is it the same person or what happened? Is it money? Or is it that, what is it about the APC that makes people bring out the worst in themselves? So I think, I don't know what it is, but there's so much evil that this man brings around anytime he moves. Well, I'm not a doctor, and I thank God for the exposition that Dr. Olu had. But even that one too is still, like I said, a demonstration of the tragedy of Nigeria. Because what it means that this is somebody that was allegedly ruling Lagos State for 24 years now, or at least since 1999. And yet, for those 24 years, Lagos State that was supposedly mega city, no hospital in Nigeria could take care of a presidential candidate where he claimed to have built for 24 years. What kind of a lie is he living among those who are supporting them? And for the Sudan side, I think that is even the height of some of those things people are pointing to. Is it that the Nigerian government, if they know what they are doing at all, don't they know what is going on in these places? And yesterday, to even make people, a brigadier was saying, Canada cannot do, like, what exactly is wrong with people? Why do we use failure as an example? So, because somebody failed, we should also copy and join in the failure. But then that is the standard of APC, where things should not work, but justification of where it did not work.
My brother,
They do that thing back to back.
It's crazy. In fact, somebody was saying that, look, watch out, oh. Very soon they are going to say, in fact, it's not even watch out. They've been saying it even before the election, that, it's only Tinubu brain that we need. We don't need to be healthy. Even if he's on wheelchair, it's okay. Even if they are using pipe to pass food to his mouth, he's okay. A country over 200 million people? Is that what we want to, in this, with all the myriads of problems that we are having? The same people, people are singing, we are standing on their mind. Somebody that cannot stand himself. That is the madness that APC, I call them Agbero People's Club. That is the madness they are bringing upon this country. And like somebody said, you will be surprised that the person treating him in the UK could probably jolly well, or in France, could jolly well be another Nigerian. That's the irony of all these things going on. But I want to encourage, and I think Sirdam has also mentioned it, this is a marathon. I posted something on the comment section for those media people. I think they say your apologies for, I'm not trying to preach, but there's something they say, I mean, Jimmy can say that in English. The media in the Nigerian have been highly compromised for brown envelope or yellow envelope or purple envelope. That's why they cannot speak. Yes, I know the media is being gagged, but the level of gagging is more of corrupt, it's more of financial gagging. It's not the military version of gagging, where people are pursuing with bomb and detention. It's more of financial gagging, money for the boys, and everybody kept quiet. At least we can use him on channels as an example. If the media people will not rise, as Saddam always say, let us use it. Let us push it. Of course, it's violence-based. Yes, we are violence-based, but we are pushing facts and figures. As FCC will say, Book of Google, these are facts published already. It's not a manufactured truth. And as they say, facts do not lie. And that is why, I'm sure that's one of the reasons our principal is saying that, look, they said we should go to court. We are going to go to court. We won this election and we are going to prove it. And for those who are pushing by God, or we all know now who are those people in Sudan. We all know the majority of those who are there. Who is the president now? How come none of them have thought of, let me send plane? Is the airpiece man, is he the richest man in Nigeria? No. Is he the only one that has a plane in Nigeria? No. Are there people who are in other places that has this plane? Yes. So how come they've not thought about this? The mandate man that they are rooting for, how come he has not even said a word about it? Is that how, which is also an indication of how he's going? Of course, God forbid he will not get there.
Bro,
So,
please run up
in
in 30 seconds.
Okay, so let me just round up by saying that for all obedience, please, as you say, Yoruba, elo di ṣòkòtò yín kó le. Go and tighten your belt. Go and put on your armor. Not for fight, but because this journey, a lot of manipulation will come. Mind mentoring. You will see all kind of funny things happening on the media to make sure that these things go bad. But please, we cannot lose focus. 25% Abuja, double nomination, drug issue. We know those are the issues, and they don't want to hear it. They don't want to go to court. That's why they are using Lamidi, and that whether Lamidi or Apapa, I don't know. So we must continue to drive the narrative. We own the social media, and we shall continue to push that agenda until the stolen mandate is recovered. Because I know at the end of this, something must happen. Either Nigeria move up to begin to take its place, and God forbid we go the other direction. Because either way, one thing must give. But we believe that we are fighting for our lives. It's a possible fight, positive fight, and grace. My greetings to everyone, Sirdam, N6, Doctor, and everyone, Real Ever Best, and everybody. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure listening to you and reading your articles. Also, a very great writer. Also, hopefully, we'll be having more of your articles on the Violence Space website. Thank you, sir. All right. I just want to digress a little bit. Please, if I'm audible enough, please, I beg. Let me get. Am I audible enough, please, Jimmy? Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. I just wanted to just digress and play a very short tape from another fierce-speaking person, a very fierce-speaking man, a very fierce-speaking pastor. He made a video that trended yesterday, and for the listening pleasure of some people that have been disturbing, I say, Saddam, please on the Violence Space today. I said, okay, let me play it for you guys. All right, let's go.
Escobar and Osama bin Laden to rule. Some people to rule a country. Escobar, you know what's Escobar? A drug baron. Heavy drug baron. And then Osama bin Laden was the highest terrorist. That is two people like that to rule in any nation of the world. I don't know which nation they want to rule, but any nation. can sit down. People were educated. I heard a lawyer, a son talking on television. I said, is this man okay? I look at him, I said, this man, so you can see truth, clearly truth like this and be talking. I got disgusted. He was defending a drug baron. I said, this man, your sonship should talk to this hand. I got disgusted. I said, how can you see truth like this? And then you say truth is lie. Am I a woman? Somebody coming to convince you that I'm a woman. Would you say that you're blind? That is, we want to convince you now that the woman is a woman. He said, the woman, even if you see me as a man, it's a woman. It's a woman. Yeah. Would you say, okay, wait it up. That man, a woman, he said, yes, Moses said, get breast, a woman in me. That is how some countries have turned to, where we cannot tell ourselves the truth. Only God will help. I don't know the nation, but you know the nation. Nation where, just imagine nation where Escobar go rule. Hey. As my beloved go be in vice. Hey. It's not going to happen. No. It's not going to happen in Jesus' name. Amen. But just have a mental picture of any nation on earth.
God forbid you. God forbid.
Just picture the nation. Right? Where that kind of nation, where they get to now? God forbid. You know, Escobar, that man was a drug terror. Then Osama bin Laden was the one who terrorized. Then Escobar be president, Osama bin Laden be vice. Just imagine.
Hey, God. Ah. Oh, yeah, Jimmy, let's allow people continue. Please continue the conversation.
So I think what is going on with Twitter now is people, first of all, I've been saying it, try and check your updates before you come on spaces. Try and check your updates, and Elon Musk don't do them again now. So verified accounts are now prioritized, meaning we'll be having a lot of issues if you don't have the blue tick and you come on spaces, you'll be having difficulties in, there'll be a lot of advantages to people with the blue ticks, and they oh boy, they don't. And Joe Barankaro need get some money by you. Twitter, Elon Musk don't do your own now. If you don't get blue tick now, there's an amount of tweets you can make in a day, and you can't bookmark, you can't like certain tweets. Twitter is for the rich now. Audrey Tutu, God bless you. I love that submission. It was beautiful. I followed you back now. He always, whenever he speaks, he's a Yoruba guy, and he doesn't talk fast, but when he speaks, he strikes his point head on. God bless you, my brother. God bless you. And you made a very valid point. Whenever they want to make an example of bad governance or bad situation, they'll tell you, people get killed in America too. Gun violence. Yeah. But you know what about the gun violence? They have a law that guides it, and whoever engages himself in any gun violence in America, within 24 hours, they don't catch him. 24 hours maximum, they don't catch him. Now, if that person no kill himself, or if they no kill him, if he no kill himself or they no kill him, 24 hours, they don't catch him. They don't catch him. And that's just, you have people, a few minutes ago, I was just talking about Southern Kaduna under attack. Again. Those ones just, they come in and out. Just like they do shopping. They just come, keep people go back. It's mad. And we're practicing democracy. Nobody can even talk. No freedom of speech. No wala. We will collect our country back. That one day. All right, let's move on real quick. Captain Niger was here before the whole thing, went to hell. So, but yeah, he's back now. Captain Niger, how you doing, my brother? You have 4 minutes, please. Captain Niger?
How far? Can you hear me?
Your People will not get blue tick don't
Hello?
suffer.
Jimmy, they
Hey,
hear me? No, wow.
Yeah, go
Okay.
on.
I dey hear you. Go
Uh,
on, go on, go on.
anyways, good evening, Val.
Alex, be more audible, my
Oh,
brother.
sorry, Joe. Good evening, my fellow violencers. I hope the violence has been sweet today. Anyways, the two way they vex me now, these are became matter. I don't know it that woman they vex me. She they vex me. I no go lie. She just they annoy me. The woman I go talk am. Let this be on record. Abike Dabiri is a very stupid person. The woman no get sense. Do you people remember that this issue with Nigerians escaping a war zone? It's not today it started. Okay, let me even just start from that issue. Was it Tunuke or so? I think it was a lady that David Hundeyin was trying to save from. Was it Niger or so? That one, she failed it. That was one person. Then I remember just last year with the issue with the Ukraine war, we Nigerians on Twitter had to be pushing for the Nigerian government to do something. They were tagging her. This idiot woman did not say anything about it. It was about a week and some days before she now decided that, oh yes, let her even do something. That Nigeria is sending a plane. Hey God. A sane person in saner climes, when things like this happen, what you would do is this. Okay, you fuck up the first time. You know, carry students come off from war zone. Or yeah, what do? You create contingencies. So when things like this happen again, you'll be able to, not for your father's hand. But again, it happened, and the woman's one is to be insulting people on Twitter. Hey God, that woman is very stupid. She dey vex me, God. Ah, anyways, the truth of the matter is, we Nigerians, we already know. As long as you're outside the country, you're on your own. No matter the amount of shouting, nothing will happen. There's nothing Abike can do. And that's because I've realized that it's not as if she doesn't have the resources to carry out her job. She's just not smart. It's just what it is. She's not smart enough to actually do the appropriate thing. And as we are doing like this, so please, people, when you are traveling, the only people that can help you are people on Twitter. Because it was only since this whole Twitter outcry started that Nigerian government should actually make a move. That is when this Air Peace guy now decided that, okay, yeah, let him actually help. I mean, it was good for what he did. I respect him for that. But he shouldn't be doing the job of the government. And it is very, very embarrassing. So what I would say is, for the Sudan stuff, I wish people know how bad Sudan is. Oh, and before I forget, there was a statement that I noticed some people were making when they were like, what are people doing in Sudan? Okay, here is the thing. I think I made this story in that comrade space. Nigerians right now do not care about Nigeria. Lots of Nigerians. There was a guy that I was working with. The guy is from Somalia. Now, one of all these refugee guys we all come off for their country. And this guy asked me a question. I was like, where am I from? I told him I'm from Nigeria. And he said, Nigerians, you guys are not strong. And I'm like, what do you mean we're not strong? He said that you guys are not strong, that in the desert, your people are dead. They are there on the desert, they are dead. And I said, so you passed through the desert? He was like, yeah, he did. That for 2 weeks, they didn't drink water, they didn't eat anything. They were working for 2 weeks. And I was like, so how did you do it? I said, yeah, you just managed to do it. But there are so many Nigerians that couldn't do it. So many Nigerians died on the way. So it got me thinking, what would make a man or a woman make the decision to leave his home, go through illegal means, pass through the deserts, face all manner of inhumanity, enter a dinghy or a small canoe, go to the middle of the river and hope for a European organization to save him, just so he can apply for asylum in a European country? Think about it. If Nigerians can do that, trust me, Sudan is like holiday. People want to leave this country. It's just what it is. No go better for APC. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Captain Ninja. Okay, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think let's take a lady right now, then I'll circle back to the guys.
Sadam, I beg, if you drop
Hemera,
me
I
to
have the space.
listeners, I beg. If you drop me to listeners.
Okay, no one, bro. Thank you. Hemera, I have the space. Good evening.
Good evening, all. Good evening, everybody. Saddam Zos. Am I audible, guys?
Yeah,
Can you
you
guys
are.
hear
If
me?
you could increase your
Okay.
volume, better.
Ah, okay. Is it better now? All right, perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect. Before I start, I want to give a shout out to the General. General Oluchi, you have been doing the Lord's work. God bless you 10,000 times. God bless you. So I wanted to talk today about the Sudan issue. Um, there are I think situations like this remind us again why Japa is never the solution. Regardless of where you go to, right, until you get a second passport, Nigeria can happen to you anywhere. Nigeria can happen to you anywhere. And because APC is such a poisonous, cancerous entity that it manages to kill everything that it touches, a couple of this thing has been, I mean, for the beef around maybe 2 weeks ago, right? Countries that actually gave a fuck about their citizens had already started issuing warnings, telling their citizens to leave Sudan, right? About a week ago, people started evacuating to get to the point where the airport closed down, and then people near countries that actually cared began sending in, planes to start retrieving their citizens. I have not heard a single thing. I did not hear a single thing from the Nigerian government. This is something that, I mean, Sudan is, how far is Sudan from here? It should not be hard. It should not be hard to send a couple of planes to go there and evacuate students. But no, because APC is a cancer that has refused to die and that kills everything that it touches, this is the situation that we find ourselves in. And I know that if we're even making a comparison, right? Kenya, let me not even bring America. Kenya, during the Russia-Ukraine war, when people were fleeing, right? The country of Kenya sent people to the border of between Ukraine and Poland to retrieve their students. I did not hear anything from Abike Dabiri. Today, now, other African countries are being led through, yet Nigerians are being held back. Why? Because they don't want terrorists in their country. This is how far Nigeria has fallen in the public space. This type of thing would not have happened during an Obasanjo regime. Speaking of Obasanjo, that man made at least 130 to 120 foreign trips to secure Nigeria's soft power abroad. Buhari, for 8 years, has made only 51 to the same countries over and over again. This is how foolish this entire regime has been. Nobody likes you, nobody respects you. People don't like Americans, but if they bore you well, touch an American citizen outside, that is when you know the meaning of power. But here, nobody likes you, nobody respects you, and so they manage to treat your citizens like the commonest of people outside. So, like Captain, I forgot who was speaking before me, but that is the truth of it. When you're outside Nigeria, you're all by yourself. You do not have the power of your government behind you. Maybe the best thing now is to be living close to a border so that if anything happens, you jump by yourself. Since our work is now to be jappering and jumping from one country to the other. So, my people, as this is just a testament of how important it is for us to have people who actually give a fuck about citizens in the seat of power, so that situations like this would not happen again. As we are fighting, please let us keep in mind that it is more than just it's more than just corruption. It's more than just having good leaders. Our livelihood literally depends on having people who actually care about us, regardless of where we are on the planet. Thank you guys for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. All right, Zos, we're welcome to the platform. Jimmy, I think if your network is better now, that's good. Um, I think I will yield right now. I don't know. Any of you can just help us and coordinate the space going forward. I think we'll start with Kolade first. Kolade has been here. Sorry, Kola Wole Fatai. You dropped off.
earlier on. So I think we start with Kolawole Fatai, then I'll circle back to you, Zos. Zos, welcome anytime, please.
All right, my brother Saddam, Jimmy. Good evening, guys. Good evening to everyone. And sorry I couldn't join earlier. Had some pressing exigencies that I needed to attend to. But yeah, I've been listening in, and it's been a wonderful time as always. Like I say, Saddam, being on the listener section that's the VVIP, or if there's a triple VIP, honestly, because so many powerful, so many touching, so many heartfelt submissions that I've been hearing. And I just want to shout out to all the people who have spoken earlier, and most especially the listeners. You guys are doing the Lord's work. Like, I'm on the listener section, I'm feeling so encouraged. I'm feeling so pumped up. I'm feeling getting, positive vibes. Thank you guys so much, honestly. I'm really, really, really glad to be part of this obedient family. I'm part of the violencers, honestly. And I just want to say thank you guys. Yes, uh, that's what I want to say before we keep on taking speakers. Jimmy, shout out to you and each and every one of you, Hemera, and all the violencers on the space. Otumba, I hope you're feeling much better now. I'm sure you are. Yeah, you said you were. But yeah, shout out everyone. Melvin, Nigerian, Darren, Olawaski, Omega XD, Ayobami, Ladieti, and everyone. Madam Clarita Oga, I see you. Greetings, everybody. God bless you. All right, Mr. Kolawole, let you carry on with your submission now, sir.
Yeah, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My violence people, everywhere you're spacing from. Saddam, I greet you. Jimmy, well done. Zos, yeah, you guys have been awesome. Um, I'm a bit worried. Seriously, I'm a bit worried. I don't know for some of us that has fallen sick. Yeah, I'm gonna take this bit by bit. For some of us that's fallen sick, um, I don't know if you can recall that moment whereby you're sick and you wish you could do something, but you can't do it because of sickness. I'm not talking of malaria. I'm talking of sickness, like you know what I mean, deadly disease. Or let's even break it down, even small malaria. You're having malaria, you want to play ball. There's a zeal to play ball, but you can't
Is
do
it
it
me
because
or
of.
we lost him?
Uh, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Jimmy,
Okay,
you can't hear
okay,
him. He's been talking.
okay. So just imagine that scenario whereby you're trying to do something, but because of sickness, you can't do. That's how painful and um, back dragging the sickness can be. So imagine somebody trying to rule a nation of 200 million plus. Yeah, you're not feeling fine. You're not strong. You can't even lead. You can't even lead a local government or talk more of a street or a classroom. You want to lead 200 million plus. I mean, since yesterday when I saw this guy's video, I've been like, wait, is this play or what? Like, is this play? Although when I heard Tinubu is back, I was like, okay, fine, fine. Then the first time I opened my Twitter, I saw Tinubu with Oraimo code. I don't know whether it's pipeline. I don't know what they call that thing. Like, I was like, what was this one again? I'm like, what is this one again? And I was like, are we having a deja vu, a kind of Yaradra kind of thing again? That's my fear because this guy, I'm even sure this guy doesn't even know he's in Nigeria. This guy could think he's in Ghana. Is that bad? This guy doesn't even know how he's answering questions. I don't know. Maybe the I know this guy is on. This guy is on. I'm not a medical person, but come on, I know some things. This guy, the kind of booster this guy is on, I don't know. This guy could be popping like 1.5 milligram, heavy pills because this guy is his amnesia level is in fact that one is even getting worse. So when I even saw the video of him talking, if I saw it coming, I'm like, I know saying go jabbo. I was just counting and boom, he started dropping. I'm like, this is him. And this is not a clone Tinubu. This is the guy I was expecting. So when I started seeing him dropping his normal trademark, I like, this guy. I know this guy is sick. And now he's getting worse. How even try to make research? And I started seeing some things on timeline, the bloated stomach and all that. I'm like, these APC guys, I know you guys don't even care about yourselves, but at least pity some of us.
Pity some of us. Leave the bigotry thing. Okay, leave Twitter bans. Oh, yeah, let's be honest here. Leave this Twitter ban to drag ourselves on Twitter. Let's just be real for once. Can you allow such a person to even rule your local government? Talk more of ruling a state or then ruling Nigeria as a whole. See the people surrounding this guy. Obviously, I know this guy. I know Peter Obi obviously is getting our mandates back, I'm sure. But just imagine these few moments. Because I know this guy will not even last 1 month. We're gonna get our mandates back. But one day with this guy is a big problem. In case you don't know, I know some of us have forgotten. Do you know how much we're owing? We're 77 trillion. I'm not talking of 70 something million. No, 77 trillion. That's what Buhari is dropping. At least Buhari, we know that one. Even sometimes that one listens. It works to some extent. I know it doesn't work, but at least to some extent. Then imagine somebody that someone that doesn't even know where his office is, and you're dropping a debt of 70 something trillion on that person. That's a big problem. And I'm just trying to hit back at those guys pushing for the bigotry thing. My brothers, looking of the Western side, pushing for this thing. I even saw someone saying it's Photoshop, and I'm like, who will Photoshop a video like that? You blind? To them, it's normal. Like leave it like that. We don't care as long as we only need his brain. Are you Einstein? You only need his brain. We don't care even if he's on wheelchair. These guys are ready to die even if he's on wheelchair. We don't mind as long as this guy is just his brain we need. That's just what these guys are fighting for, and that's a problem. And I think from this moment we need to start thinking. I'm talking of the APC guys or the guys that sit on the fence. We need to stop. We need to start thinking and start correcting things because it's going to be a problem not just for obedience, it's for everybody. Even if you're in Nigeria, it's going to affect everybody. The whole first class is going to affect us. The whole everything is going to affect. Nobody is exempted. So when you're doing something, thinking you're trying to punish me on Twitter, trying to show me he's going to rule you for 8 years, you're going to cry for 8 years. Am I going to cry alone? Come on, I have a family, I'm doing well. I have 3 remote jobs I'm doing. I'm a tech guy, I have 3 remote jobs I'm fucking doing. So I'm fine. But I can't be really fine when I see my brother hungry. And funny enough, when you check this guy is even trying to throw jab at you, these fucking giveaway boys, giveaway. Check his giveaway. 20 followers, 10 followers. And I'm like, sometimes you check that DP, someone can just be inside one hot and snap. And I'm like, who give these guys data set to start? How do these guys think? Because this one's naturally they are used to poverty. Poverty is not a problem. This ones are normal. They give birth to them in poverty, so nothing like poverty. Someone that they eat once in a day, even the once in a day in a fight. So you think that kind of person, these kind of things will move him? No, that one is even normal. So these are kind of people we're fighting here on Twitter. And at this point, even me, I'm tired. I don't even throw jab again. I just look at you. I'm like, I don't tire because you can't save these people. But my fear is we're all connected. I mean, maybe it's written on our face, this on APC, and that could help to some extent. But we're all connected in this thing. And that's my fear. That's my fear. Buhari said something, and we're going to miss Buhari. That's what some of us don't know. Even I said 1 week with Tinubu, 1 week with Tinubu. You just try to imagine how you just even wish for Abacha 1 week with Tinubu. That's why Buhari said that today. And he's not joking. We're gonna miss Buhari when he leaves. That one is fact, no joke. And I'm gonna switch to the Sudan something. Uh, um, I'm so disappointed at Dabiri. Although I wasn't surprised, but I was another kind of disappointment again that's coming from that angle. Imagine we have to drag you on Twitter before you do your work, madam. They force you, make you collect the position. If you know you know if you work, give another person. Nobody's forcing you. If you know you cannot work, give it out. They have to drag you. If I started going back and forth, throwing jab, before she started listening. If you check what she tweeted some days ago, she was like, the government, like more like the government cannot do anything. That's how she was sounding. And guess the people dragging her, obedient dragging her. Not because of just ban. Like, you need to do your work, and that's what every obedience have been doing on this Twitter. We're not dragging because we want to catch crews, but you need to do your work. That's why we're dragging people like them Festus, People like people like Festus, you keep now that you keep millions of people at
Kolawole,
home
Kolawole,
unemployed.
please, can you wrap up
Yeah,
your
yeah,
submission?
yeah. Sorry, brother. You keep millions of people at home. So we don't just drag Festo because we want to catch cruise with him. We're dragging this guy by his balls because, guy, you need to walk. And the only thing that Biggie did was to throw back at. And thank God, if you check our tweets about an hour ago, we've seen positive response already. And to these guys that they think we are trying to do it for us, we're doing it for everybody. Yeah, that's why we're dragging this woman. We're not doing it because we want her to save the obedient. After ourselves, 90% of the guys in the Sudan, they're Muslims. They're Muslims. So nothing like we're trying to be sentimental, trying to differentiate that. Okay, no, we're trying to do.
Is it me?
Hello, Kolawole. I think we have lost him. Okay. Salam. I'm not sure who's going next.
Yeah, let's take a
Go
lady. I
on.
think God's will for
Okay.
Nigeria
Yeah.
next.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rita,
Yeah.
Rita English 1 2 3 4 5 6 7.
Hey,
In
I mean,
100,
obedient
in 100, Saddam.
in here, so
Greetings, everybody. In 100, not the inside. Greetings, everybody. Salam, greetings to you. Thank you so much for all you do. God bless you. Zels, thank you. Jimmy, our agent. God bless you. Otumba, thank God for taking you from under the weather to on top the weather. Savik, everybody on the space, especially those on the VIP section. I want to thank you very much for all you do and the sacrifices. By God's grace, our labor of love will never be in vain. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, I want to talk to first our media people. I want to talk to our media people because most times they are on our spaces. Most times they are on our spaces. I confirmed this some time ago, and again, when Fashola was asked about the dual citizenship, he come clear say these guys, then they hear everything when we dey talk for this space. Our media people, yes, the terrain right now it's not friendly, but one thing you should understand is this Nigeria, the country belongs to all of us. If you refuse to do what you need to do today, tomorrow you will cry. It's not just going to be some sort of person, some people. The other day, we saw how a train crushed one of the media person that was about to cross with a car or something. She was a journalist. She died. Insecurity or whatever that is going on, hunger, starvation, poverty generally does not know status. E no dey respect your status. E no know whether you dey with this person camp or you dey that person camp. If you no do wetin you need to do on time, if e happen, it will rain on everybody. And especially most times, that's why I say most of the things we need to do to salvage this country lies in the hands of those in diaspora. Thank God for people like Rufai that is speaking up. If not for the kind of person, the pedigree of the person, the owner of Arise TV, Rufai by now would have long been jobless because he's speaking truth to power. Imagine APC did not even hide their feelings. They went to say he should be sacked. As if saying that them get the kini give and to Obaigbe now be waiting be name say guy just the manager for us. They say the guy should be sacked. So if no be say that guy no get come for in pockets to send a person when he get come for in pocket since rule 5 for don't they among jobless Nigerians so they say they waka they follow street they find job when you know they find them. So my media people, what we're going on in Nigeria right now, you don't have to keep quiet because if you choose to keep quiet, it will happen to you. So speak now while you still have the time to do the needful so you don't regret tomorrow. And then as for Tinubu's PICC, for those of you that saw that video yesterday, the guy first was waving with his left hand. He was waving with his left hand. God when be say e no dey sleep,
He just wants the whole world to see wetin the guy carry for body. As the hype become be like say one kind spirit just enter am, he started using the right. God just wanted us to know and see the danger that they brought in from Paris or wherever they brought that man from. Me, I be slim person. I've been taking a lot of fruit, a lot of vitamins because I just want my cheek to be round a little. I've been doing that for months. My cheek don't they come out small, small. But not like what I am seeing on Tinubu right now. A man just went away. Within a month, it could be like bread when they soak for water. It can't look like man with blood run leave. I don't understand whether I not see that video where. As in, look at his tummy. If not for that thing that we saw in his hand to tell the world that all is not well, by now they would have been telling us. They would just the bobo say, he's looking well fed. He's well rested. Can he come? Can he come? That's what they would have been telling us by now. And even with what we are seeing now, they're still trying to hide it. So, fellow Nigerians, if you think God is not answering our prayers, if you think God is not with us on this journey, you better start thinking again. Because all these things that are happening, now God did they do no be our power. That man they would have just given him a kind of native, because they know say they throw in hand anyhow. If they should just give him one kind of shit where they say go just hold the anchor for there, no matter how he can he rascal nothing go show. So come the boo say, the guys, at the end of the day, they go say he's just going for an emergency leave or one thing. You can't stay there for more than 1 year. Fellow Nigerians.
Is it just me?
And they're talking about my brothers and sisters in Sudan. Abike Daberi, maybe that woman never understand the kind position when she the hold. That's why she tweets like children that are playing kele kele all over, not minding people that are looking at them. So as I see your hand, I'm rounding off someplace. It's a shame. I listened to her tweet on what is trending today on a rise. I felt like crying. Can you imagine seeing a person is worshiping devil simply because the person dragged you for not doing your job that you're being paid for with taxpayers' money? You're not doing it right, and they are dragging you. You are saying he's worshiping the devil. You are using the name of God in vain. You're using the name of God to cover your nonsense that you are doing. Yes, it is by God's grace, but God will not come down to do for you what He has already given you power or opportunity to do. That's why He gave you your hands, your legs, and your everything. He put you in that position for moments like this. And then, of course, we see how APC have brought Nigerians so low. When Goodluck Jonathan was in power, in spite of not even meeting up to standard, one of the African presidents talked and he said, when Nigerians sneeze, the whole world, Africa catches cold. But under a middle retired general, and Nigerians, they play ball anyhow. Field where grass there and where grass no dey, the use was the play ball anyhow. That's because of the way they are taking us. If people are being killed in Kaduna every day, you don't care about it. So why should I, who does not even relate to you in any way, care about it? Is it not just now that Jimmy is talking about another attack in southern Kaduna? Do you think if these guys really want to do something about the killings that is going on in this country, they can't do it? If a Goodluck Jonathan without a military idea can fight them to stand still, why can't a general? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be yielding by saying, please come to our prayer space tomorrow by 8 p.m. Tomorrow, Wednesday, by 8 p.m. For some days now, they have been attacking us. My phone would just hang. Dr. Kels earlier was thinking it's because he's using Android and Kinikon. That's why I started hosting. Just recently, my own phone, if I dey co-host for another space, I go dey there for hours. Oh, na me go dey even dey wan run sef. Nothing go happen. But when it comes to that day now, for some weeks now, my phone will just be showing me as it will just be blank. But for every other thing, I can use my phone. If I want to join another space, I can join it with ease. I'm telling you, even another man, Joy, tried which day. You know which how many minutes they knock her out. Naomi had to use a burner account to host that space. Account to be said they don't know say now obedience get them. That was how we're able to host that space on Sunday. So if you think it's not working, why are all these things happening? So please come and join our prayer space tomorrow. And if you cannot join, please, when you're praying your prayers in your house, pray for this nation, because whether you like it or not, God is doing a great thing. And as for me, I know for sure that we are getting our mandate back. Whether the man pregnant or in a woman man, he pregnant, now I know wetin dey do am, because he must give birth to these our mandates, whether he like it or not. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you very much. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Rita English. Let's go to Savik.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Adam, can you hear? Can you hear
No, I can't
Savik?
Saviko.
We can't hear you, Savik.
I think let's keep him. We'll come back to him when he's ready to speak, I think. Or is it just me?
No, it's not just you.
No.
Let's go to Koladin and after
Can you
Koladin.
guys hear me now? Hello?
Savik, yeah, but you're not audible enough.
All right,
Results, can
let's.
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. So I wanted us to cast our mind back a little bit, pre 2015, when exactly the time that APC and Buhari government come into power. One of the striking things that they did was to go after the media. In fact, they actually went after the judiciary, and then the second one was go after media. And that was when they orchestrated the plan of changing, the name of Boko Haram to bandits. That was done on purpose. They carefully gagged the media to change the narrative from terrorism, Boko Haram, to bandits. That was number one. Number two, if you notice, I think it was 2016 that Lai Mohammed actually put out a statement to say that the media houses that were reporting the fight against terrorism, how many people that were being killed, they were aiding the terrorists. They were actually working against the government. So what we are witnessing right now has been an orchestrated attempt to actually gag and subjugate the media. That has happened. The APC government had conquered the media. That's why no media right now can vividly talk about Boko Haram. Every terrorism that's been happening since APC came on power, they've been using the word bandits. But we know that these bandits are Boko Haram people. They are Boko Haram people. There is no, I think Obidah Omefe said it. They are one and the same. So you guys should understand that what we are witnessing right now is something that has started happening immediately the APC come on power. And they knew the surgical operation they were going to do was to actually make sure they target the media and the judiciary. They finished with the media and they went after judiciary. And that was when they went after Justice Onogen. That was when they went after those justices invading their homes at the middle of the night. So all these things that has happened has been a calculated attempt to make sure they put us
where we are right now. Nigeria has failed. Nobody should kind of, deceive himself. The media has failed. And so from people that have been saying, oh, the media, they need to stand up. They cannot stand up because most of them, not even almost 100% of them, has compromised. They have compromised. And so you ask yourself, for the last 8 years, tell me one single thing a Nigerian media has actually done to hold this government accountable. Nothing. None of them has held this government accountable. All the media houses. None of them. What has happened in Southern Kaduna and in Benue and in Plateau should be a story that the media should be running on every single day. That is a story that should be on their platform every single day. After all, the first duty of a government is to secure the lives and properties of its citizens. And so if people are being killed every single day and the media are not doing anything about it, they are not reporting it, so what do you take them? See, and that's what brings me to the second section of my submission, which is going to be that we should just understand that the obedient movement is the consciousness of the nation right now. We are the news. Those things that the media has failed to talk about, we will talk about it. And that's why it's very imperative for each and every one of us, if you see any news, please magnify it. If that thing that Sirdam played earlier on about Bishop David Ibiome, talking about how can we allow a nation to be governed by Pablo Escobar and Osama bin Laden. We should be magnifying those kind of news. Send it to your WhatsApp group, Telegram group, because this is what about consciousness of we need to awaken the consciousness of this country. Let them understand the danger of what is going on in this country at the moment. That's what we need to do, because the media are not going to air all those kind of stories. They will not do it. It is left for each and every one of us to do it. Transmit it to anywhere, any medium that you can use to let Nigerians know the dangers that apparently is going to happen if we allow these people to get into power. Do not expect anything from Nigerian media of today. They are all compromised. I remember pre-2015, Premium Times was up there. They were reporting every single thing that was happening in the north. Every attack, they were reporting it. But immediately this government came into power, Premium Times got moved. If you guys could remember, 2012, 2013, 2014, Premium Times was running all the whole stories in the numbers of people that were killed by Boko Haram. But today, no single story from Premium Times anymore. So guys, I just want every single one of us to understand, it's not even about the media hypocrisy. The media is colluding with this government, because if they were not colluding, I can't see the reason why they should rename Boko Haram to bandits. What is even the meaning of bandits, for goodness sake? What is the meaning of bandits? Terrorists are running rampage every single day, and the media is calling it bandits, farmer header crisis, when people are slaughtered in cold blood, and the media is calling it farmer header crisis, banditry. Boko Haram is on onslaught every single day in Nigeria. That's the simple truth. But the media will say it because they've all been warned not to say it. And so it brings to the question, when someone was saying, oh, we had people like Delegua before, of Time Magazine, of Newswatch, and all those kind of things. Yes, because they were not bought. They were not bought. But this time around, the media has been bought. They are all compromised. And so you don't expect anything from them. You do not. Someone said something about Sheyi Okunbelayi. See, the truth is that these guys are in bed with all these politicians. They are in bed. So you do not expect any one of them to actually give you, real journalism. And that's why you see their commentary. You see people they bring on their platforms, they are always partisan against the interests of Nigerians. That's what happens. And so each and every one of us listening on this platform, it is beckoning on you to do the right thing. If you see any news that tells you that this actually will awaken the consciousness of Nigeria, please push it. That video of David Ebiome, please push it around. Let Nigerians know what we are walking into if we don't do the right thing. Let the justices know, the judges that are going to be sitting on these cases, let them know. I'm glad that some of these pastors now are speaking out. And we need them to speak out the more. Because the more they speak out, it beckons on every Nigerian the morality of even having a drug dealer, what is going to be the impact on our children and our children's children in the future generations. That at some time in Nigeria, we actually allowed a drug baron to become the president. History is not going to forgive us if we allow it to happen. And that's why it's very critical for each and every one of us to make sure that we get Nigerians to know about it. Know about the danger. And credit to David Ebiome. That was a fantastic submission. Please, every single one of us. Jimmy said something that is very critical, and you guys need to understand this. Jimmy said that what is happening in Sudan, it didn't just come out of the blues. Sudan has been actually a hub for training terrorists. That's the truth. It has actually been a hub for training. If you trace all the major terrorist organizations in this world, at one point in their history, you will discover that they've camped in Sudan. And so what is happening right now is a fight for the soul of Africa. Because look, I don't want to get into the politics of whether we are evacuating anybody or whether we're not evacuating anybody. To me, what is happening in Sudan, if you ask me, I will say let it continue to happen. That's me. That's my own my own take on it. Because they need to dislodge whatever elements that we have in that Sudan. Because right now, some people has actually insinuated that it's because it's America and Russia fighting on who has the upper hand and who should control the place. Okay, that's fine. But the truth is that Sudan has actually been a hub for training terrorists. And so it has to be dismantled. The federal government has actually been lackadaisical in the way they handle evacuation of its citizens. And so it's not a new thing to us. It's not a new thing. It has happened in Ukraine. It has happened everywhere. It's not a new thing. But what we can always agree on is that this government has failed, and every single thing that pertains to the benefit of the citizens, they don't care about it. They don't care. And so please, every single person, we are the news of today. Any news that we don't push, the media are not going to push it. Because they are all compromised. That's the truth. So I think we should understand, the role that we play in Nigeria at the moment to help bet a new Nigeria. It is very critical for each and every one of us to play our role. If you don't have anything to tweet, but if you see something that is very positive to awaken the consciousness of Nigerians, please retweet it and push it to all media platforms so that every single person can be aware of it. Maybe someplace, some of these judges will see it and say, oh, we cannot allow Nigeria to do this. So please, every single one of us, do this. And if we do it, I'm honestly sure that we can pull this off. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you very much, Savik, for that submission. You said very, very correct things about what our country is going through at the moment. We have to amplify that news. We have to also let people know the extent at which we are diving. Following that video that was released earlier on, we can't have the worst of the two extremes. We can't have the worst of them ruling us. Honestly, it's just not what a country as fragile as Nigeria needs, considering the global events that are even occurring
So it's really, really important that we continue to push this narrative. We continue to amplify this news so that we would let everybody know that they sat back and watched the country develop to the state at which it's going to be when this thing will cast at the end of the day. But we're going to fight them with the last drop of our bloods, and we'll make sure that we come out victorious because good will always rule over evil. Guys, it's a battle, or is a serious war that we have at our hands. But we're going to come out victorious. All right, let's go quickly to. Okay. Zos, before you move ahead, let me read this out real quick. Um, it says, "Is Sudan a terrorist country?" And the response goes, Sudan's terrorist connection is not new, and the country has been on the United States list of state sponsors of terrorism since August 1993. Sudan has been under diplomatic sanctions by the United Nations since 1996. Um, group. Okay, what is the strongest terrorist group in Africa? Group of the People of the Sunnah for Dawa and Jihad is an extremist militant organization based in the northeastern part of Nigeria, which is also active in Chad, Niger, northern Cameroon, Mali, and Sudan. Boko Haram was the world deadliest terror group during part of the mid 2010s, according to the Global Terrorist Index. Lastly, the Secretary of State designated Sudan as an STT in the 1993 for supporting international terrorist group including Nadal Organization, Palestine Islamic Jihad, Hamas, Ishbal, and Al Qaeda. They were actually banned by the United States since 1993, but I think it was in 2020 the ban was lifted. The sanctions was lifted up by guess who? Donald Trump. Are you back to you, Zos? All right, thank you, my brother, for that news and that article that you've read. All right, let's go to Colade and then Obedient Boy.
Thank you so much, Zoz. Emir Saddam, I hail you. Oga Jimmy, I salute. To every of my brothers and my sister out there, I send my greetings to you all. A quick one. Something happened this afternoon, Oga Saddam. I was on the space and I got a call. I'm working with my landlord on a project. And while we got talking, he was like, Kolade, that his friend told him that our president is a drug baron. I was shocked. I was like, I said, God, hold on, hold on, hold on. He's not our president. We had an election and he stole the election. So I was practically explaining to him. And this thing just hit me that so everything we've been saying on this platform, I'm talking about my landlord, a white man. You get it? And I couldn't just it was just like a mirror, like the shock was just there on me that what impression is this person getting? He said his friend told him that our president, he doesn't really know much. He only knows he has a Nigerian who lives in his apartment. You get it? And that thing just hit me that so what we've been shouting all the while, we won't know the effects until well, I've had my own at least little share of what is coming to eat us as Nigerians all over the world. That's by the side. About the Tinubu and his PICC or whatever the doctors calls it. Look, I personally don't go into people's personal health issues or whatever because I have a mentality that look, it is God that gives life and it's God that you get it. God, anything else, that's your own cup of tea. But this thing, what I just don't like is I did a flashback to what has been happening. They told us a lie because I know Tinubu's house is in is in London. He spent most of the time is holiday in London. I'm like, okay, he's in France. Does he have another big mansion in France or whatever? Blah. Okay, I kept quiet. Later, they told us that there was a time they told us that nobody could reach him except through a special line. So now I'm beginning to add one and two together. If somebody goes through a major, like the doctors have said, go through a major procedure, yeah, they will take off all communication. So nobody could reach him. And the next thing we saw again was, oh, he was in Hajj or breaking fast. We saw some people walking, showing us video of an old video, saying somebody was, is it Bajabi Amele or somebody was walking with him on the street before Obedient went to go and dig out the fact and said that was an old video. Later, they showed us where they were eating, breaking Ramadan. You get it? So it is now that I'm adding all those one and two together, and it begins to dawn on me that there is something behind this health issue of a thing that they are not saying the truth about. They are not being honest about it. And that is really, really giving me cause for concern right now. Because I'm like, look, what's the big deal if somebody is resting? So why did you lie to us that he was in Mecca with Buhari? He was here, he was there, and everything, and you couldn't reach him over the phone. You get it? So now it is obvious that for whatever, I don't know what he did. I'm not a doctor. I don't really want to know. But for the fact that he wants to sit in the highest position in Nigeria, then he needs to come out clean about his health record. But it's so sad, and sincerely, we as Nigerians, we need to begin to think
Colade, please, can
twice.
you wrap up your submission?
Yes, I will right now. We need to begin to think twice about what is coming to eat us. And I hope and I pray that we would get this mandate back and he would not be our president. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Colade. Let's take Obedient Boy and Urechi. Then we'll take Asha. Obedient Boy, 4 minutes. Obedient Boy. All right, Urechi, 4 minutes.
Hello, good evening, everybody. So, thank you guys for the space. Thank you guys for the violence space. Thank you. So, I think I'd like to start off with the Sudan watch. I'm wondering how a country like Nigeria, that's supposed to have proper international relations with countries around the world, let alone African countries. Nigeria is supposed to be like a model state, and so you begin to look at it and look at the failures and say, it probably is the mindset of the current political makeup that we have. Abike Dabiri said, can't you see Canada? Can't you see UK? They're also struggling with evacuation process as well. And I'm asking her and saying, UK and Canada, these countries have been in the fore for centuries. What would be wrong if Nigeria took the reins from them as the most populous Black nation, as the model city in Africa that every other African country ought to be looking up to? What would be wrong if Nigeria took over from them? Can't we be better? Are they out of reach? Can't we catch up to them? Or are we really buying the narrative of we're Black and then we're second fiddle to whites? So even for people who watch football, there's a coach called Tim Sherwood. Tim Sherwood used to be a coach for Tottenham Hotspur. So one time they lost to my team, Chelsea, and he was asked after that game why they lost to Chelsea. And he said, of course, they were supposed to lose to Chelsea. Can't you see Chelsea? Can't you see their team? Can't you see the makeup? Tim Sherwood was fired the next day. Kanye West also said one time he got a trainer for Kim Kardashian and he wanted the trainer to trim his wife down to a particular size. And the trainer told Kanye West that it was impossible. He fired the trainer the next day as well. I know now that Kanye is, Elon Musk extreme, but the crux of the matter that I'm trying to bring up here is you cannot steer a ship that you do not believe in. When you come and say it is impossible, you have no business in that position at all. You cannot market a product that you don't believe in. You cannot sell what you do not love. It is impossible completely takes you off that train. And then you look at appointments so far. I think appointments that we have seen in this administration have been very depressing, right? From Abike Dabiri to Zainab Ahmed, who's the Minister for Finance. Look at all the good works that we saw Gojo Konjo-Iweala do, cancelled Nigeria's debt zero, but look at where we're at now. The Minister for Labour, I'm sure we all know him, is our Twitter friend, I can't point one appropriate appointment under this leadership. It's just very difficult to point to, right? And then I now go to the point where we're talking about media. We're talking about the media and the gag, the hypocrisy of the media. Yes, we're majorly looking at TV and radio, but I don't think it's just them, because when we're talking electronic media, we're also talking Twitter space as well. There's a girl on Twitter who is an APC supporter or collaborator, whatever she is. Yemisi, she just posted recently. I'm afraid to leave the space to go and read what she posted because I don't want to be, kicked off the space by network or whatever has been happening to us. She posted a video of Honorable Dogura. I talked about him the last time when I spoke on space here as well. That's the man who's standing trial for the murder of people during the elections. He's also the person who is been accused of burning down NNPP secretariat. She posted a video of him. He was talking about citizenship for females in Nigeria. And she was showering encomium on him. And she's saying she's beginning to like him. She's that, she's this. And she had other APC people under her tweet as well saying, yes, it's true. He's a good man. He's speaking for the females. And that is also another, they're trying to whitewash him. So this is also another angle of the media. And then for Shehu Kimbaloyi, I think we're actually ascribing more to him than he is. Shehu is not as much as we say he is. Shehu cannot even string. His English, his grammatical construction is even a problem. He's struggling with that part. And then also you have to get a good grasp of the topic to be able to go back and forth with someone. I don't think Shehu has that range. If you look at him properly, I think we should begin to call Shehu what Shehu is. Shehu has hung around these big boys long enough. And Shehu has already also a model in front of him that he wants to be like. And that's Abike Dabiri. Go from TV journalist to becoming, getting into politics and getting the big bag. That's exactly where Shewu's eyes are on. So Shehu is not interested. He doesn't even have time to go and dig up. Because I'm also in the media space, on radio as well. So when you look at these things, you're looking at it, you need time to be able to do research, and prepare for your shows. I don't think Shehu has that time. I think he's already lazy by where his eyes are at. So he doesn't have enough time to. So it's hard. He doesn't understand the topic enough. Look at that conversation between him and Fashola. You're talking to a brain like that, and you cannot even go and do the due diligence of checking what the implications of having a dual citizenship is. He didn't even know about it, and he just covered it up with that depressing and crushing laughter that we saw. Shehu is a very big shame to journalism in Nigeria, and I think that the people have to start telling Shehu that now. And then I would also remind us that the media is the fourth estate of the realm. And the ongoing state capture that we're seeing that is now on national level, we've seen them capture the executive, we've seen them capture the legislature. Now we're seeing them capturing the media. And I'm also going to tell you that this gag is not a life-threatening gag like we see in the military regime. This is a voluntary gag. It's a gag passed around by brown envelopes. That's exactly what it is that's going on now. And at the moment, it seems like the only hope that we have now is the judiciary. I know that they have moles that are listening all the time. Somebody posted and said, you are our mothers, our fathers, you are our uncles, our aunties, you are our friends. And they find time to call on to you and tell you, you're now the last line. The media has failed. I know. Apologies to people like Rufai and OG as well that are doing so much. But it's a fine time to let you know that you are the last line between the teeming, unemployed, boiling youth population in Nigeria and the ruling class. And this is because Nigeria doesn't have any political class anymore. So we'll remind you that you need to do your job. For Tinubu's PICC, let's forget about all of the things that's happening with Tinubu. Let's stop talking about his health and talk about what the real issues are. Perjury, his drug-related issues, all of the evil that he has done. Let's talk about those things and forget about his health. His health is not our problem. Let his people worry about his health. And also, lastly, before I yield, somebody set up a space and said, obedience versus abados. I'm sorry, the Super Eagles will never play against the Falcons. That's something I need to tell you. We're not going to bring ourselves down, start having that conversation back and forth with abados. People that do not even understand what dual citizenship is, the implication and the difference between a dual citizenship in juxtaposition to an honorary citizenship. We're not going to do that. I yield. I wish Nigeria all the best. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you so much for that submission. All right, Asha, space is yours.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, host, for the opportunity. I think this is my first time speaking here, but I do a lot more listening. So I just want to contribute to the last two topics. First, Tinubu speak lines. So before this Tinubu trip, right, we knew he had some form of dementia, right? We didn't know like what exactly it was. Some people said Parkinson's, maybe not Parkinson's, but there's some dementia there, and then he came back with a PICC line. And from what we know of PICC lines, right, it has to be, for a treatment which you would need for a long time, chronic period of time, and then the abdominal distension and all that. So it is very likely that Tinubu has something else in addition to the dementia, something entirely different from the dementia, because it is highly unlikely that whatever therapy he's getting in that PICC line is for dementia. That's the truth. So it's so unfortunate that, there's a lot of not so good things going on with this guy, but a lot of people do not see it, And then the second thing I wanted to talk about was, Abike Dabi. I don't blame her. When you have a clueless person in a job, really, what do you expect? Every job has rules and ethics guiding the job. There are spoken, there are clear ones, and then there are the unspoken ones. And there are certain things you don't need to be told, and she's not a child. But I mean, when you have a clueless person when you place a clueless person at a job, really, what do you expect? It's what she's doing is really what you expect from such a person. But then I can't really blame her because her overall boss too is a clueless person, which is Buhari. Yes, personally, I was among those who championed for Buhari, when he first, when he was him versus Jonathan, because I thought, he was the right person. But in retrospect, we've all seen that he was a very clueless person. He is a very clueless person, So what do you expect when you have someone like that at the helm of affairs? Of course, every other person would be like that, And then I saw a post earlier that Ethiopians were not allowing Nigerians from Sudan into their country because they were saying something like, oh, they don't want a drug bound, they don't want druggies and terrorists or so into their country. I don't know if that is true, but assuming it is, it's unfortunate that, the drug baron and terrorists have not even climbed the seat yet, but they're already profiling us. Earlier this year, a friend of mine was traveling to Nigeria, and she was like, on a normal day when you're traveling out of the country, you pass through check-in, security, and then you get to your gate, right? And then you sit at your gate. Then when it's time for boarding, they call you to board, and then you just enter the plane. Like once you're at the gate, that's it. Like you're done with security and stuff, But this time around, after being at the gate for a while, they call them to board. And then in between boarding and entering the plane, that little walk you do, the US had, I've forgotten what they are called, their immigration guys stationed there to search everybody again and look at their passports. This was even before elections, and she was like, when did this one start? And the fact that they were even hidden, like they were not even at the gate, they were hidden in that walkway in between the boarding gate and the plane. It means most likely they were not doing this for every other person, as in they were not doing this for people who are traveling to other countries. That was likely not the case. They were just, there was a very high probability that possibility that they were just doing it for Nigerians, which was weird because she felt, when did this one start? Like I've passed through security, I've done all that. By now you've checked my passport, you've checked all my details. Why are you checking again at this point? So only God knows what triggered them to doing that. And this was even before the election. So I mean, if everything continues like this, even up till after May 29th and all, God forbid what our eyes can see. I just pray affliction will not arise a second time. And somehow, Tinubu and his grooms will not take over. Thank you. That was just what I wanted to add.
All right, thank you very much, Asha. Great submission there. All right, Onatomudunri.
I know you're going to struggle with that.
Good
So sorry. Good evening, my
evening. How you
darling
doing?
brothers. How are you guys? Emir Saddam, Savik, Jimmy, my darling brother, I know you won't be able to pronounce this. Is onotomodunrin gbangba. It means, it's better to apply the righteous way. It's easy, rather. Um, Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so, so much, Saddam. You will not be sick by God's grace. God will perfect your health, and every one of you that is putting this violent space together all the time. I really appreciate you guys. Um, Number one, let me just reference Ure Choma. You spoke my mind. Everything you said is what I've actually listed. Concerning Tinubu is none of our business. Is none of our nǹkan tó rí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí. Kò bá dé, kò bá má dé, kò bá jẹrà sọ́hùn, kò káyé. It's none of our business. What concerns us now is our prayers, our, what we tendered at the courts. And like Ure said, somebody posted it, but I've not seen it. What I want us to do now is to keep reminding the judges they are our fathers and mothers, they are our uncles and aunties, they are our brothers and sisters, they are our colleagues, our friends, our Nigerian people. Because if Nigeria prosper, every single one of us will benefit. And that is what we need to tell them. This is the opportunity for us to change the trajectory of our country. This is the opportunity for the judiciary to stand tall for their country, because in every countries of the nation that are great today, when they are going through this kind of turbulence, is the legal people, the legal professionals, the judiciary of that country that bring some kind of sanity back to such environment. And we are relying so much on our judiciary. We are trusting them because we know there are good people among them. We know there are people that stand for truth. We know that profession, if not because we have a very terrible leadership over the years, that profession, before you go into becoming a lawyer or something, there's something inside of you that want to fight for your people. And I believe some of them still have this passion. Some of them still believe in this. And we're looking up to them. We're looking up to them and we're trusting them with the trust of God. I know things have been bastardized in that country. APC have compromised every institutions in Nigeria. Every institution, from top to bottom. No institution can be trusted in that country. But we are trusting God in our judiciary. We're not trusting them by themselves, but we're trusting God that God is going to do this. Because, my darlings, what happened this election cycle has never happened before. This is unprecedented. This is a special moment. God is doing his work in the country of Nigeria. It may seem so, it's going to happen, it's not going to happen. I just want you guys to know that what you're doing, God is with us. God is right beside us. God is clearing the way. Because after the election, when the announcement was made and we started protesting, every single thing that is coming out now, we won't see it. Everything that is everybody know that Tinubu is unfit. Everybody, every Nigerian, including the APC. But let me remind you, all of them that are rallying around Tinubu, they're not rallying around Tinubu because of Tinubu. They are rallying around Tinubu because of themselves. All of them. Every single one of them know that Tinubu is not well. All of them know that Tinubu is not qualified to be the president of Nigeria. Is mentally, physically, constitutionally unfit. They all know. So it is your job my darling brothers and sisters. Don't rely on the old orders. They will not do it. It is in your hand, my brothers and sisters. It is in your... Don't be tired. Saddam, I beg you in the name of God, continue to do this space. This space give me lives. Every single day I come to this space. Sometimes I don't talk, I just listen to you, and it gives me joy because I know, and I'm sure there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Please let us focus on what we are talking about. Every single day, let us remind every Nigerian why Tinubu cannot be president. Forget about his sickness. That's his business. Let's remind them that we cannot have a drug lord as a president. It is not possible. God is not a wicked God. It is not possible. Even let's even say they give us Oshibajo after 8 years of turbulence, after 8 years of hardship, after 8 years of senseless killings. Nobody should even talk about APC as a party in Nigeria. APC should be gone forever and never to arise again. APC should be gone forever. APC shouldn't be a party to even discuss. Talk less of now coming back to come and give us president. No, by God's grace, we're going to retrieve our mandates by the special grace of God. I want you to please keep the fire burning. Don't be tired. Don't be downtrodden. We will get our mandate back by the special grace of God Almighty. I appreciate you once again. God bless you guys. Keep doing it and keep being yourself. I yield the mic. Thank you. Good night.
Hey! Jesus. See submission, oh my goodness. I love that name. Ọ̀nà tó mọ́dún rìn gbangba ló ṣe yàn. A
Ben,
clear road is
brother Miatata.
enjoyable to walk. Hey, that name is orúkọ. That's a typical Yoruba. Okay, that's a very typical. Those are the names you don't find them anyhow anymore. Orúkọ àwọn àgbà ni Yorùbá. Man, I love the name. I've been pronouncing it to my wife. She's just laughing, Ọ̀nà tó mọ́dún rìn gbangba ló ṣe yàn. Guys, this is not your regular Yoruba name, It simply means a clear road is enjoyable to walk, simply because broad daylight, you can walk through it and you don't have any skeleton in your cupboard, you just walk majestically, through a part of clear road, It's a name I've not heard it before, right? But it hits me knowing the meaning of it. It's orúkọ àwọn àgbà ni. It's a typical Yoruba name. My wife said, Thank you, my sister. That was a beautiful submission. God bless you. God bless you. Auntie Bolanle, I've seen you. You probably came up to react to our submission, but let's keep it gender based. We've had two females now back to back. Chioma made a very, very compelling point as well. I've been listening to her submission once in a while. That was a beautiful submission, and she always strike a point all the time. Okay, thank you, guys. My brother Egbomag, I see you. Welcome. Thank you. Thanks for joining us again. Derry, I see you. Well, in Nigeria. Omega, you're still here. You've not spoken. Jappy, you see, I'm still waiting for the day you will request for the mic. My brother, I'm waiting. Please let us hear your voice. Spotlight, my sister, I see you. Orobs, Anka Dede is still here with us. Chigoze, thank you guys. The regulars are still here. We appreciate you. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being part of this. The space has been shut down twice and we came back. People are still here and we still have about over 700 people here. Thank you. We do this for God and for country. I think we should have Abayomi now. Let's hear from a guy, and we'll take a new cue from there. Thank you, guys. Abayomi, how you doing, my brother?
Hello, Jimmy, Emia Saddam, Zos, Dr. Olu, and every other obedient Mommy Bolanle. It's good to be Here again, I've been enjoying submissions. And, I think one of the things that me I wanted to say is this. You see, we've been begging judiciary. I don't think we should beg them. Don't let them do what is right. You see, what will happen when you enable corruption? Eh? You defy logic. Is that your profession that you hold in high regard? In your very eye, it will turn to disrepute. People will no longer trust lawyers. Eh? Every lawyer on this space, they can hear me. Oh, you can keep hearing me. Nobody will trust you. Even the judge, when they say judge, people will just want to say because it is what it is. It's the same thing. If I have an hospital and everything you hear in that hospital is that I want you to go on, they die. They used to die. Who will go to that kind of hospital again? Who wants to see that kind of doctor? In the United States here, doctors have ratings. And then me, if I want to see a doctor, I'll be shopping for 4.5 stars. 5 stars. That's what we do. You are looking for the best. Let our judiciary let them do nonsense. Me, I'm not begging them.
Ayo Bami, God bless you for that point you
Eh?
just mentioned now. God bless you, because see, in America here, see what Ayo Bami just mentioned now. That rating, it is very, very crucial here. Very, very everywhere you go, it's like a currency. That
Exactly.
rating is paramount. If you go dentist for dental care, they will send you email requesting for your rating. How satisfied were you when you visited them? Bank, if you go bank, go collect money for cashier give you money as you come out, then go send you email. They want to know how the person treated you.
Even
It's a
food.
currency
Yeah.
they appreciate here. See, I don't give person 4.8 4.8 star. This person contacted me. So why am I not satisfied? The person returned back my money to me for free service just for me to give that
Exactly.
5 star. I was amazed just for me to give that 5 star. The person apologized because it will anyone that wants to use that service, they will go through the ratings. They will check. Why is this person? So that's why 5 star is regarded as this one. If you get 5 star, you'll be number one. People will go for you than someone that has
Exactly.
4.95. God
Exactly.
bless you for that point you just made. God bless you. Carry on
Exactly.
with
So
submission, my brother.
me, I'm not begging any judiciary, and the lawyers. I'm not begging you. Talk to yourself. Let them do the right thing. Okay. If they like, let them not do the right thing and collect money from Agbado. You see, at the end of the day, they come to complain, just like the professors in Nigeria have been demystified. They are the ones rigging election. I was speaking privately with two buyers, and I said, me, I don't even understand the professors again, and I can't take them serious. So when they go on strike, they can go for 4 years. That's their problem, because they are a problem in the society. In a reputable institution, if your professor did what some of those recs did or returning officers did, they should be stripped of their professorship. They should be punished by the university itself. That's the ethos of an institution that have courage to uphold character. So I'm not begging anybody. They can destroy the society. The judiciary can go ahead to and call our bluff and do what is wrong. Everybody, all of us, when they cook for us, we will eat everything together. Everybody. So me, I'm not begging them. Let them not do the right thing and let them shop and look for technicalities as they always look for. And in terms of hypocrisy of the media, me, I want to talk about channels. In this case of this what's this babalawo that is calling himself factional leader of labor. Channels have been giving this guy the platform to spew nonsense. Whenever I hear anything about Lamidi, it's always on channels. And I wonder why channels is giving this guy a suspended guy, somebody who is suspended already. You're giving him a platform, you know. And also, it comes down to Sheun's interview. Somebody, I think Ure Chioma summarized Sheun. Sheun, when you want to listen to somebody and you don't want your brain cells dead, you will not listen to Sheun because it's like the guy doesn't even prepare for interview. It's like he doesn't even, prepare. I mean, if you are a doctor, a patient wants to see you, you have to stay updated, be reading. Sheun is going for an interview. He does not even prepare. He doesn't even know the question to ask. The question about the dual citizen was nothing about whether he has it or not. It was about perjury. What did he feel on his high neck, this thing? And he allowed Fashola to just be dribbling him up and down as if all of us have brains. And we are, so Sheon, for me, I think somebody has summarized Sheon. He's just looking for the bag. So that kind of guy, I won't take him serious. And for in terms of the Tinubu's PICC, you see, one of the things that maybe Dr. Olu forgot to mention is cardiac problems. He could have CCF and he can have ascites, especially if he has something like a right heart failure or a congestive heart failure. He can have that problem. And then we'll have a president uh, who every 2 weeks they have to take him back to France or wherever he is for him to be recharged, and he will come back again, spend like 1 week. After that, the battery will have reached like 10%. They will quickly pack him again, and they will go. You spend another 4 weeks to recharge, and it will come back. This is the experience we are going to have. Any doctor looking at that guy already knows he has a big problem. Apart from the dementia, he has something ongoing that we need to know. It's the right of the citizens to know what is wrong with their president. But of course, this is Nigeria. And sometimes for the Sudan's case and the Ethiopia issue, um, just briefly, we've described Sudan. We've described everything in Sudan. And unfortunately, Ethiopia would rightly profile them. Because if you look at 75% of people studying, what are they studying in Sudan? You know, a right thinking person like me, would I want to go to Sudan to study based on the, link to terrorism? So if you are to enter Ethiopia without your government's intervention, Ethiopia government are going to profile you. That's what it is. And we need to be able to tell ourselves the truth. Just that, like the way I would not go to school in Afghanistan. It's just that's the way Sudan is. So it's something that we need to think about. But of course, thank God that our Igbo nice brother again is going and is going to rescue them again, as he always, except when it's time for election, they will now know that he's Igbo and he cannot be president of the country. I eat by Mike. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Dr. Obami. All right, let's go. Dr. Olu, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine actually. Um, Basically just to collaborate what people have said. I am just here to re-emphasize and to remind us about the last hope we have in social media. People need to continue to know that Tinubu is very, very sick. That one has been established. And I don't think INEC will disqualify him based on that. The only challenge is that it's going to be worse than Buhari in terms of performance, which I believe it will not going to become to reality anyway. Considering the fact that he has a dementia and has a systemic problem. And the fact that Sudan has, I don't know, I live in Kano and I have a lot of my Hausa guys that time. They go to Sudan, most of people that cannot get admission to medical school. It's very easy for them to get into that kind of school. But that is just to let you know that how Nigeria have gradually deteriorated because Saddam of all places, our economy is better than Sudan. Just to let you know that that is the problem. But the point here I'm trying to say is people need to continue to remain focused. When Mr. Kolade was talking, I have had several concerning his neighbor. I've had several encounter here, especially from my fellow Africans, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Francis, is it true that your guy is a drug baron many times? Although I have to revoke it. But the point here is we need to understand, we need to continue to be aggressive with any form of social platform we can use, any form of means that can remind people about the ongoing cases. Because if we wait for any media, look at Shahada Reporter, and I don't know what those guys are doing. The so-called useless APC guys invited Peter Obi. They wrote Peter Jeffrey. I don't know whether it's by mistake or I don't know whether they're just trying to catch cruise. But for the important news in the country, they have to just post that one out. Because APC are inviting Peter Obi for inauguration or what. I don't even know what they're thinking about. But the point here, so my own ideology is that I have decided that whatever I'm doing, anything I'm thinking, since that's this, we still have hope. Our focus should be on judiciary. We need to continue to remind them in every mix. Apart from Rufai, apart from Morning Show, I don't think there's any other show that have that confidence to talk about these things. No media have had the boldness to talk about the perjury case or even mention the drug baron case. So any form we have opportunity to amplify these cases, please, we need to mention it. And that is the reason why it is so difficult for APC trying to use a backdoor by talking to Lamidi, Mr. Lamidi. If you're a typical Yoruba person on this space, people that bear Lamidi, they are usually very old people of more than 75. You cannot see somebody less than 40 years of age bearing Lamidi. Lamidi is a typical old name. So it's just to let you know that we are dealing with a crook, very crook people. So please, our hope now is the social media. If you are in Nigeria, anywhere
Bro,
you find
all the Lamidi where I know don't die.
all Lamidi I know don't die. I'm
All
telling
the
you.
Lamidi where I know don't die.
The Lamidi I know, who is my uncle, died in the Ivory Coast. And that man is old. So Lamidi, and if you're a typical Yoruba person, when you hear Lamidi, I don't want to say it's equivalent to Sule. If you know what they call Sule, people that are you are not expecting to be. You can't see. I've never seen a professional that is Dr. Lamidi. Go and do your research. So if you that is the kind of person he is.
Dr. Lu, my classmate, oh, his surname is Lamidi.
That is his own surname. Akpakpa is this man's surname, not Lamidi. Lamidi is his own name. That your classmate Lamidi, that is his own grandfather's name. So the point I'm bringing here is that we should not be distracted. If we are not important, they will not be sending Lamidi to us. Please, if you're in Nigeria, anywhere you find yourself in the market, try to remind people your WhatsApp status should be trying to pass the message across. The consciousness in people's mind need to continue to burn. People should not be tired. It's a marathon race. And I'm happy. I'm looking forward to whatever rally they want to do. Anybody are interested in that, we are ready to support. The most important thing is any means that can continue to make this conversation ongoing. Please look at Festus. Festus is so bastardized. Look at Fanikayode. Anything they want to say, they always want to talk with anger. It shows that they are not really they're not in tune with what is happening to reality. And I'm happy that our principal is very resolute. It's not somebody that can just be. That's why it's Okute anyway. So thank you very much, every guys. I appreciate.
All right, Dr. Lu, thank you very much. Let's go, Mommy Bolanle. Mommy Bolanle, are you here?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Zos, Emma, Sirdam, Jimmy. Somebody needs to come and warn Twitter for me because all I have been doing all day is unlocking locked accounts. I don't even know what I've done. I mean, I've been really good. I've not insulted anybody in the last 24 hours. Well, I don't think I have. Anyway, for joining in conversation. The hypocrisy of the media. Right. I was old enough back when the military regime of Buhari happened, and subsequent ones till I left Nigeria. And I remember then what Buhari and subsequent military heads of state put the media through. Yeah, this was like real life and death situations, right? So when you see, you cannot compare the situation of media, the media space in Nigeria to, those authoritarian regimes where you only have the state giving out whatever information they want to give. What we have, right, is a group of, uh, uh, I don't know, cowards, basically. Because really and truly, what we know of journalism is usually they're supposed to be the fourth column. They are the fourth arm of government. So they're supposed to be there to to do checks and balances to really hold all these elected public officers, hold them to account. Don't and what we see instead is, on one hand, cowards, another greedy lot of people who have their price, and so therefore they will not speak the truth, they will not encourage it to be spoken, right? But thank God for social media, right? The way in which we've taken social media and used it, right, has almost rendered traditional media. If you want to know, stuff going on in South Kaduna, you will see it on social media, right? And then it's our job then to spread it and bring it up to the fore so that it becomes a topic for discussion. Right, gone were the days when the traditional media held sway. We have an alternative, and I guess to a certain degree it is very frustrating for the government, because we have a way to actually publicize what's going on in Nigeria with Nigerians. It is sad that we have very few journalists who are ready to put their lives on the line in order to get the truth out there. And I just feel like we should be naming and shaming, those, so-called newscasters or hosts of political programs on the traditional sort of television or the rest of it. We should be dragging them. We should be letting them know that, look, apart from the fact that they actually, if it comes to comparing them to journalism in saner climes, they fall really short. I mean, I can't understand why you would have a political program where the host cannot really ask follow-on questions or really push back when lies are told and all the rest. So I'm like, what kind of interview is that? It's rubbish. So if we're talking about the media being captured, no, it hasn't. There's just a load of greedy people who put money before the truth. So I throw salute to people like Rufai, who has been so amazing in taking that position of getting truth out. So that said, the Sudan thing, I kind of it's two minds for me, because what I've always known about Sudan is it's like a hotbed for terrorists, right? And what I saw, I can't remember who tweeted it, where they showed one of the people that was trying to get out of Sudan as being doing a PhD in how to stop the rise, the spread of Christianity. I don't know whether it's whether that was just I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I saw that and I was like, so no wonder the other countries didn't want to let them in. Would you? Knowing that is where people come, they get radicalized, no country really wants that kind of wahala, which is why they've spent so much on intelligence so that they know, and I feel sad that that's where we're at. The giant of Africa is no longer a giant. We're more or less a midget. When Nigeria was Nigeria, we were respected. The rest of Africa respected us, and the rest of the world at least acknowledged us. Now we're just a butt of jokes because, as I move on swiftly, because we have a Tinubu as being a president select, and like a lot of people, I've had people ask me about that, and so is it true that you you people elected a drug lord? And I'm like, oh my god, I'm just so embarrassed by the whole thing, and for me, it's like it's a matter of life and death because the road that they want to take us down, getting back from it would be like virtually impossible. So we really need to continue fighting. As opposed to our case, I mean, I checked the list. I saw one of my sister-in-laws, one of the justices. I'm not going to say which state, and I'm going to keep her, you know, confidentiality. And I'm like, I bet I should send a message to her and tell her if you mess up with any of our petitions, but we can't. People say they're not on social media. My sister-in-law's on social media. A lot of judges, justices, of the High Court and our Supreme Court justices, they're on, or they have family who are, so they know what we're saying. And at the end of the day, what they really need to remember is if they go down the line of not, giving the right judgment based on the facts, right? They are forever captured. They can't come back from it, and whilst we know that Tinubu's going to do anything and everything so that but I kind of feel like whatever they're trying to do or whatever they've done is not going to come to fruition. It's just not going to come to fruition. So what do I want to say? Keep the faith, keep pushing, keep going. My violence space crew, love you all loads and loads and loads. BTF movement, you are making history, right? Our children, our grandchildren, we're gonna look back at the start of this movement, right, and we'll know that we brought about change, not just because we were talking about it, but we were, you know, not only talking about it, we were actually doing the work, which is what is important. So none of us should rest on our laurels. You'd be surprised. They hate us not because we're awful people, but because we are saying, look, it's no longer business as usual. So yeah, they're gonna keep on attacking us. We know that. But we have power. And the moment you know how powerful you are, you will use it to the best of your ability. We will push and push to Nigeria is better. Thank you so much. I yield the mic.
Thank you, Mama Walale. Thank you very much for that submission. All right, let's take Obedient Igbo Boy. Are you here now, Obedient Igbo Boy? All right, Unique Uche. Let's get your
Yes, I'm
submission.
here. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right,
Uh,
3 minutes, please.
all right. Do I say good morning, everyone? Good evening, everyone. I would like to start with Dabire because I think I've been in a position where I was affected by their ignorance and nonchalancy. I would like to use that word. Um, if anyone can remember the period COVID came out and there was this problem in China. I was in China that period, and the whole thing that was going on happened, you know, in our own eyes. And we tried everything possible to reach out to the Nigerian consulate in Beijing to no avail. We tried everything possible until we were able to reach out to Henry Shield, who said, okay, that we're going to create this hashtag. And before you know it, calls started coming in. and things started happening. But these people, they have this ideology, or they have this character that they play deaf ears. I don't know if it's because they know, oh, they are all Igbos. They can take care of themselves. And nobody does anything to assist. We're not looking for a way to escape, but rather we needed someone to speak, to show that these are people from somewhere and they have people. And nothing happened. That's by the way. Now, talking about Buhari, I know I was in Lagos the period he was doing all his campaign and all that, and I was in a bus from mainland going to island, and I saw this old woman who came up to say that during her time in primary school, 1984, Buhari came to, speak to them that they are the leaders of tomorrow. And now she's a grandmother. The same person who told them they are the leaders of tomorrow is coming back into power, that she would never support Buhari. And I digged in a little to know, something about this Buhari man. Now, what I found out was everything that Buhari did now, there is no difference between what he did then and what he did now. The media was under his feet. Nobody was saying anything. He also tried to change Naira. Then you can check. He did it now. If there is anything you see Buhari doing now, he did the same thing back then. So this is a man who is coming into power with no clue of what to do. He can actually sit down and probably call one or two persons, have a little deliberation, and they'll just say, yes, let's go ahead. We've actually elected clueless set of people to run our country. Everything you hear is money spent, but you don't see what the money was spent on. All just a white elephant project. We've heard a lot, but we've seen nothing. It's just the more you look, the less you see. This government is not really helping. And after the election, I can't remember who said that when you see people in numbers coming out to vote, then there is something wrong with the government. It means that people are ready to vote the government out. That would be the reason why you will see higher number registering for the election, higher number of people coming out to vote. It's impossible to say that they are so happy they want the government to remain there. And that is what's happened now. But they already had someone who was going to succeed Buhari. If you look at what happened during the time of Jonathan, Erubebe tried to stop the coalition. He was already beginning to do things that could stop that coalition, stop the announcement of Buhari being the winner. But he was called out to stop. And before you know it, Jonathan gave his remarks and congratulated Buhari as the winner. Same thing happened now. They tried to stop this man from going ahead with the results, but he never listened. 4 a.m. for the first time, a winner was announced by 4 a.m. Who's awake by 4 a.m.?
Obedient, can you wrap up, please?
All right. So in everything I'm saying is APC is a total failure. And we've done our best, both the ones in Nigeria, those of us outside Nigeria, we've all done everything possible, but we are not going to relent. We'll still keep doing it till the day the real government takes over. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much, Obedient. Let's take Unique and then Michael.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the sacrifice that we have put in for over 9 months of 1 year now, carrying this movement on our shoulders, on our head, putting all our efforts and the little capacity that we can provide at whatever level that we have, to make sure that this new Nigeria is possible. I just want to say that the journey just started. The second part of the journey just started. We ran the first part, and we made a statement. Our voice is being heard all over the world and being heard clear. I want to dwell on the issue, on the topics for today, hypocrisy of the media. I want to just take us back a bit. I voted for Tinubu in 1999. I know the trajectory and what happened between, let's say, 1994 or 1993 to up to 1999. And I knew how the military impoverished the media and how Tinubu and their co, with their money, assisted in fronting the media, needs to speak up to a certain level. So you should understand why you see the old order having this soft spot for Tinubu, because he spent money on them. He promoted some of these CSOs, that they were just poor wretched people, and he brought in the money. That was what happened to AD that made him win the AD governorship primaries in 1999. So these are clear issues that we are having. Now we are coming with a new order to change the narrative and bring in a far better template of managing a country. Their own time happened to be template using any kind of people that have the money to assist them. Right now, Nigeria has come to a certain stage where we need to have a better template. I happened to listen to Peter Payne last interview this evening, and the man said that Tinubu is not required for Nigeria new emergency now. So we thank God for someone like Peter Obi who is there right now. And whatever you are saying, right, whatever we are seeing here is the old order who are refusing to let go. I remember vividly on the election day, it's about 2, a friend of mine called me from Kano, and he told me they have rigged this election. I say, how? It's not possible. He said they have rigged this election. And he told me that the old order don't want P2B to be emerged, even though he will win the election. And he called me another time at about 4. He said, have we uploaded our result? I said, no, because I was a polling unit agent. I was a supervisor and an agent. We have 3 polling units in the school where we voted and I supervised. And by the time we tried to upload the results, presidential result didn't go in. And after a while, so let's try House of Rep. It went. Try Senate. It went. And it never went in. So that's where we are at this moment. So whatever you're seeing in the media is the source for they have for him, because most of this media you see, most of these media houses you see, they have shares. Some of them are nominal shareholders, on this. How much does the owner of channels have that own a media in Nigeria in 1997, 98? He doesn't have that money. People that push that money to him and use him, because he was a former NTA staff to open those things. So whatever you're seeing here is the situation. That's the truth. So thank God for the new media that we are fighting with. And that has helped us. So we must listen to what P2B said yesterday. The journey just started. We must, tighten our belts and fight hard. We must fight hard and we must be very, very smart in what we do. And that's just the truth. The issue of Sudan, if you go and check the resume of most of our, big guys, political guys, in the northern Nigeria, most of them pass through Sudan and pass through Egypt educationally. And right now, they have this niche, this fear for the Westerns. So they want to make sure with all these gay rights and all those things. So they don't want their children to lose that, religious traditional means. So they want to send them to, other African countries that see, create that ideology. So that's just the truth. So if you have 5,000, students in Sudan, you should not be surprised. That's just the truth. Even the former Kano State Emir, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, he went through there. So what we are having is a natural thing. It's a situation that a section of our country has seen that end as a form of, education. At the same time, the religious education matched together to make sure that their words does not go out, of that religious line. Yeah. So no matter what happened, within that state, they are Nigerians, and we're in that situation now. The government was slow. The way they were answering the question was slow. Unfortunately, Abike Daribiri is not the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He should not even talk in this matter. He's just a person, in charge of pressure group, which has to be diaspora, people in diaspora. When we need something, when their issues are coming, he would, they prefer to her, and she will just, as a face. She doesn't have, because she just come and make noise on this thing. The minister of this has was on Channels News with this guy, since Channels is their new NTA, and have said what they will need to do. Yeah, she's just making ranting on there. So I didn't even give a foot of what she said. I saw what she posted, and I on that place and so look, Mo Ibrahim is not a Nigerian, he's the richest man in Sudan. Why we say Nigerian is the richest man in Sudan? So she understand. Before she lifted what Renault wrote, that we have 3 million Nigerians in Sudan, and brought it into her distance. So she understands those kind of characters. It's unfortunate that I watch her, we watch her in NTA growing up, and it's unfortunate what she has become right now. But the truth is that when you are trying to whitewash evil, you automatically become evil. And that's the truth. Every good person that have joined APC, by the time you know it, they start behaving, look at Fashola that we all praised. As much as he's trying to be in between, you could see the traces of someone who is good in nature, but since he is a face of evil, he cannot disassociate himself from it. So please, I want to appeal to us. We are doing well. It's going to be a long ride. And I want to appeal, Saddam and everybody. We are going to do another 1 million march against this Lamido man. Another 1 million march is going to be done by obedience. By the time we see what happened next week and how they are going, we are going to now come out again to tell them any way you guys want to do this thing, we are going to stand on our ground. We are going to stand on our ground. It's good they should allow the court to do their work. Let's see it. But if they want to come and take one way, one corner or one halfway to bring one person to know and talk one rubbish, they will not stand us. So
Bro,
we
you
must
want
come
to
out.
round up in 30 seconds, please?
Yes, I'm running up now. So please appreciate every one of us. Let us keep going. By the grace of God, our mandate will be restored, and our labor will never be in vain. Thank you. God bless you guys. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you so much, bro. That was a lovely submission. Saddam, are you there? Saddam, are you there?
Jimmy,
Yeah, I'm here, Jimmy.
let's take a Michael.
Saddam, can you bring up Zos, please?
Oh, Zos fell off. Okay, yeah. I think Mikael should go next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Michael. Yeah, Michael should go next. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good tomorrow, and good everything, depending on your location. Thank you for having me on the space. This has become my favorite space, and I'm always happy to have the mic and to listen to other obedience give their opinions.
on trending issues. So, first of all, on the issue of the media, if you really want to understand how messed up a country is, you look at their media. If the media of a country has to depend on political patronage to survive, then you should know that businesses are not working in that country. For instance, just a simple example. If you check the website of most of the political journalists in Nigeria, let's say Ruben Abati, what you would see there is going to be a plethora of ads. You won't even be able to click without one virus reading ad jumping in your face. If you go through the likes of the Sun newspaper, the only time they make money is doing political adverts. So all their journalists have to be linked to a political party or the other. And the ones who don't have political patronage end up doing things for clickbait, the like of Sahara reporters, whereby the only way to make money is by writing clickbait content and hoping to get a lot of clicks. So that is the reason why you see a two-faced media. When you are talking of a media that depends on politicians to survive, because the politicians have killed all the businesses in the country, no business has even extra budget to dash to, conventional media. And then even the guys on social media who are claiming influencer, the only way they can see real money is by promoting political opinions because there are almost no businesses. Or the only businesses you would see to promote is Fekomi and penis enlargement product because nothing is working in the country. So it shows you how destroyed Nigeria has become in the past 8 years. People are no longer sharing affiliate links of big stores from the US, Amazon, trying to get people to buy stuff because nobody can afford anything. So the whole media is now focused on, selling, promoting politicians and making, small money. So that is the reason why we have those issues. But by God's grace, we have violence space and we are building our own media that is independent of political patronage and doesn't need that to survive. So that said, I moved to Tinubu's hand. I don't really have much to say. Like I've always said, the Nigerian government is grossly incompetent. And Buhari might become incompetent, but Bulaba's incompetence is, square. Or in fact, is raised to power 10 because he inherited the worst of the Buhari administration. So these are people who don't review things before they post. When they post things, you see grammatical blunders. They make gross errors. They make huge blunders. They always make a mistake. And I always wonder why sub-obedience take it upon themselves to assume that these people are that smart to have hidden agenda. Take, for instance, the Lamidi Abado issue. When I reviewed previously what they were doing, they had to go back and change. And the reason they had to go back and change was because Chimeka made a post saying that it is not possible for them to file their own petition in court. So what did they do? They went back and said, okay, since we cannot file a petition in court, let us go and tell the court to withdraw the case. And they were so lazy they didn't even read again that it is not possible for them to withdraw the case. So today now, the Bulaba people have released money to Arabambi. As I'm speaking to you now, Arabambi is in Owerri, balling with Umasa. He flew private jet for a job well done. And by the time the Bulaba cab see that this whole money they are wasting, 200 million, is not worth the stress, problem will start. The one they shared before, they are still fighting over it. And they still keep deceiving themselves. So it is just incompetence. People who don't even read. You are rigging election, you do not rig Abuja. you are, instead of you to find a way and do things and do it well, they keep trying to cut corners, even in their criminality. And at the end of the day, they keep reaping the dividends on that. And so I just head to Sudan, which was the cotton I wanted to speak about, the war in Sudan, which is a gross failure of foreign policy from Nigeria. I've been saying this, a lot of people forget that Africa is the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy. Nigeria is meant to be the giant of Africa. We are meant to be in control. Nobody should create a war in Africa without Nigeria's permission. The president of Nigeria is meant to be the president of Africa. In the past, if there's a war in any country, Nigeria troops are the first to be there on peacekeeping mission. We are the first to be there to get our own interests done. Even in the days of the military, even up to Obasanjo, you don't create a problem in Africa without consulting Nigeria. Foreign leaders don't come to Africa without visiting Nigeria. Today, zero foreign policy. You have a government telling the people that evacuation is in the hands of God. Is it the same Nigeria we're talking about? The same Nigeria that brought Charles Taylor? Is it the same Nigeria that went to ECOMOG? The same Nigeria that will call AU meeting and everybody will shimper? If Nnamdi Kanu was in Sudan today, I can guarantee you that the Nigerian government would find a way to kidnap him and bring him back to Nigeria. So the excuse of is inconsequential. It shows that we lack foreign policy, and this is the result of giving power or position to people who don't merit it. Abike Dabri is a journalist. What does she know about international relations? Has she ever worked in international relations? Does she even understand what international relations means? She doesn't. So you see her saying all kind of nonsense online because she doesn't even know what she's doing. She doesn't know that in international relations, the wordings you use matter. You can change the dynamic of a whole thing just by wording. Just by banning this terrorist, you can change something. If you compare how the Kenyan government spoke, they said, we are leaving no stone unturned. We have unwavered commitment to rescuing our people in Kenya, no matter the difficulty. What did the Nigerian delegation say? There is gunshot here, or our flight cannot go there and pick anybody. Oh. Look, they have bomb everywhere. We'll just leave it to the hands of God. To show you that these people have zero knowledge of international relations, zero knowledge of what power Nigeria is meant to yield, and have no plans. We had coups in Africa. You have coups from Guinea, from Senegal, from Mali. Nigeria did nothing. Under Jonathan's administration, was it Gambia or Gabon that the president refused to step down? Jonathan mobilized the army and the rest of Africa to go there and overthrow the man by force. By the time the army started going there, the man had to leave seat and run away. But this is a general, this is a government that doesn't even have a plan. They are fighting a proxy war, a proxy cold war between superpowers in Sudan. And up to today, the Nigerian government does not have a stance. Are we supporting the RSF or the army? We don't know. No plan, nothing. Just a wolf. And it's a failure. It's a failure of governance. It's a disgrace. And I pray we never have this kind of government again. Because it's a gross disgrace. I don't want to talk about what people in diaspora face in the hands of this government. But the fact that the Nigerian government cannot even coordinate things in Africa is the reason why Africa is the way it is. And the day we rescue this country is the day we are rescuing the whole of Africa. So thank you again for having me. I just started to come here and pour out my annoyance at, the terrible foreign policies I've been seeing. It's not even foreign policy. This is not even foreign policy, sorry. The terrible Iberiberism that I've been seeing, that these people have been parodying themselves as. And by God's grace, we'll recover our mandate and we'll keep pushing. Thank you and have a great evening.
All right. Thank you very much.
Woo.
Jimmy, you wanna say something?
No. Go ahead, Zeus. I didn't know you were back on course now. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, bro. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mikael, once again for that submission. Great one there. And to all the speakers in the house, it's been a wonderful time. Another Tuesday edition of the Violence Space. Saddam, we need to trend hashtags. I'm not sure which one we're trending, but we need to trend hashtags and make the world to know that we will not allow a drug baron and a Boko Haram to be the rulers of our great nation. All right, Saddam, I yield back to you. Thank you for joining the Violence Based Press.
All right, thank you very much, Zos. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, guys. Guys, thank you so much. I say this all the time. This is like the most difficult part of the space when you have to draw the curtains and say goodbye. But we'll still see in the daytime. I think by Thursday, by the special grace of God, we'll be back. Please, our spaces for now on Tuesdays and Thursdays are by 7 p.m. Nigerian time for a reason, because we just have to try and catch up. Then Saturdays by 4 p.m. normal 4 p.m. Saturday prime time. But for weekdays, we'll be doing it by 7 p.m. so that we can also do some other stuff with our lives. Yeah. So guys, thank you so much for always coming on the platform. Please, as we are building our media team, please, we need volunteers. We need volunteers. If you know you're a writer, if you know you're a journalist in Nigeria, even if I know I have journalists that reached out to me earlier on this year, and they were so thankful for the work we do on the violence space, even though the person in particular told me that they don't want their names out there, that they're really scared and everything. But please, such journalists, if you really love Nigeria, you really want to work, we are forming an alternative medium for Nigerians to be able to express themselves, for real news to go out there, and that's what we're going to be doing with the violence space. Our website have been running for close to 8 months now. We want to make that a pure news publication website, and we're going towards that. So please, if you're a good writer, you're a content creator, reach out to us. At You can just reach out to me in the DM, and I'll give you, or reach out to Zos, reach out to Jimmy or Tumba and Six. Just reach out to any of us, or reach out to the Violence Space handle itself, and we'll be giving you the lowdowns of what we're forming a very strong team that we can start doing this job. Hopefully, in a year time from now, we should be on mainstream TV doing the Lord's work for our people, because whether we like it or not, if we don't change this narrative, if we don't tell our stories ourselves, and we continue to depend on this, it can never change. It will just continue to be a circle, because as long as it is Vanguard, as long as it is Channels TV, it is Arise, even Arise itself at the time are partisans still. It's just that they have people that are speaking up right now. So every of the media in Nigeria are not people owned. Hopefully, in the long run, we're going to draw up a public, how they call it, public-private partnership. Investors will come in when we are really going public. Then shares will be sold. We'll do all those stuff. But right now, we're trying to make sure we control the narrative. We are trying to make sure that we form that base of real media that people can always say, go to the Violence Space website, and any news you get from that website is fact based news. So guys, please, if you think you want to join us in this movement, you think you want to join us in this stuff, please reach out to us. We need all the support that we can get. um Content creators also, please, I asked for this earlier on, and I know some people reached out to me, but I could not. I think I'm now ready to give you the modality of how we're going to operate. So please, guys, reach out to us. Let us build this stuff ourselves. It's the people's platform. It's our own platform. It's us doing our own thing for Nigerians, because as whether we like it or not, if we don't tell our story, I say it, they will tell our story for us. And if they tell our story for us, it can never be the right story. Thank you guys for always sticking with us on the platform. It is always, always amazing. I always thank those that come on the spaces early and those that end the space with us, because you guys are the MVPs. Thank you so much to the Violence team behind the scene that have been working so hard for the past 10 months behind the scene, pro bono, just Nigerians sacrificing, believing that the country should be better, and forming the fulcrum of what we do today. Thank you guys. Thank you to N6, Otumba, Zos. Thank you, my brother Jimmy, Mikanel. Thank you, all of you that could not speak today. I'm sorry. Please come back next time, Thursday. Come back to the church early. Come to church early. When you come to church early, you get early blessings. Yeah. Thank you to my brother JP, Big Mag. I see you. Violence Space. Thank you. Well meaning Nigeria. Omega XD. Olawaski Daring. Onile, my brother. How you doing? Thank you. Ayobami, Larry, please, my hearts to your family. I heard about your loss, please. Condolence to your family, Larry. Big love to you from the violence space. Thank you, Uncle Guillermo. Thank you, Kolade Chigozie, Miss Barrier. Thank you, Dr. Mezia, my brother. Thank you, Anka Dede. Mommy Bolanle, I see you, Nina. Thank you. Mama Wakiri, thank you. Mary White, thank you. Gladys, IJ, Dr. Lu, Napunzel. Oluwadam Larry, thank you to Doctor, thank you Just OJ, my brother Fetch, thank you Amoda IBN, I see my brother Chulo, thank you for ye, thank you Mike Ken Fwang, thank you Ken. Now thank you to Pastor Solomon, he reached out to me in the DM, thank you, may God strengthen you guys that back there in Just strengthen you. I heard your DSS, this woman, you come to our space every day and be listening. Thank you. I hope you are passing our message to your people in your office so that Nigerians will take back their country. Thank you. Thank you, Pavik. You know yourself. I'm talking to you. I'm not going to call your name, so you know yourself. Thank you, Godson. Thank you, Ladi Etty. Thank you, guys. I cannot call all your
By the
names.
way, Saddam, today is Godson's birthday. Happy birthday to him, my brother.
Please, God, happy birthday, Godson. Happy birthday to you. Well, it seems we have so many Valentine's celebrating birthday this month. Happy birthday to you, Godson. Thank you, Lady B, Tachi. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. If you did not hear your name, I beg no verse. Nekus, Uncle Winston. I can just keep going on and on. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for sticking with us on the violence space. Oluwadam Larry, thank you so much. See, Chigozie, happy birthday one more time, my brother. Thank you so much for joining us on the platform. One more time, as I say on this platform, remember we always do this for God, for country, and for our families. Love you all. Stay safe. See you same station, same church venue, Thursday, 7 p.m. God bless you all. Good night.